not improvise their styles, because like it's going to be more than just like one play style. I think you'll need to adapt to the games every time you face a different team from a different region. It's going to be
Definitely.
like a different competition level here. Like it's not your domestic region, this is the international stage, and it's time to show your uniqueness to the stage right now.
That is definitely the thing that I was actually looking forward to say, and you just stole the words from my mouth. Actually, Riddle couldn't have said it better. They have to rethink of their strategy against each and every single team. That is true, but the question right now is whether their normal strategies that they actually do against the local teams, is it going to work against the international or not? That is the big question
We
right now,
only
because
have
each
to
and every
find out.
team,
We only have
we
to
only have
find
to
out.
find out, because there's the different teams, different regions, all of them needs to devise a new strategy against each other. That is the thing. But if they are not able to do that, if their homework is not done, if they are short on the strategies, they won't be able to perform today.
I can only answer that by watching the games. Like this can only be answered by watching the games. Like the stakes are so high. I'm sure every team has some other game plan in their minds. Everyone is coming here to bring their A game. Every team wants to show why they are the best team from their region. Why are they here at this stage today? They have to show us today. Like they have to show what they have in their bags.
Definitely, they have to show what they're capable of by their strategy, by their gameplay as well. So, really eager to see how the teams are actually going to play, because we already said it. It's not just a local, it's not just any of the region qualifiers, it's the international. Four different regions of four different countries are going to be clashing against each other in today's matches. Four different teams, four different countries, and as we say, four different countries, we can already think in the back of our mind four different strategies from each of the countries. A riddle. Each one of them is going to bring
Yes.
excitement. Each one of them is going to bring like a different scenario of the gameplay that we have yet to
Indeed.
see.
Yes, indeed. Like this is going to be so amazing to see that how like four different countries come up with four different metas, and it will showcase how unique the South Asia region is, how unique all the teams from around South Asia can play, like how different
Definitely.
styles, different metas, different picks, like overall showcase different styles of teamwork, basically showcasing why they have like such a unique what's the unique game plan from every country. Like what do you think, Torix? Like how do you explain these teams in such words? Like you have to watch the matches. Like I'm eagerly waiting for them.
I'm actually eagerly waiting for the matches as well. As you already said, there's different countries that is going to be fighting against each other. It's Cambodia, Myanmar, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. So four different regions, four different countries that are going to be showing their meta, showing their strategy power, their mind games, in fact, against all of them. And even one mistake can be actually lethal here. The one short mistake that they are actually going to do, uh, it's either can be their demise, or that either can be their cue to actually go from the bottom side to the upper side corners as well.
Indeed, indeed. Like you said, like either this could be their time where they could either mess up and completely crumble, or this could be their wake up call to completely improvise and change up the strat. Either now they could
Definitely.
resort to their comfort zone, and perhaps that could work, or they improvise and develop a complete new strategy, adapting to the what international meta is.
Definitely, I have to
Okay.
agree on that. They can either crumble, or they can either devise a new strategy that will actually help them against the other team, stand up against the other team, make the tide turns out for them into their favor. But that can only be known after seeing the matches, after seeing these teams play out against each other. That is the big question, because all of these teams, when are they going to actually go against each other? We're gonna see a whole new world out for them. As for Pakistan, this was the first ever time that they are actually gonna compete against all of these teams. So I'm really excited for the Pakistani teams to play out for themselves. Into this whole region thing, into this whole international thing,
This is
and how their
yes.
next strategy is. Because in the locals, they actually like use their strategy to the fullest. But right now, the rest of the international teams, they've also done their homework. It's not just the new game for them, it's really an old game for them at this point. And the only newcomers in this whole game, in this whole international gameplay, is the Pakistani region.
Indeed, like right now, this is the time the Pakistani teams have to show their uniqueness to their game. They have to improvise. They have to showcase what's different.
Definitely, they have to showcase what is the difference right now. But we're talking about the prize pool. Let's go over and see what is it. It's a huge prize pool of $50,000. In which case, the champions are gonna have $18,000 for themselves, and the second position gets $14,000. Third gets away with that 8,000, 4,000 for the fourth position. 56 gets 2,000 each, and seventh to eighth position gets $1,000 each. Riddle. In this case scenario, it's a huge prize pool, and a majority of that is given out to the first and second position.
Indeed, like it's huge stakes from start to finish. Every team wants to go ahead and showcase themselves and go as far as they can into this tournament. And as we
Def-
conclude off the prize pool, we'll go into the matchups designed here for today. As we go into the matchups, we have our first matchup uh, being wait our first matchup
it's a
being
round of
Venom
eight.
Esports versus, it's a round of eight. Yes, indeed, it's a round of eight with an upper bracket and a lower bracket system, which will go on for the next 3 days. And as we move further into as we go in further
Definitely,
into
I
the
agree.
brackets, we'll be going from upper brackets to lower brackets, eventually leading to the grand finals where we'll crown our South Asian champions. Our first match,
Definitely.
our first matchup for the day will be from Venom Esports versus Martyr Esports. Going into VR Armada versus Impunity Cambodia, followed up by Agon Esports versus VOPX, and concluding off the day with Starry Hope versus Vainglorious. What do you think
Definitely,
of
it's a
this
round of
matchup?
eight. It's a round of eight, actually, Riddle. And those teams that are actually going to lose the first match, they actually have a chance in the lower brackets, rounds of eight, to come up for themselves, a second chance for themselves. But once again, we're going to the schedule, in which case, March's BF Dementor versus Venom Esports is going to be our first match in the battle of best of three, actually. And the second one is going to be V Armada versus Impurity Cambodia. The first match is actually going to be Martyrs versus the Venom. So we have to see what these two countries, same countries, in fact, different teams, have to show us, as they've already maybe have played against each other. They know their strategy, they know what to do. But onto the second round, onto the second match, we will see two different countries. But talking about the other two, the third and fourth match, Agon Esports versus VOPX. Once again, we're seeing Pakistan versus a different country this time around. Two different countries, a whole different scenario. They have to rethink of their strategy into in the fourth match as well. The Starry Hopes and the Van Gloria. So a total of four matches that will conclude a top of eight. And all of these four matches from these scenarios, the teams that are actually going to lose out the matches, they are going to have a second chance in the lower bracket to outperform the other team from the lower bracket, make themselves get one more chance into the grand final stage as well.
Yes, indeed, as correctly you said. But do you want to lose the first game? Do you really want to put yourself in the position where you could possibly falter and possibly get eliminated? So I think every team has the mindset to go as further as they can into this tournament without dropping any games. I feel like every team has the idea of going to the finals undefeated without dropping a single series, making sure they clean sweep the tournament. I'm sure like no team wants to go down there and risk their tournament lives.
But there can only be one of them. That is a thing. There only can be one of them that is not going to lose a single match to get into the grand final slot. Because if you lose a single one of them, you're going to be thrown onto the lower bracket, where you have to actually go forward once again as through the whole stage of the starting. into the very end, try to get into the same final position against the same team that hasn't lost a single match, actually, real. So the stakes are really high into that. The mindset is really going to be messed up for them, as they know that the other team that they're facing off against, they have not lost a single match.
But as you said, but I think these teams have the they have countered the mental pressure in domestically. These teams have not fallen under the pressure when it came to their domestic competition. I'm sure these teams will come to the grand final stage and with the same mindset of not falling under pressure, just taking every game step by step, making sure they're playing every game at a time, but one game at a time. Don't go under the pressure of thinking, oh, we could perhaps fall. If we have fallen to them once, doesn't mean you can fall once again. I think every team over here
Definitely.
has that mental capacity to perhaps go into this tournament as one of the best teams in from their countries.
Definitely, all of them has an equal chance right now. But the only thing that is actually going to make a difference right now in this whole case scenario, I have to say, Riddle, is their mind strategy, is their mind thinking, their analysis in this whole situation, in this whole games. Because we already talked about it's a full game of a mind game. It's a full mind game. One wrong move from your mindset, one wrong move from your strategy can put you either up onto the bracket or into the bottom side of that bracket. So you have to be really careful on what you think and what you do in this whole game scenario. Maybe you're going to go towards the safer side. You're not going to cross the rivers throughout these whole fights. Maybe you're straight up going to go for that aggressive mode through those jungles, through those abyssal dragons or the Drog Slayers, getting those buffs, using them to their fullest, and the very getting more of those buffs and destroying the towers as you lead up to your team's victory. So it can be either of those situations. You can either go a full safer side, in which case you have to really drag the game if your players, if your heroes are really squishy at the very start. So you have to build them up with a safer strategy. But if you're on the attacker side, if you are on the aggressive side, if your heroes actually uses more aggression into the very start of the game, then this is the time that you need to aggress and get more like towers and kills for yourself.
Indeed, correctly said. I think it's just going to be on the stay. It's just going to come down to the game. Like when you go into the game, do you have the nerves? Do you feel like the pressure? Like how do you go from like playing at such a domestic level to now at the highest stage of them all? Like right now, this is like we can only tell this by watching the games itself. Like we have to see how the teams compete. Like we cannot say this by words. The words can are not enough to explain how the teams are going to feel about this. Like the teams will go into the game and they will showcase that themselves. Are they under pressure or are they just playing this like a normal game?
Definitely, we have to see if they're playing it under pressure or they're just playing it normally without getting any kind of a panics or being forced to actually not play in their whole scenario. So that the second phase, that what I said, is through the team composition. If they're choosing a different composition from what they're comfortable with, they have to be really careful on what their IGL, what their team leader has to give out the call, where the heroes have to go defend their positions, or they're actually going to be into the same position, mid lane, bottom lane, or the top lane to hold their position. But if you're in the same position, I think that really gives out a long way for the other players, for the other team, to devise a strategy to go either the different lane for a whole different scenario, rush onto you where you have the lowest defense for yourself, and that can be a bad thing if you're at the same place. But whether we're talking about the bad place or the good place also comes with that, because with every good comes a bad as well, and with every bad comes good. And
Yes,
when you have the bad
yes,
position for
indeed.
yourself, the more players that you have in the same position, that means you can defend that area, and you can actually go with those aggressive modes onto the enemy side as well.
Yes, indeed. It's like it just comes down to your like drafts and strats of what and how your leaders in the game operate. How do they like devise the strategy? How do they fall
Definitely.
into the map? How do they like position themselves around the map? How does the map like rotate? How do they plan out these rotations? How do they like implement the strats? How on earth do they like make the miracle plays happen? Like how, like it just comes down to like how they have planned, how they've done their homework, how they have practiced so far.
Definitely, that is the bigger question here. That is the bigger picture here. That how the and all of the teams have actually done their homework. Have they actually revised their strategies throughout the whole game on what they have to do and how they have to play, or they're gonna do it as they go into the game, as they play against the other team? Are they gonna analyze the whole situation as they go for the gameplay, as they go for the game variants, as well as they pick out their heroes into this whole draft situation? Because that is the big question. If your draft is not comfortable with you, if your hero selection is not comfortable with you, I think you're straight up put into a really bad position at the very start. Whether it's like the band composition that the enemy team has done for you, that can put up to your demise, or your strats that your leader may even give you to pick out for a certain case scenario.
Yes, it just comes down to how the matches pan out. Like it is just like these strategies, how the call outs and everything. Like again, it's just to the match situations. These matches, when they begin, they will be the decider factor of how each team operates. Like how on earth, like one team goes under, like if their one team falls back to back fights, then how do they find a way to come back into the game? If one team is on the momentum, how do they maintain it all the way through till the end? How do they improvise a strategy that helps them to close out these games? How do they make sure that they have everything, all of the tools they need to close out the games and get the wins on board? Like at the end of the day, it's just like how each team has practiced, how each team has done their homework, how they have planned to play today, and we'll see it all happen live here at the South Asia Qualifier Grand Finals.
I have to say, I couldn't have put it better. You asked the question and you answered it so perfectly that I did not even have any more words to add on to that situation. It all comes down to their strategy. It all comes down to their like a mental capacity on whether they're gonna analysis the whole situation for themselves or not. Because you asked the question what they are going to do and how they're actually gonna do it. It all depends upon them and their composition. That is the right answer for this whole kit scenario, and we are going to witness that in some time. Because it's the battle of eight, the rounds of eight, the four teams that are going to go from the upper bracket to the forward. The rest of four that have lost the first games for themselves, they're going to push on to the lower brackets, giving out a second chance against each other into the fight scenario, where we're gonna see the lower brackets and upper brackets try to fight more their way into the grand final slot, into the South Asia region whole scenario, into their slot, into their position, and whether they're gonna which one of that team, whether it's either the Cambodian region, whether it's the Pakistani region, or any of the other region that is gonna go into the grand final scenario.
Yes, indeed. Like different teams, different regions, different styles. Like all of
Different
this
team.
needs to be put in place. Different, like the styles are so unique, the countries are unique, the people playing here, they have their own uniqueness to their game plan, and it will all be shown here today. Different strats, different game plans, all combined at one stage here today at the South Asia Grand Finals. And like even if the teams fall at the lower bracket today, I think they will have a game plan ready for tomorrow. Like I'm sure, like they will make sure that if they have fallen today, they'll make sure to put up a great fight on the next games. They'll make
Definitely.
sure that they don't go down quietly. And to any of the teams that will fall in the lower bracket, it's going to be the death gauntlet for them. I'm sure the power levels will go higher than 100% from all of the
It's
teams
over
that fall today.
9,000. It's over 9,000
Over.
scenario over there. So we have to see how the low brackets are actually going to power up after facing one defeat, or whether they're actually going to learn from their mistake into the upper bracket scenario where they've lost the first matches and have outperformed themselves into the lower brackets. That is the real question. But I have to say, Riddle, even on the upper bracket, only the best of eight, the round of eight, have the second chance into the upper brackets. And after that round of eight scenario, we're moving on to the rounds of four. And at that time,
Yes.
whether any one of those actual team gets eliminated, it's a full elimination of them. They're not going to be given out a second chance.
Yes.
So the only start of the match is where the teams that have an actual chance. So even if you won, or even if you have lost, I think it's a pretty even scenario. The players that have actually lost, I'd say they're more lucky into this whole gameplay scenario. They have more chances of devising a good strategy for themselves, making sure they have a first-hand experience of the other teams, the enemy side teams, how they've actually played against them, and they can actually devise a newer strategy. But on to the other hand, if we're talking about the newer strategies, that only comes if they're playing against a different country scenario. They will be thinking about the new country, a different country's gameplay style, their gameplay composition, how they're actually going to do
Indeed.
their strategy and everything else. So that is a great chance for them into the lower bracket side as well, because imagine the first game that we're gonna see. It's both of the same countries. Whether one of them lost, they have to face the different countries from the other region side. And when they're gonna face the different countries, they have. I don't think that they have a better chance. They have an equal chance right now in this scenario to play both for themselves. Because even on those scenarios, both of the teams have equal chance. And there we go. The first face off is over here against Team Venom Esports and Team Marty's are Martyrs, BF Dementors actually riddled. So these two teams finally they're gonna face off against each other.
Indeed. Now this is going to be very exciting to match up. It's a very exciting matchup. Both teams are from Bangladesh. They know each other very well. I'm sure they have played against one another somewhere in the
Really.
past. But I think all of those matches in the past don't matter because this is the one right now.
That is the one. That is the definite case scenario, and we're finally back onto the draft space where the teams are actually gonna ban out try to ban out the enemy side composition, and we have to see which one of those bans are actually gonna affect because we already seen. Two of those heroes have already been
Bans come
banned
through from
into
both
the
sides. Two bans have come through from
exactly.
both sides, and we're going into the first pick phase. And like it's going to, as we have come back here right now, we will get back into the draft in a short few minutes, and we'll be going into the draft now. Like teams have their own play styles now. Torix, what do you think? Like, do these teams play out their same regional play styles? Do they bring out their local picks in this matchup since both teams are from Bangladesh, or do they improvise and bring out a complete new strategy at this stage?
That is a definite a great question. I have to say, Riddle, because you already said it. If they're actually gonna bring out the local composition or they're gonna bring out their international composition, as they're already done it before that as well. In which case scenario they may have faced against each other in some other case scenario in some other. Gameplays in other tournaments or anything, so they know what the enemy side is thinking. They know what the other side is thinking about taking up the strats, taking up the scenarios of the heroes. So it's really up to them if they're actually gonna go out of the box or they're gonna stay into their comfort zone, take out the local or international composition. But if they do take out the international composition right now, that is the question for other time. Because do they even have a international composition, or they just have their a local composition for the international as well? So this is the big question right now. If they do have a different composition for international teams, if they do actually take it out, then it's out of the box at that time. The other players, the other teams that are actually going to face off against you into next matches, they will know what your composition for international teams will be.
Yes, indeed. It's like either these teams have perfected their comfort comps, or they have planned something that we don't know, and we will only get to see here right now in the matches. And right now, I'm
Definitely.
hoping to see something very different from all of the teams. Like I want to see some unique picks come through from all of the teams here. Like everyone playing out of their comfort zone, every team bringing out a
Definitely, every team bringing out their full case scenarios and everything, trying to make sure that they outperform the other team. Maybe they're gonna go out of the box. Maybe they're gonna stay into the same case
Mm,
scenario. It's all up to them. In
yeah.
fact, Riddle, I have to agree.
Yes.
They're gonna go out of the box or they're gonna stay inside of the box. You like put it perfectly. Whether they're gonna perfect their local composition or they have a new strategy devised for each and every team. If they have actually devised each and every single scenario for a different teams, then I think it's really about the mind game. It's really about the mind set. And even looking at the composition, only two bands. But there we go. As we're talking about the two bands from the team Venom, they've already picked out of four bands already. But onto the other hand, Martyrs, BF Dementor, they've only picked out so far three bands. But talking about the composition, talking about the drafts, Lorian, Omen, Butterfly from the team Venom, and on the other side, Arthur, the Joker, and Aya.
So you can see like Martyrs BF Dementors are have prioritized their two side lanes as they have picked up their
Definitely.
Slayer laner and their marksman alongside their roaming support. On the other side, Venom Esports have heavily prioritized their top side from top to from Slayer lane from to jungle to mid lane. Like they've made sure to prioritize their top side of the map as we go into the
Definitely.
second ban phase, and the last ban comes through from Martyrs BF Defenders as Laville goes through the ban. So you can see they're targeting the bottom side pool of their Venom esports since they have already picked their top side composition.
Definitely, they've already picked out their top side composition, and they're banning out the bottom side composition. So the enemies not only cannot come towards the bottom side, even if they do come from that side, they may not just be able to survive in that composition. But once again, Iris good from the team Marches, BF Dementors, and only Tilanus has been picked. But as we talk about Tilanus, Richter also has been picked out. The draft has completed, and we will move towards the game in a short time, seeing how these top composition is actually going to happen. The mid lane composition is actually going to happen from all these players, the heroes, or they're actually going to go spread out. They're actually going to drag the match to the very end of the time.
Okay, like I looking at the two drafts, it's like I can see some like identity behind them. Like these two teams have a different approach to the game. It's visible in this draft here with the composition that they have come up with. Now, like this is not
Definitely.
a traditional comp you would see back here in Pakistan, but it's a very like exciting to see that each region has their own identity, and but both teams over here are showcasing that very well.
Definitely. Both teams are actually showcasing their strategies right now. They're actually, I have to say, local composition or something like that, if I'm correct in the scenario. But both of the teams have actually picked out their heroes, and as you already said, we can see the country difference, the country composition difference into their heroes pick. But right now, the main question comes out: who is going to be victorious into the first match? Riddle. I have to ask
I
for your opinion as well. Checking from the composition, what's your thinking
I
about it?
I'm judging by like how confident Venom Esports was on their top side. If the game falls through relying completely around the top side of the map and Venom Esports find early advantage on that side, I would believe they're the ones to take this game. But if say what do we say, Martyrs BF Dementors target the bottom side of Venom Esports correctly, since they targeted them in the draft, now I think their priority should be targeting them in game and building off their own leads and perhaps finding their opening to win the game from through that lane.
Definitely, we have to see if they might be able to devise a strategy different to the other team. May win out the whole scenario. As already said, the Venom is really confident onto their top lane. But right now, we have to see what Marty's BF Dementor strategy is going to be. Are they going to choose the same top lane? Are they going to choose the mid lane or the bottom lane for themselves? That is the big question. That is a bigger picture, I have to say, in this whole case scenario. But once again, the blue team has paused the match. Marshall's BF Dementor, a pause coming in from them, and judging from the pause composition, look at that. In Venom Esports, they're actually spreading two on the mid lane, one on the bottom side, and two on the top lane as well. Compared to the other team, that is the Martyrs, the BF Dementors, their two or three man is actually going into the mid lane, and two on the bottom lane right now.
I think on the side of Venom Esports, they're just doing the traditional 1-3-1 style where they put the jungler and support and mid laner in one lane, and the two carries being the Slayer and ADC, they go in the side lanes just to traditional way. Meanwhile, on the side of Martyrs, BF Dementors, they're like prioritizing perhaps an early invade, trying to gather early information and perhaps even an early kill.
Definitely, they might just go for that because we already talked about the scenario in which case if Team Martis BF Dementors heroes, I have to say, is early aggressive. If they have early aggression onto their side, they might go for those early engagement onto the enemy side. But Team Venom right now, judging from their composition, they were going out for a really like slow pace. Three on the mid lane, two on the each of the bottom and top side, scouting out for them, making sure that as soon as one of those from the other team comes nearby to them, they give out a good call out, and from the mid lane they can either go to the top side or to the bottom side easily. It's a certain distance. It's not really a big difference, a big distance from the mid to either top or the bottom. They can easily achieve that
It's
short distance for themselves.
Yes, indeed. It's the easiest lane to roam from. Like I think that's the reason why they have prioritized going 3, 4 people in mid lane, because it allows them
Definitely,
the agency. It gives them the agency to perhaps roam to a side lane depending on what happens in the early jungle comp. Like if they're going for an early invade into the jungle and they don't gather anything, it's easier to go from the mid lane to the Slayer lane or the
definitely.
marksman lane.
Definitely, I have to agree on that because as they're doing it, as they you already said, the marksman lane and the different lanes composition from their side, it's really it can be a hectic situation for the other team as well. As if they're not able to defend themselves into the correct position, into the correct composition, I think early aggression can lead up to your win as well.
I Early aggression is good if you have it planned and coordinated. Like early aggression is like as high risk and high reward. It's a high risk, high reward thing. Like if you take this risk and if you come out through with it, then you can have a very big advantage in the early game, and this could hurt the enemy team's mental very well. But if you were to falter, if it crumbles, then you're the one at the back foot because you initiated the play and it backfired on you.
Definitely, you initiated the play and it backfired on you. And I think at that time, at that point, I don't think there may just be a saving for you. Aside that you devise a new strategy, aside that you make sure that your composition gets themselves together into the correct position, into the correct composition, and just straight up roll out that dice, try to win out that situation, and if you win out that situation, make sure you focus and prioritize on that same composition till the very end. If that's really effective onto the other team, if that's really effective on eliminating the other heroes from the enemy side, I think you should stick towards that at that point, unless they think of a new strategy against you.
It could be like I think it could be like if the one strategy falls through completely, then I think either you reset and re-improvise, or you immediately put the second strat into implementation. Like you don't like these teams. I'm sure they have planned one or two more things than just like relying on the first strat. I don't think this is like their first tournament. They've played enough games to understand that one strategy is not enough. You need to be prepared for
Oh,
every single thing at every
you
single
have to be prepared.
scenario.
I
Yes,
definitely agree on that. That you have to be prepared on every case scenario, even if that's the worst case scenario for you, or if that's the best case scenario for that. You have to be really careful on what you're going to do, what you're going to devise your strategy as, and what you're actually going to do that. Because we already said that you have to be really careful on what you do. Because one wrong move is that a cue for the other team, and one player demise can be a great thing for the other team as well, because one team's demise can be a great thing for the enemy side as well, as they it will help them no doubt go on to the top lane, go forwards into the bracket side as well. So they have to be really careful on what they do, what the strategy actually that they devise in this whole scenario. As because look, thinking about the situation, the scenarios, the strategy that they're devising, whether it's the local or the international, if they make one wrong move, give out another chance to the enemy side, and they actually pick it off, then I think it's over for you at that time.
Yes, like I think it's just momentum. Like which team can maintain it? Like if you get the early momentum, do you have the ability to maintain this momentum all the way through to the nexus, to the point where you get the win, or do you like fall and come crumble through at one point and just throw away the entire lead you had built up? Like I think it's just a matter of which team has the ability to get the early advantage and maintain it all the way through till the end.
That is the real question, because who can actually maintain the early momentum? Who can actually stay into that composition, calm situation, calm composition for themselves? Do not panic in each and every case scenario, and make sure that they devise a strategy composition prior to them, before actually heading out into that strategy. Because if you work out on your strategy as you go forward, I think that really puts you in the back shoe. That really puts you into the back lane scenario. Because as soon as you're going to be facing off in a scenario where you did not devise what was going to happen, I think you will panic, and you won't be able to outperform that scenario for yourself in your favor.
Yes, indeed. But I feel like the teams that have reached to this point, they don't have the ability to panic. I think they have lost that ability to panic. I think they have every tool in their mind and everything they have ready. They have prepared themselves for every single thing. If one strategy falters, they immediately fall back and reset and re-improvise their next plan. They don't just like falter. I don't think any team over here has the ability to panic. Like they have reached
They
to this point and they have to showcase why they are the best teams from their region.
But the question is, are they going to be able to improvise their strategy? Because the worst case scenario, their strategy that they have already think about goes all out of the window. Are they going to be able to improvise to that situation and make it work out for themselves? That is the question at that point. I have to say, Riddle.
It's
If they're not able to do that,
it
I
just
don't
comes
think
down
it's.
it
It
just
all
comes
comes
down
down
to
to
how
that.
just to the match. It just comes down to how the matches pan out. Like we have to watch the match itself to figure out how the teams are playing. Like I don't think there is a way that we can say it verbally. I think we have to see it visually as well.
I have to agree. We have to see it visually as well on what the team composition, who is actually going to improvise, and which one of those strategies is going to go out of the window, if I have to be blunt into that scenario. Because one
Yes.
wrong move can lead up to your whole strategy being into a shatter situation. It can make it go towards from north to south in a single snap of a finger, like Thanos did. So they have to really be careful into that scenario.
Where's Superman when we need him? Like we
There is
have
no
Superman
Superman
in
in
A,
the MCU.
but there's Superman in AOV. We have Superman in AOV. We can use him.
Definitely. We can
And
actually use him, or even the Flash, the DC
yes,
superheroes, in that case scenario, to make it out work for themselves. But once again, the Marty's VF Dementor, Venom Esports, once again, they have started. And look at their composition. I have to talk about that. Team Venom have two in the top lane, two in the mid lane, and one in the bottom lane, in which case the bottom lane is solely covered by Talanus. And onto the other hand, talking about the team Martyrs, BF Dementors, two in the bottom lanes, two in the mid lanes, and one may just go towards the top lane. The top lane is completely blank from the team Martyrs, as their last person, that is a Zen, is disconnected right now.
I believe so. But as you are talking about that, we are getting back into the game, and I think that everyone's getting back into the lanes, and we are
Oh,
back online. Let's go. This is the first matchup of this AIC South Asia Qualifier Grand Finals, and
oh,
we have
as we
entered
were
another
talking about the
pause.
thing, we have entered another pause into that scenario as well. But talking about the composition into that short span that we saw, look at that, two in the bottom nearby the riverside. Both of them are not actually crossing the river, waiting. They're both waiting out for each other to make a first move, to make a first case scenario, to do the first engagement. But Sky is like right now level 2, and on to the other side we can see Hercules being a level 2 as well. So both of the teams have a level 2 composition, a level 2 hero for themselves, and not moving forward. They intend to, I can actually say they intend to drag it till the very end at Riddle.
Yeah, I think both teams. I feel like since it's the first match of the tournament and it's the first match of this grand final stage, I think teams will look to play a bit more safe, a bit more calculated, and I'm sure as we go further into the day, we'll see a bit more risky plays coming out from teams as they'll be comfortable to compete on the stage. Like it's just a matter of like it's the first game nerves. It's the first game nerves for the teams right now, and I believe like in the first game we might not see the most action packed matches, but as we go further, as we see more matchups develop, the games are going to get action packed.
Definitely, the games are definitely going to get action packed as we move forward, as we go forward into the games. But this time around, once again, we've been gone back to the caster side, and the teams that were facing off against each other, maybe because of some kind of a lag issue, maybe some kind of a connection issue from their side, they were not actually engaging. And I think that was coming from both of the teams, as neither of them were actually engaging. Neither of them was actually going forward for that aggression, for that early stage kills. They were straight up. We saw the minions fighting against each other, and aside from that, not a single like attack was done from the heroes.
I think that this is teams are getting like they're developing that like stage nerves, their stage nerves, some technical casualties here and there. Like as as we go further, I think everything's going to smooth out and everyone's going to be back online and everyone will get back into the game and start the
Definitely.
action.
Definitely, we have to wait out for the time that the teams are actually going to get back. They're going to actually start up back the fight, and I was really excited for the fights against all of these teams, all of these four different countries that we saw. But we have to see how the teams are actually going to compose their strategies. As they did went into the match, but due to some technical difficulties, they were forced to not fight against each other. They were forced to not engage against one another. They were just over there defending out their other side of the river for themselves, if I have to say, their own lanes, and not moving forward. But as we're saying that, I think some technical difficulties are definitely happening from the game side as well. So with that, we should also uh, talk about these issues. We cannot do anything about them. It's all depending on the games. It's all depending on the back servers and everything. And with that, I think we should also go towards the break. We will see you guys after the short break. So you guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me.
You lost.
You are the one who's losing. Time is up. You'll see the fate of Athador. Let's welcome the arrival of God.
To fight the greatest battle, you need the greatest warriors. But heroes must be forged in ultimate combat, competing for the ultimate prize.
When it comes to the end of time, our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me.
You lost.
You are the one who's losing. Time is up. You'll see the fate of Athador. Let's welcome the arrival of God.
To fight the greatest battle, you need the greatest warriors. But heroes must be forged in ultimate combat, competing for the ultimate prize.
When it comes to the end of time, our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me.
You lost.
You are the one who's losing. Time is up. You'll see the fate of Athador. Let's welcome the arrival of God.
To fight the greatest battle, you need the greatest warriors. But heroes must be forged in ultimate combat, competing for the ultimate prize.
end of time, our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me.
You lost.
You are the one who's losing. Time is up. You'll see the fate of Athador. Let's welcome the arrival of God.
To fight the greatest battle, you need the greatest warriors. But heroes must be forged in ultimate combat, competing for the ultimate prize.
When it comes to the end of time, our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me.
You lost.
You are the one who's losing. Time is up. You'll see the fate of Athador. Let's welcome the arrival of God.
To fight the greatest battle, you need the greatest warriors. But heroes must be forged in ultimate combat, competing for the ultimate prize.
All right, so we're
And
back after the short a break, after the short a while, and this is your host Torix. Alongside with me is my co-caster Riddle. So Riddle, once again, welcome back. And as we're back, we're straight up gonna go into the game as the players have actually picked off their heroes and everything. They know their strategy, what they're gonna do. They had the chance to revise the strategy, and finally back into the game we are.
here it goes all down now. Now we can see both teams going in with this strategy for their early gangs going through on the top side for Venom Esports, and Venom Esports pressuring the top side turrets very effectively and taking down in their favor. So you can see the game's already started. There's like one Slayer taken by Venom Esports, as Abyssal Dragon also taken by Venom Esports. And here we are, another fight breaks down at Abyssal Dragon.
What just happened? We saw the Venom Esports having the upper hand onto the Abyssal Dragon, but look at that. Team Artists, BF Dementors, they just came, they just slew each and every one of them. 4 of them of the Team Venom is actually down in a split second. Not even getting that dragon for themselves, but talking about the Team MYR, Martyrs, BF Dementors, they're having the upper hand right now as 4 of the Team Venom Esports were eliminated, and even the first tower, the mid tower, has also been taken down. The situation is right now for both team has 1 tower for each other. The top tower from the Team Venom Esports, they took the team as the top towers, but Team Martyrs took the mid towers of the Venom. So we can say the Team Venom is actually going for the top composition, top lane composition, and Team Martyrs, they're going for the mid lane.
And as you were speaking, there was another tower taken by Martyrs BF defenders. They took a bot side towers, so they're pressuring the mid to bot side of the map using their core strength, utilizing their advantages, targeting the weak side of Venom Esports. Meanwhile, in the same way, Venom Esports is answering back by pressuring the top side. You can see the goal lead is in the favor of Martyrs BF Dementors right now, with a at least you could say a 3k goal lead approximately. And as we go a bit more further into the game, the map's gonna open up even further, and you can see the teams are starting to go deep into the jungle, perhaps setting up an engage, picking off the enemies from somewhere.
Definitely, they're trying to regroup for themselves, trying to go for those engagement. But right now, as we're talking about the team Martyrs, the BF Dementors, they having an upper hand against the team Venom, if we have to see. But looking at the team of Venom, they're going into the bottom lane. They're waiting out for the dragon to spawn. They're going to get that buff for themselves. Maybe after that, they might just go for that aggression. But look at that, team Martyrs, BF Dementors. They're actually going the top lane, the lane that they were not like. They were put pressure onto that lane in the very start, but right now they're actually checking out the same lane. They're using the same lane for their aggression as well. Pain actually did a good damage onto Strife, but wasn't able to eliminate him. And on the other hand, Team Venom finally eliminating the Holy Dragon, getting its buff at the same time. Team Martyrs is actually getting the Dark Slayer's buff. But look at that. Team Venom is coming for that aggression. They're coming in for those pick off of the kills, and at the same time the steal of maybe the Dark Slayer as well. And as we see the fights happening, the team of Martyrs is not looking, things are not looking good for them, as Ankh is only one like a percent HP away from being eliminated. He only has a chunk of HP left, and as Sky dies, they're gonna focus onto the Zen side and Ankh side as well. But as soon as they eliminate the players, they're gonna go for the dragon.
Very well played by Venom Esports. Venom Esports quickly rotating over to the Dark Slayer, making sure that they can answer back to Martyr BFM's early aggression. They made sure that Martyr BFM could not sneak away the Slayer. They took the Abyssal Dragon, immediately rotate to the Slayer. They made sure that they would contest this fight and not just let it go easily. And here you can see they have dropped the Slayer in the mid lane, buying themselves time, trying to open up the map, resetting, regrouping, basically giving themselves the resource agency to reset, regroup, and perhaps once again devise a new strat into this mid game.
Definitely making a new strategy for themselves, but we have to see if they're actually going to be able to do it, as the team Martyrs already got 6 kills for themselves, and on top of that, 4 towers of the team of Venom Esports have been destroyed by them. Team Martyrs having the upper hand in this mid-case scenario, as we see 9 minutes, 10 minutes have almost passed on, and Team MYRs, they're in a definite advantage right now. But we have to see, after getting those Dragons buffs, Slayer buffs, other teams, the Venom is actually going to provide a backstab to the Team MYRs, as we see them, all 4 of them, all 5 of them regrouped at the same position in the mid lane, as they're being contested by the Team Martyrs as well. But talking about the Team Venom, they're not actually over-aggressing. They're not crossing out the river completely. They're staying in a safe side, making sure that Team MYR comes to their way instead of them going towards them.
The reason behind that play, Venom, the reason behind that play, Torix, is because if Venom Esports over-aggress and get countered by this aggression of Martyrs BFM Dementor, they will fall and they will allow themselves to perhaps open up their own base. So Venom Esports have to be very calculated while taking this play at the mid lane, because this is the only mid tier 1 turret left in the map that will allow themselves to level up the playing field. Once again, you can see the teams are grouping around mid, but they're not aggressing because they know if one overstep could cost them their own base turret, perhaps.
Definitely, I have to agree on that. So both of the teams are not aggressing because they want to hold out their base turret. They don't want to lose in this early stage of the fights. Nobody actually wants to lose in this situation, and that's why they're going for that passive approach for both of the teams, as neither the Team Venom nor the Team Martyrs actually over aggress into the situation. But as we talk about the Team Martyrs, they may just go for that dragon, as the Pain is actually slowly approaching the dragon, but we see him just crossing through it and not doing a single hit, as the wizard is also looking at him. Pain right now is being forced by 4 players to stay into a safer composition, but as soon as he gets hit, he is forced to retreat back. He's forced to retreat into the backside, as his other team members gives him the cover that he needs to get into the backside.
One team has to trade one of these objectives. Either Martyrs BFM trade off this turret for the dragon, or they let the Venom Esports have this dragon and save their mid lane turret. So it's like they had to gamble what they wanted to give away, and they chose to keep the turret. But this is gonna be the fight that builds off, and this could be the fight that could perhaps decide. And once again, Venom Esports pick off the back line, and the fight's completely split up. But Airi goes in from the back. Zen is cleaning up the back line. You can see that the last remaining member on the side of Venom Esports falls, and once again Martyrs BFM take this fight, and they will take the Dark Slayer and perhaps open up the mid lane base turret. The only member surviving from Venom Esports is Hercules.
I have to say, this was a definite chance for the Team Martyrs to straight up go for that aggression onto the towers as well, but they chooses to get that Slayer for themselves this time around. But once again, Hercules is untargeted. He's not going to be able to get a target, as he gives out he buys actually more time for his teammates to respawn into the scenario, and as they respawn, they're coming into the mid lane, forcing the Team Martyrs to go into the backside, forcing them back into their own separate location, as one player is in the top lane, one player is in the jungle of the Slayer side, one nearby the mid lane, and at the same time one in the bottom side. What is going on? Team Martyrs, we saw them having a definite chance that they could have aggressed into the situation, get the towers for themselves, making sure that they win out this whole scenario. They could have squished out the whole situation into their favor, but they choose to wait it out to make sure that their player level, their hero level is back to the max, and after that they might just go for that aggression.
Dorix, I think it's just it's the first game of the tournament right now. They need to make sure it's clean. So I don't think they're gonna go for the 50-50 plays right now. They're trying to play it safe and calculated. With that, they take the tier 2 turret on the Slayer lane, and with that they also open up the mid lane, slowly bleeding out Venom Esports. How does Venom Esports answer back?
We don't know how they're actually gonna answer back, because as we're seeing, the Venom Esports, so far they've only managed to destroy 2 of the turrets from the Team Martyrs. But on the other hand, look at that, Team Martyrs have actually destroyed 6 turrets, 6 towers of the Team Venom, and not only just that, 1 dragon and 1 Slayer for themselves as well. But on to the other hand, Team Venom Esports having the upper hand onto the dragons and Venom for themselves, and at the same time the economy goes towards the Team Martyrs, the BF Dementors, in which case it's a complete 3,000 difference, more than 3,000 in fact. But once again, in the top lane into the jungle side, this is the skirmish going to happen, 4 versus 4 situation, in which case Venom is forced to retreat into the backside, as Team Martyrs also goes for the dragon, the Dark Slayer for themselves. But maybe this is that Q that they need, this is the Slayer that they need, and they're straight up going to use it and push into the Team Venom Esports as well.
Yes, indeed. And as you can see, the good job done by Martyrs BFM is that they're zoning out Win. Win is not finding a way into this pit, and that will be a clean Dark Slayer. But you can see in the backline, Hercules goes in. Hercules could one-shot Noodle. And meanwhile, on the other side, you can see Hercules falls due to the overaggression. And once again, Martyrs BFM get the advantage, and this could be the game-deciding fight. How does Martyrs BFM calculate this play? And they're dropping the Slayer into the mid lane. You can see they're generating pressure from all the side lanes. Dorix, this might be the
pressure.
Play. This might be it.
Definitely, this might be it. All they have to do is destroy the minions right now and make sure that Dark Slayer actually reaches up that position safe and soundly without losing too much of an HP, and that may just be it for the mid tower for them, as well as we see the Team Venom is actually holding themselves out, trying to defend out that mid tower, as the Dark Slayer is also there, and the team of the Team Venom is also there. All of the heroes is actually there, but look at that damage. A red core tower has been destroyed. Now it's all up to the base side. Even Slayer Dragon, the Dark Slayer, is in the base, and as we see base getting a huge damage on it, all of the team modest BF Dementors is there. All they have to do is destroy the base, and there we go. The Team Venom losing out this first match into the best of the three, making sure that the modest BF Dementors getting out that win for themselves into the first one.
Very well played by Martis BF Mentor. They kept going with the pressure. They made sure that they would not allow Venom Esports a way back into this game. We saw a fight break out into the mid game where Venom Esports had contested very well around the Abyssal Dragon all the way through to this Dark Slayer, but it clearly wasn't enough. Martyrs BFM found their way back in. They maintained their momentum and they kept
Definitely.
pressuring Venom Esports all the way through to get the win as the score line goes 1-0 up in the favor of Martyrs BFM.
Definitely, Martyrs BFM getting that first win of the best of three matches for themselves. The pressure is high onto the team Venom as we will move towards the next round in some short time. But talking about this match that just ended, Riddle, I have to say, team Venom, they they had two chances. They actually had one chance in the very start when all four of them got destroyed. The team Modest did not aggress onto them and made sure that they actually come back safe and sound, and which they did. They actually came back. They actually over-aggressed at the same time, and that was the end of the team Venom in that case scenario. In which case, if we do talk about that, the team Venom, as they were all together in the same case scenario, in the same place, all they had to do is was not throw the squishy players into the front lines, which they did. The squishy players got eliminated, the tanks got eliminated at that time, and after that, it was an easy piece of cake for the team Modest. And even after that, Team Modest didn't actually go for that aggression. They chose us to go for the Dark Slayer. They defeated the Dark Slayer, got that Dark Slayer for themselves, spawned it into the mid lane, and after that, we saw them actually pushing forward.
Very well said, Torix. Like, indeed, like they just showcased how they were able to play calm and composed style gameplay. And as we go into the highlights right now, we'll be showcasing how Mars BFM maintained their composure. Here you can see exciting early game fights where it all began, where Mars BFM got their early advantages. They had a cleanup. They cleaned up the whole fight from start to finish. They made sure they were finding ways to get back into the game. They made sure that the aggression from Venom Esports was not enough to stop them, despite the countless times of Venom Esports finding their way back into the game. Martis BFM made sure that they would have their own avenues open to find this way back into the game. Like, they made sure that any way possible that they could counter the play style, they could counter the fights, they could find a way back into the backline, eliminating the squishy carries, making sure that the tank could not protect them, and just finding their way to win these fights completely.
Definitely, I have to agree with you on that because as the team Modders actually did not even let the team Venom stood a chance, and this was the place, this was the actual aggression that we saw. In which case, Modders, BF Dementors actually got those Dark Slayer for themselves, got used it, spawned it into the mid side, and even with all of the team Venom having into the base side, they still chooses not to go for those elimination, not to go for those aggressions, but actually for the slayers and for the towers, the base tower. And in which case, even though they were Team Venom defended, trying to defend, I have to say, the tower, the base tower for themselves, they were not able to do that. But once again, Riddle, I have a question. Will the team Martyrs or BF Dementors going to be able to win this in a 2-0 fight, or is the team Venom actually going to learn from their mistake this time around?
I'm going to revise back to a thing you said earlier. Which team is going to panic? Which team is going to fall under the pressure? Right now, when we were watching the first game, I felt like Team Venom fell under the pressure. That last fight, I feel like Hercules fell under the pressure. He miscalculated an engage and got himself caught out, putting his team at that disadvantage. And now I feel like if the Team Venom have done their homework correctly, I feel like they will find a way back. But if that's the same case, the way its first game ended, then I think it's going to be a clean sweep for Martyrs BFM.
Definitely couldn't have said it better. The strategy went out the window in the mid case scenario. Maybe it was to be blamed onto the server issues from their side or something else, but we have to go for the MVP because in all this fight, we saw different players aggressing over each other and against the enemies. But MVP, it's finally here, and it's none other than the Modest BFM Dementors MYR sank. In which case, he got 5 kills, 0 deaths. So he did not even die once, and 7 assists on the top of that, a 64,000 damage. MVP points is going to be 13.3. Kill participants is 92.3%. So almost 100% goes towards this guy. He's the real MVP for his whole team, and the role goal difference is 6 right now, Riddle.
He was all over the place with Scud. He had the impact all over the map. He made sure he had his presence. And as you can see, the star players from both sides, like we saw Sank,
Definitely.
he could deliver everywhere. And on the other side, X-Win was trying to counter on the same side. He tried his best to eliminate the back line on Butterfly. He made sure that he was able to do his job, but clearly it wasn't enough to get them the win. Anyhow, like you can see, he ended up with a 3-3-2 score line with 53,000 damage, 71 kill participation, 11,910 gold. Like he made sure he was even. He tried his
Definitely
best,
in the
but
goal
actually it wasn't
scenario,
enough.
definitely in the goal scenario, there was only a difference of 6 gold, a measly 6 gold. But once again, checking out the full team composition, where we saw 13 kills getting from the Martyr side, and 7 kills in total from the team of Venom side. Talking about the towers, Team Martyrs got 7 towers of the Team Venom, but Team Venom only managed to destroy 2 towers of the Team Martyrs. 2 slayers from each side have been done. 51,260 total goals of the Team Martyrs side that they saved up, and Team Venom actually saved up 46,137 goals. So almost like a 5,000 goal difference here that we're seeing, and that 5,000 goal that we're seeing, that is the big difference against their damage, their defense into this whole kit scenario, and even their critical rate and critical damage that we see. Because with more gold, you can buy more buffs for yourself, more items for yourself.
Indeed.
You can have more crit. Each and every single hit that you actually do onto the enemy side is going to be a crit situation. And on top of that, if it's already a crit, you add the crit damage, and that multiplies it even more. And that is what's the reason that we saw Team Martyrs actually squeezing out the Team Venom's whole strategy out for themselves as well. Even though the Team Venom was all 4 or 5 players into the same position, they were not able to defend themselves.
Yes, indeed. I feel like this strategy of grouping as four only works if you're able to grab a few kills along with this, because the more kills when you do a four-man gank on one lane, and if you just get the turret, it won't be enough, because the turret gold gets divided amongst the 4 players, so it's not enough for you guys to get an item. So you need to perhaps get a kill along with it to execute this style and perhaps generate pressure on another lane. But if that was not the case, Venom Esports got the turret and backed off, and they did not aggress forward on Martis BFM. They did not try to pressure the players. Martis BFM were calm and composed to this aggression. They made sure they let Venom Esports have the things in the early game their way, but when the fights broke out around the objectives, they showcased how Martyrs BFM were still even into the game and made sure they could get back in and generate their own advantages.
Very well said. And even we're talking about the Team Venom. If you do, in the very start, as you said, the Team Martyrs actually gave them a chance, actually let them do whatever they wanted to. And that was the Team Venom getting 2 towers into the early stage for themselves as well. But after composing the whole situation, Team Martyrs actually came in for the clutch. They made sure that the Team Venom, after some time, panics. And when that panic actually happened, happened onto the Team Venom, this was the cue for the Team Martyrs to over-aggress onto the Team Venom, getting kills for themselves. And at that point in the panic situation, Team Venom strategy was already out of the window. They couldn't even do it. They wasn't able to revise their strategy, compromise their strategy into this whole case scenario and everything. They couldn't re-objectify their whole strategy. They couldn't think of any other strategy, in which case they went all out, all 4 or 5 players into the same position. And even after that, into that desperate situation to eliminate the Team March's players, Team March's actually had tanks with them to tank out that damage, to tank out all of that damage that the Team Venom actually do onto them, and provide them with a huge blow into the damage side, and making sure that they also bleed, but making sure that the Team of Venom, if they do bleed, the Team Martis bleed, they make sure that the Team Venom actually dies into that scenario.
Yes, indeed. As you said correctly, like they utilized the tanks very well. They made sure that that Scud and Arthur pick was utilized perfectly. They soaked up all the damage. They made sure that all the burst damage that comes through from the side of Venom Esports gets soaked up completely, and allowing their own carries to fall back into their back line and just burst them out completely after seeing that their own tanks have soaked up all the damage. That means the enemy team's abilities have gone on cooldown. That's their avenue to go in, and that's when Martis BFM aggressed.
That is when the Team Martis BFM definitely aggressed, and this the aggression that we saw, even though they were not over aggressing into the situation, it was kind of an over aggress for the Team Venom Esports into this whole case, as we know and we both saw that the team of Martis Esports, BFM Dementors, that they were actually going for those Slayer kills before actually aggressing into this whole scenario, whole case situation. As we saw elimination of the Team Venom, 4 of them got eliminated. Even after that, the Team Martis did not straight up go went for that aggression. They went for that Slayer, the Dark Slayer. They eliminated that. The Abyssal Slayer was defeated. They spawned it into the mid side. They utilized its pace with theirs, made sure that as soon as the Team Venom comes towards the Slayer, towards them side, they eliminate them, not giving out enough a chance. That was the cue that they actually defended eliminated the base tower. Not just the base tower, but the third tower into the mid lane as well, making their way slowly but surely to the base tower, eliminating it as well. As we saw, 2 or 3 players of the Team Venom actually was trying to defend into that desperate situation to make sure that the Slayer actually gets eliminated, the Team Martyrs actually get eliminated, but they were not able to do that, as none of the Team Martyrs players were looking out for them. They were not giving out enough attention to them, but they were giving out their whole attention to the base tower at that point.
Yes, because it was just too much pressure being generated from all 3 sides. Because
Definitely.
before that Slayer play came through, the Martyrs BFM aggressed very like in numbers to the top side. What they did very well was they took down the tier 2 turret of the tier on the Slayer lane, allowing their entrance to be exposed to the third turret from the Venom Esports side to the top side, which meant that Venom Esports always had to send one member to the Slayer lane, making sure they could have to like counter one, putting them other members on the other side outnumbered, and allowing Martis BFM to just aggress forward with no pressure of having like the outnumber fight, because they were the ones pressuring the map. They were pressuring all 3 lanes at the same time. And once again, as we go into the face off, Martis BFM and Venom Esports will go into the second game.
Definitely, Venom and Martyrs, the BF Dementors, are actually going to go for their second game this time around. And once again, we will see in a short time whether if they're going to use the same composition again, Riddle. If they do, actually, that may just be an easy win for either of the teams, because they knew what the other team's strategy will be. So they have to be really thinking about the picks that they do right now, and even the bans. If they're actually, there's 4 total bans. Are they gonna ban the crucial heroes for each of the teams. Are they actually going to do that? Are they actually going to do their homework in this case scenario? In which case, Team Martyr's position have been their strategy has been compromised, but the Team Venom, after losing the first match, they know which heroes to ban. Maybe they're going to ban those heroes, making the strategy for themselves, making a comeback even for themselves in this whole case scenario as well. But only the time will tell as we go into that draft for the pick off of the heroes. And Riddle, once again, I have to ask you this question in this scenario. This time around, after being pressured, after Team Venom is having the pressure right now for themselves, do you really think they can actually perform themselves, or is it the end for them?
I think it comes down to the draft right now. Like this draft has come through right now. I think this is the deciding factor. Now I think Venom Esports need to revise their strategy, rethink what their plan is, and as you can see, they have done it right now. They have picked Hayate first. Their dragon lane, they have taken their dragon laner first instead of focusing on the top side like they did in the last game. Meanwhile, on the other side, Martis BFM also answering back with the mid lane and a mid lane pick with Crixie and a Safony for the ADC.
Definitely, Crixie and Caffeine was from the team Martyrs, BF Dementors. But look at that, Hayate, Liliana, and Tachi, all three of them straight up taken without even a second thought. They know the team Venom this time around know what they're actually doing after seeing those band composition from the team Martyrs, the BF Dementors. They're actually going for this composition. In which case, talking about Tachi, Liliana, and Hayate, as you already said, Hayate is the Dragon Lane one. He's going to go for that Dragon Lane. Maybe this time around, they're going to focus on the Dragons, the Slayers, for themselves, not giving out the Team Martyrs a chance, as we already seen to the back match in the last match. Team Martyrs, they were actually focusing on the Dragons and the Slayers. The Team Venom was not actually giving out enough thinking about the Dragons and the Slayers. So that was their demise. They were not giving out even for the blue buff or the red buffs. They couldn't regenerate mana or even the attack situation for themselves. And even talking about the levels of the heroes, even we saw the team Martyrs having 15 levels, 2 or 3 players, 2 or 3 heroes for themselves, even before that the team Venom was even level 14.
Yes, because it was like because the objectives, they were taking objectives very well. They're pressuring
Definitely.
the map very well. They did not rely on the kills. They did not focus on getting kills. They made sure that they could just generate XP by taking neutral objectives. That's what got them the early level ups against Venom Esports. And as we
Definitely.
go into
As
the second ban phase, we can see that there's this
definitely.
Varus ban and a Cricknack ban. You can see they're targeting
Oh my god.
the jungle and a Slayer lane from the side of Martyrs BFM. Venom Esports right now they have locked in their top mid and ADC with the Hayate, Liliana, Tachi. Meanwhile, on the other side, you can see Crixie, Caffney, Omen, meaning they also have answered back with their 3 laners. Now it comes down to the jungle and support, which Martyrs BFM answered with an Elendor. That's a good pick. Now it's the matter of how they utilize it.
Definitely, it's a matter of how they actually utilize it. As with the first match going into their favor, it's going to be not only just a great choice, but also a confidence boost into their situation as well. Their mind is going to be calm and composed compared to the team Venom, in which case they're going to be panicking whether they should actually pick these heroes, whether they should pick these heroes for the counter defendants as well or not, as this is the only chance that they're going to have if they lose even this match. There is no third match going out for the team Venom. Venom is straight up going to move into the lower bracket side where we will see them go into that, try to win out their situation in those matches, into these particular matches in the lower brackets for a second chance, for a second revival chance. But once again, Team Venom Esports taking Lumber and Kira for themselves. And as we talk about the team matches, they're this time around thinking before taking the final pick as well.
I feel like this the Lumber pick has thrown off Martyrs BFM. The Lumber is because Lumber was like one of the best supports opened up for them right now. Seeing that Martyrs BFM had banned out the supports themselves, so now they have to go for a
Oh my god.
standard healing pick by Piura. They have like good job by Venom Esports was that they forced Martyrs BFM to take this Pura pick, because I feel like the comp that Martyrs BFM are running, they would have loved to have that lumber for themselves, but Venom Esports countered that by taking the lumber by themselves, and assigning along with it was a Kira for the jungle.
Definitely, Kira is for the jungle, Lumber is for a good tank and a good support. But moving on to the team matches, right now they have a one healer into their composition. How is that gonna play out? We will have to see, as the healer also needs to be into a safer side. As if the healer gets taken down, there's nothing the rest of the players actually can do against that lumber composition if the lumber actually comes forward for that aggression onto the team. But once again, we have to see how Pura is actually going to be a decisive factor for the teams, or even a lender, as you already said, it's a good composition taking from their side. Are they actually going to be able to fully utilize that? They have a better composition. They have a better, what do you call it? The
Draft, a better
confidence
draft.
for themselves, a better draft, a better confidence for themselves into this whole kit scenario. But Team Venom, they're going to be this time, if they're actually calm and composed, they can pull it off. They have a good composition for themselves. They even
Yes.
force the team matches to go for that healer.
Yes, they like. I feel like the comp that the Mars BFM was running initially, they would have loved to have this lumber for themselves, but unfortunately, good counter pick comes through from Venom Esports, which forces them to take the Pura pick. And as you can see, we'll be getting into the game right now, and we'll be seeing the action unfold. Venom Esports back against the wall. Martyrs Esports at match point right now. They need to. We need to see some amazing performances come through from Venom Esports in order to get back into the game.
Definitely, they need to make sure that they come back into the game, as this is the final chance for the team Venom into the upper bracket. If they are not able to stay calm and composed, if they're not able to devise a good strategy against the team Martyrs right now, this may just be it for them, and they will move towards the lower bracket. Well, once again, we will see how the team Martyrs is actually gonna play out this composition, how they're actually gonna aggress and hold out their position, as we already saw into the first game as well, as both of the teams were not over aggressing. They were not going straight up for the aggression, as they were staying into the safer side. But once this fight actually starts, as this fight actually begins, the Hayate composition, the other composition, how they're actually going to happen. Because in which case, if we do talk about the scenarios of the composition, once again, you said that the team Venom this time around has a better composition than the team Martyrs. But can Martyrs actually pull this off for themselves in this case? Because if they actually do, it's an easy win. They will not lose a single match into the first round, into the first best of three, and move towards the next bracket for themselves.
Yes, indeed. But I feel like Venom Esports, it's their match to lose, because the picks on their side are so well. Like they're one of the best picks in the meta, I would say. In my personal opinion, I think these are the best picks in the meta, and them having like at least three of them, this puts them in a winning condition. And if they were to not pull it off, then I think it was destined for Martyrs BFM to take this series from the beginning.
Definitely, I have to agree with that. But once again, we're back into the game, Riddle, and talking about the team composition. Venom this time around is straight up going for that mid composition, as Hayate is going for that bottom lane. And talking about the team matches, there are three into a single position of three players: top lane, mid lane, and the bottom lane. As the rest two, the healers and the warriors, they're into the jungle side.
So we can see like this is like a trend you can notice from the last game. Venom Esports did a similar strat where they would like go three or four people into groups, and like the other team would rather stay in their lane with one or two members. So you can see like the roles have swapped in a way that both teams are now doing a different strat. Like they're redoing each other's strategy right now. And you can see this. There's a fight probably building up here in the mid lane. As you can see, the members are colliding, and there's going to be a pick off in the mid lane on the Omen. The Omen can perhaps collapse, and this might be a kill on the Omen.
Yeah.
But no, Omen survives, and the Mars
No.
BFM get the advantage. Mars BFM get the kills. It's a kill or for Risky.
This is what I
Ugh.
call the calm composition. Two players were at the same time against three players with Team Marches. They called out all of their players, making the composition 4 against 2 or 3. And even on top of that, they're trying to get that Slayer for themselves. But we have to see who got that Slayer. Martyr actually got that Slayer for themselves. And not only just the Slayer, look at that. They even have the Dragon for themselves, even the Dragon kill for themselves, and on top of that, a Slayer, a great buff for themselves right now against the team Venom Esports. They're straight up pushing a Venom into a corner this time around, as we see Team Venom going for the bottom lane and the top lane, as 2 players in the top lane and 2 players in the bottom lane against the team Martyrs, in which case the top lane is being held out by 1 player from the team Martyrs, but the bottom lane it's being surrounded by 4 players. Just look at that. The Vulture, the Eagle may just be destroyed for a great comeback, for a great ESP situation, in which case they will know how the team is actually moving forward into the jungle side, into the team Venom's jungle side. But once again, after killing that Eagle, they're going straight up into the bottom side, bottom lane, even eliminating the first tower. Both sides have finally taken off the first towers. Venom Esports and Martyrs Dementors, this time around, the fight is going equal, in which case Martyrs inside of the kill section, they have a better chance. Even on the gold section, even on the economy section, they have a 3k difference in this case scenario. And talking about the kills, it's a 1 versus 4 kills difference against Team Venom and Martyrs.
Taurus, I think this might be another contested fight right now, but you can see right now in this whole early game, Martyrs BFM are the ones forcing out the plays right now. They are the ones doing the confident plays, and they will be able to take this Abyssal Dragon. And once again, another pick comes through for Martyrs BFM, and now they're running Venom Esports down. You can see Zen is all the way through into the jungle. He wants the kills. He's going in aggressively, and unfortunately, he might not be able to get anyone back, but you can see there's a pressure going down in the mid lane, and this could be another fight. And once again, when the assassination is, Zen gets the kill on the Hayate. Hayate is down.
They're
And
not even
once
giving
again-
out enough time to the team of Venom to actually stand up for themselves, as we see only one of the players from the team Martyrs was eliminated in the very start of the match, and after that, not a single one of them got eliminated. Team Venom, they're trying their level best to aggress onto the team, aggress onto the players, get the kills for themselves. But as we see the team Martyrs actually holding out to themselves, actually making sure that no one passes through them, getting minions kills, getting the towers for themselves. And even on top of that, look at that, 1 Slayer buff and 2 Dragon buff for themselves. We can actually just assume how crucial is it going to be for themselves after getting those 2 Dragon buffs. They're going to be on top of that aggression. Oh my god, look at that. 1 player down of the team Martyrs, 2 players down, 3.
Wizards on the backline. Wizards on the backline right now. This could be the fight, but no, look at the damage coming through from Ank. Ank just completely shuts down the play from Wizard. And once again, Martyrs BFM positioning themselves so correctly. They're not allowing the Venom Esports to enter back in, and they will be opening up the turret on the Slayer lane perhaps. This might be that's the first base turret opened. There's a first base turret open, and this will be a tier 2 going down in the mid lane. And I feel like Venom Esports, they have crumbled. They have crumbled completely.
They've crumbled after this first match, I have to say it. In this match, they're not even being given out a chance to stand up against the team Martyrs, in which case, look at that. Economy is a total difference of 6,000 gold. And on top of that, Team Venom, as they do not even have a single Dragon or Slayer buff, this is the crucial position for themselves. And on top of that, Team Martyrs is actually going for, once again, another Slayer. They're going to get it. The Slayer has been defeated. They might just spawn it and go straight up for that base tower to eliminate it. The fight has actually begun. The Team Venom finally getting Zen eliminated, getting out another kill for themselves. The fight is happening. In this case scenario, the team Martyrs, even after losing one of their players, they're not backing off. They're not going into the backside. They're straight up going for that aggression, in which case the base tower, mid-base tower, has also been taken down. And there we have it. The aggression is real. The team Martyrs is not giving out enough chance of the team Venom to hold out for themselves. The 4 versus 4 fight is actually happening, in which case Martyrs actually lost 2 players, in which case scenario Venom lost 1. But right now, talking about the healers, the healer is actually doing its job, giving out enough healing to the team Martyrs, the BF Dementors, and making sure that all 3 of them actually goes towards the base side as well.
Martyrs BFM, they have outplayed Venom Esports on every aspect of the game. They have they played the same style like as Venom Esports did in the last game, but they're perfecting it once again. Wizard going in too aggressively, and now Wizard is just doing a Hail Mary play, but I don't know if that's going to be enough because he does not have the health items to perhaps tank them very well. Like, look, you can see one or two abilities is just enough to chunk him down completely. And you can see now Martyrs BFM is just for playing in their enemy team's jungle. They're not allowing Venom Esports to get through it. They're just Zen is a one-man wall right now, blocking pathways from every entrances. And this is going to be another Abyssal Dragon. This is going to be another Abyssal Dragon falling in favor of Mars BFM. And right now, this the only turret that stands in the way is the bottom tier 2 and tier 3. So this could be the game decider in a way for both sides right now. Venom Esports, they need to win this fight or else it's going to be it.
That's going to be it if they're not able to hold out there. And right now in this case scenario, in which case, talking about the team matches, giving out, they're not straight up going for that base tower actually. They're actually, before going for the base tower, they're eliminating the side towers and the top tower as well, in which case there's only one tower left. 3 dragons, 2 slayers, 33 economy, and on top of that, talking about the Venom side, only 1 tower and 29k economy. I don't think it's things are looking good for the team Venom in this case scenario, in which case, look at that, Win has been eliminated, second player also has been eliminated, Wizard, Hercules dies. What is going on? Only 2 players left. Even Error has been eliminated.
They all are down, and
This
is going to be it.
Elimination is happening.
Going to
Team
be
Venom
it.
full was destroyed, and Team Martyrs taking out that chance for themselves, getting that second. I think at 12 minutes, less than 12 minutes or something. That was just amazing.
This has been a domination. This has been a domination. Like, very well played by Mars BFM. Mars BFM have stepped up big time. They completely stole the show from start to finish, and they will progress forward into the upper bracket. Meanwhile, Venom Esports drops to the lower bracket. They have another chance, but it's now their backs against the wall. Like, Mars BFM outclassed them every way possible.
Definitely. If I have to say, it was total abomination of the team of Venom, as well as they couldn't even stood a chance in that case scenario. They were being taken down one by one, and even in the very end, after eliminating the towers, they did not went for the base towers. Straight up, they went for those elimination. They were giving them a head start that we are gonna not just eliminate your tower. Now we're not just gonna delete your towers, but we're also gonna delete you, eliminate you before we go for that base tower.
Style points. They were going for the style points. They wanted to just do it the right way, clean
At
up
that
the
point,
fights,
they were showing
then
off.
close out the game. Yes,
At
they
that
were
point,
too
they
far
were
ahead.
showing off.
Indeed, like they were so far ahead into this game. Like they did last game, it felt competitive. It felt a bit back and forth. But this game, start to finish, when Martyrs BFM crushed them completely.
There was no chance of them actually doing it. But once again, we're going back to the highlights. The best case scenario, the best highlights for the last match that we saw. But this time around, if we do look in the composition of the team of Venom, again, a Riddle, we saw that they did not even try to get one Slayer or even one Dragon for themselves. They were straight up going for those aggression onto the red buff, blue buffs, and the minions. They were not going for the tower, the Slayer buffs or the Dragon buffs, and that was what their demise was. That is what's making them lack out into this whole case scenario. Even in the first match, they did not went for the tower, the dragons or the slayers. They went for the players. They went for the buffs, but not the dragon buffs or the slayer buff. I have to say, after this match, after witnessing it is the crucial thing that you need to get into this whole case scenario. If you're not able to get them, I don't think you can actually survive. And the only reason that the team matches actually had the upper hand, total annihilation upper hand onto the team Venom, was because of the Slayer buffs and the Dragon buff for themselves.
Yes, indeed. I feel like the teams did not prioritize the objectives at all. Like Venom Esports did not prioritize the objectives in the second game at all, and it's because of the pressure applied by Martis BFM. Martis BFM in the first game, they did not play any aggressive. They were holding. They were the team playing defensively, but coming into the second game, they
Definitely.
completely switched up the play style from like they they completely flipped the switch. Like they really just went from being defensive to fully aggressive. They were the ones pushing Venom Esports back. Venom Esports did not know how to answer. They were, I think, starstruck by Martyrs BFM. Martyrs
The
BFM just
aggression.
outplayed them. Yes, they
They
just did
were
not know how
struck
to
by
answer
their
it at all.
aggression. They did not even had any chance of coming back, making a comeback in this scenario. Even we saw in the highlights that even like in 12 minutes marker, the whole team, the whole tower situation, not just the whole tower, but the whole team was also eliminated into this whole case scenario, making an easy win for the team miners. Like they were not going for the towers, they were not going for that base tower, they were going for the players. They were showing out their aggression. They were testing out their abilities, not only in the first match with their defense, but this time around with their aggression. And even choosing that lower, I have to say, a healer into their scenario. That healer, I think,
Mm.
was a crucial in that base tower situation. In which case, we saw a huge damage onto the team Martyrs, but the healer came in with the clutch, healed the whole team up, giving them enough chance to over-regress into the situation. And Noodles is that guy that is the MVP for this match with the kill that assist ratio of 4, 1, and 11. 11 assists, I have to say, a riddle. Look at that. But the damage gets towards the 55,000 ratio. MVP points is 13.5, kill part is 93.8, and the roll gold difference is 1,114.
Noodle perfected the job of an ADC. Noodle made sure he delivered to his role. His job was to be the consistent damage dealer, and so he did with the 11 assist, 93 kill participation, and with a 4-1 score line. It's amazing to look at. And as we go into the player face off, the side by side comparison of both ADCs, you can see that Hayate pick was utilized to an extent correctly from Venom Esports. Clear, but it wasn't enough. Like Venom Esports
Look at
fell
his
under the
KP.
pressure and crumbled. Yeah, like the kill participation on
Look
the
at the
side of Venom Esports, like Error did everything he could for Venom Esports, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough.
was
100%
enough.
kill participation and a 363 score line. Just
363 scoreline, and the goal difference was like 6,000 for the team of Venom, and one like maybe 7,000 for the team Martyrs. But we're seeing the team face off this time around, in which case, so Venom in total got 6 kill, 1 towers, 0 slayers for themselves, and 30,000 gold in total. But on the other hand, team Martyrs, that just dominated the whole situation, got 16 kills, 8 towers, 2 slayers, and 35,000, almost 36,000 gold for themselves. So we can just see almost a 6,000 gold difference, 7 difference of the towers, and 2 slayers difference. But on talking about the kills, it's a total of 10 kills difference against the team of Venom this time around. But the way that the team Martyrs actually played it off, the way that you said they actually flipped up the switch to the aggression mode and straight up went for the annihilation of the other team, it was just amazing.
yes, like you perfectly said. Like right now, like I am starstruck. Like wow, like the improvisation from it's such quick in just split moment. They just went from like, oh, we'll play a calculated style into, oh, we're just gonna kill you. We're just gonna kill you.
We're
We're
gonna
gonna
go
take the
all
objective.
out.
Yeah, we're just not gonna stop. We're not gonna stop pressing the gas pedal. We're just gonna keep on aggressing, making sure you have no way back into the game. Like they just shut down that carry focus comp of Venom Esports into a split second. Like they from start to finish, Martis BFM have outplayed and countered Venom Esports till the very end. Like from game one to game two, it's just clean sweep for Martis BFM.
Definitely, it was a clean sweep for the Martes BF Dementors, actually. In which case scenario, that is the team that is going to move forward into the next bracket, and the team Venom, they're going to be given out a second chance into the lower bracket side against the rest of the team. That is going to happen in some times. That is going to fight against each other, try to win either the upper bracket or the lower bracket for themselves. But once again, both Bangladesh country teams against each other, we saw how the team actually picked off, whether it was their local composition, whether it was their international composition. Both of the teams actually tried their level best, and we have to appreciate that. They tried their level best. They did everything that they could into their powers till the very end. And the best thing in this whole case scenario was that they did not give up. And no matter what the situation was, we did not saw in this case scenario Team Venom into the very end. Even as they were losing, they did not lose hope, but they were waiting out for that one opportunity. They were waiting out for that one moment that they could outshine the Team Martyrs and make sure that the composition was into their favor into that situation as well. But once again, Team Martyrs did a great job. They were calm and composed compared to the Team Venom, if I have to say. After the first match, they were slowly into that situation that they were panicking. Their strategy may have went out of the window or something like that. They may have panicked. They may have not revised their strategy into this situation in this case scenario. But once again, Team Martyrs, great job to them. It was amazing that they the way that they actually played, and the Team Venom as well. A great job indeed with the workout. But once again, we're going into the
English cast in Nitul and Zion. I think they do now. They go now.
Hello there,
Uh,
and today we're here at the second game, it
hello.
seems. I'm here with Riddle, my man. What's up? I saw you casting the
What's
first game.
up?
It's really amazing.
Yes, thank you for having me, Zion. It's an amazing like first game. The first series was amazing to watch. I'm as excited for the second one, and we're like coming into the second series right now. I am pumped up. The first game was amazing to watch, and I'm as excited for the second one as well. What do you think of this
Yes.
so far of the first game?
The first game, I totally enjoyed it. I was watching from there, like so many actions going on. The first game was absolutely amazing, but the second game, you say it was, I would say it was pretty much one-sided. The Marches totally destroyed them first hand, like single-handedly. I would say that's because of the panics, because when Venom Esports lost their first game, they were under so much pressure and panic in the second game that they couldn't maintain their posture, and that's exactly what happened. And Marches took the advantage of that pressure and applied it such goodly that they were totally annihilative throughout the whole game, and they took it with such an ease. And the second game, I
Yes,
believe, would
like
be between Armada and Cambodia, right?
yes, yes, indeed. Like you said, like the pressure got to Venom Esports. Venom Esports were playing a very defensive game first few fights. Like the moment the game started slipping out of their hand, they would resort to defense mode or completely hail mary fights, which never work if you're on the back foot. Like this would only work if you're like even in the game, but if you're on a back foot, if you're just doing random plays, it will not work out at all. And Martyrs BFM were able to counter that. But enough said. We're going to the second game. We have V Armada uh, and versus Impunity Cambodia. What do you think of so
Yep.
far, Zion?
Um, Last game was between a team from, both of the teams were from same country, so it was like a one country battle. But right now we have two countries fighting each other, not physically, of course. It will be a country versus country in the game. No feelings attached here, but yeah, it will be amazing because we'll see. Of course, these teams who are fighting in these top 8 teams are the best teams representing their countries, right? So they're no joke. So we have one of the best teams of Bangladesh is going against one of the best teams of Cambodia. So this is going to be very interesting to see what and how will they represent their country in this international stage here. And I'm totally excited to see that. Actually, after the first game, it was pretty much, I would say, still local, but right now we are at the international level where people are here to see the international stages of this game of Southeast Asia qualifiers. I mean, South Asia
So right
qualifiers.
now, in this current series, I'm the neutral guy. I have the neutral ground. I'm not
Yeah.
representing Cambodia or Bangladesh, but you on your hand. So what do you think of this series? Give your insight from in depth. Like, what do you think? How does V Armada have a chance against Impunity Cambodia?
Um, by far, like looking back at how Armada used to play their game, I believe if they get their strong heroes, if they get their comfort heroes, they can perform pretty well. I mean, they've came all the way here to be the top 4 from Bangladesh, and they're no joke, of course. So I believe their favorite heroes like Hayate and their favorite some heroes like Omen, if they get those heroes, I think they can really perform really well. And it depends on the draft actually. And about the Cambodian team, um, they're also one of the best teams of Cambodia. So they will try not to give. I mean, they obviously in the main stage they will be studying the opponent. So if they ban out those heroes, that's gonna be hard for Armada. But of course, I am from Bangladesh and I will be rooting for Armada. But I wanna see more than that. I wanna see a really great game, a really great fight, because when you witness the great fights with your own eyes, nothing is better than that as a caster. So I love watching these games. And so even though I will be rooting for one team, if even if Armada loses, I will still be happy to see such an amazing game. But let's see a really good fight. So do you have I'm no I know you are neutral, so do you have any choices from your end?
I, I'm gonna support your. I'm gonna support my casting duo here. I'm gonna Armada as well since you're my casting duo for this game. I will wish if they get the win, but overall, I would love to see an action-packed game from both sides. Like
And yep.
here, we can see the
uh,
bracket,
and the bracket we
and
have
yeah,
here
as you
is
can see,
the upper bracket round of 8, and Venom Esports versus Mart is already over. Mart is taking the victory, going to the upper bracket semifinals, and with next game we have is We Armada versus Impunity Cambodia, and after that will be followed up by Agon Esports from Pakistan. I believe that's what you're waiting for,
Yes,
Riddle
yes,
versus We
yes, indeed.
OPX. And then we have to finish up the upper brackets, we have Starry Hope versus Vainglorious. Also something you've been waiting for, Riddle. So these two games
Yes,
are
indeed.
what brings you the joy.
Yes, indeed. Like exciting games from start to finish. But we gotta focus on V Armada versus Impunity Cambodia right now. This is the game
Right.
to decide right now. Like this is the game to be focusing on right now. So by like stylistic matchups, what would you define the ways of V Armada compared to Impunity Cambodia? Have you seen Impunity Cambodia play before? If you have, give your insights on it.
I've seen them play I say once or twice, so I don't have like very high idea of how they play, but about We Armada, as I said, like I've seen them play in a basic strategy style where they pick these heroes and they try to set up these strategies, like try to get their marksmen to be fat, and then they play around that marksman, and or maybe they have a really good mage in the mid lane where they focus on that mage and try to fight with that. But yeah, in the end, I think it all ends up with their draft. So yeah, I'll be excited to see what kind of draft We Armada brings in here. Obviously they were really practicing really hard for these main stages, and they've all already came up with a lot of strategies, I believe, and that's what we're that's what I'm expecting to see, like some strategies from them, which might get them the glory.
Okay, so you can say like in a way for to describe V Armada, they like to play a funnel comp where they like put all of their resources into one hyper carry, whether being your marksman or your mage. And on the other side for Impunity Cambodia, like we don't have that much intel on them, but I'm sure they have their own unique play style improvised into the games. I'm sure we're gonna be seeing it here live, their international stylistic play style showcasing what makes them so unique and how they have ended up at this stage here today.
So, what do you think about this like matchup between like a team from Cambodia going up against a team from Bangladesh? I believe they are gonna collect intel on each other, and if you think that they have a fixed strategy, like if Cambodia have a fixed strategy, or maybe if we Armada have a fixed strategy, and one of them just counters each other's strategy, what do you think? What will happen to them? Do you think they will be able to come up with a counter strategy like straight away, or they'll just panic and
that that
mess it up?
that just comes down to their homework. That just comes down to their homework. Have they work done the work to perhaps like counter strats? Have they Do they have more in their pockets? Do they have more drafts ready in their mind? Like can they like reevaluate and redesign their comps in a way? If it's not going to work out the first time, I'm sure the teams have to showcase a different strat, because we saw the first series Venom Esports. They they had a first draft, they did the similar strat and it did not work out. And when they got into the second game, they tried to use the same strat that they lost to in the last game, but again they're facing their team that beat them with that strat. Of course they know how to counter that strat. So in a way you need to make sure that you have various styles ready at the time. This is not a one stylistic game. Like you need to make sure you can play around different things around the map, sometimes around kills, sometimes around objectives.
Yep, and one of the greatest things about these events, like this is such a big scale event that whenever you're playing, doesn't matter how good you are on that main stage. When you're playing, when you're live, when you have the phone in your hand, there's a chance that you might really be under such a pressure, and you will like start to panic, right? You'll start to panic. So what will be you've casted a lot of tournaments, and by with your experience, what do you think players should do in order to get rid of this panic state and have more confidence?
I think the teams need to just talk to one another, communicate better. Like teams need to communicate with each other with good, strong communication. You can calm each other's down. Like I feel like if one player is getting on the nerves, they need to just communicate with their teammates, make some calls, fall back, rethink, and it's okay. Like if you feel like you're under pressure, you should talk to your teammates. These guys are your friends on the map and outside the game, so you need to be in touch with them, communicate with them in a way. If you're feeling the pressure, like you need to not just keep it all in, you need to communicate with the team.
Yep, I believe communication is one of the best things that a team can achieve in the esports scene, competitive scene. Because if you don't have communication with your team, I don't think there's any competitive actions in the team. So whenever there's a team forming, the first advice for me to them would be build up your communications. I think that's what Venom Esports lacked in the second game, which is why they panicked and they started messing things up. Like I said, like you mentioned, they apply the same strategy from the first game in the second game, but the reason they lost is because they were lacking communications there. Some of the miscommunications turned out bad on them. Maybe they use the strategy because they are confident on the strategy, and we know like you gotta play your comfort, your confidence zone in the professional state. You can't just play random stuff up. So whatever you're comfortable with, I think Venom Esports was comfortable with that draft and they played that draft. But the thing that got them behind was miscommunication. And if they solved that, maybe the results of the game were a bit different. Maybe it wouldn't be a one-sided game. Instead, it would be something much more fun or something much more aggressive to watch. But as you said, like their stats, some kind of fell off, and the other team, of course, did their homework and knew how to counter their strategy, and that's how they kept pushing them back and making Venom Esports play the defensive play. And Martyrs BF, they absolutely dominated and won the second game. And if something similar happens to the next game, where we see Impunity goes up against Armada, maybe we'll have a one-sided game as well. But I recall all the players out there, please do not panic and have a build strong communications, because Riddle said so, and I also agree with him that communication is really important. And you guys obviously are one of the best teams and one of the best players of South Asia, and you are here to represent your countries. You gotta be at your best state, so don't let these small things bother you and carry on with your game. And
Correctly said, Zion. You said it perfectly. Like it's the pressure. I know it's there. It's This is the big stage. I get it. But right now, like players need to just be as close to one another as they can, because they need to be open with one another. They don't have to, maintain that what do we say, poker face. Right now, you can be open to one another and just communicate with the slight bit of things. Like even if it's the smallest thing, you need to just communicate with each other.
yep. And this is one of the
And
greatest team. What makes them great? And whoever has the best communication shall win. And now we have the face-off screen where Impunity from Cambodia, named Impunity Cambodia, will go up against the team of Bangladesh, which is called We Armada. And this is the second game for Grand Finals today here at the Arena of Valor South Asia Grand Finals.
exciting matchups to look into. It's just we are going to be seeing amazing clashes from, like, finally with the international. It's no longer the domestic rivalries. We're going over all over the Asia. We're right now going to
Yep.
see the next big clash. So the excitement, the build up, the everything around this. How do you contain it? How do you contain this excitement? Because it's one of your country players going against another
Yes.
country.
It's
How do
really
you do
exciting
it?
to watch, and I'm really honored to be here to cast the thing for my country. And without any further ado, we are here at the game already. The draft is started, and we'll see the both teams are applying their strats with one another. And you see the Lorian pick coming in from Impunity Cambodia. And what do you think about this pick? The first pick going off with the Lorian.
I think it's a very strong, has good roam potential, shape up the team fights completely. Like Lorian is, like, I think one of the best champions to, like, utilize into turning the fights around completely. On the other side, Mr. Back with, like, prioritizing their ADC. Like you said, they want to prioritize one of the hyper carries from their side, and bring that up with an Iram pick. What do you think of
And yeah,
this?
yeah, as I mentioned, like Hayate, I've seen them play Hayate, and they're really comfortable around this hero, and this is what they're going for. So obviously, they're gonna play their comfort heroes, and we are Armada securing their Hayate pick at first. Not gonna waste the chance to get it when they have it, when they have the chance to pick that hero, and they will do so, and they will just secure the hero, not let the enemies ban. And meanwhile, we see Impunity Cambodia also coming up with some of the counter picks. We see Volkat and Valheim coming in. Valheim is their marksman, I believe, right? So what do you think about Valheim? Like they revealed their marksman already, Impunity Cambodia.
I think they're using the same that Venom Esports utilized in the second game, where they would reveal their top, their mid, their ADC in the first pick phase, and perhaps strong support in jungle duo in the second ban phase. And meanwhile, on the other side, we had to pull off a similar strategy of Martyrs, BF, Determers. I'm sorry if their name I mispronounced it. We Armada are utilizing a
Okay,
similar
there's UA as well.
Yes, UA, like they're just prioritizing the similar draft strat. They're just using the one side of the map. They can pick and then pair off either on the top side or to the bottom side. And as we go into the second ban phase, we Armada take off Tachi. What is this?
As you mentioned that, yeah, absolutely amazing. Look at the Armada side. They picked UA, the new hero, and I believe this is one of the like literally very strong OP heroes. So, what do you think about that? Like their draft is kind of looking strong to me.
I think it's like I think they just got a miracle pick. I'm surprised Yui was not prioritized in the
Yeah.
last series, but I think seeing it now being picked, we Armada shine on it in a way. They should showcase why this pick was such an OP pick, and it's one of the newer characters. The people will be excited to see how it gets played on the professional stage.
Yes, I'm absolutely gonna be excited to see these heroes because everyone's been calling this hero a broken hero. But on the other side, they are banning some heroes like Liliana, I think, and they still haven't revealed a lot of their heroes. We Armada, so we still have two big major picks coming in from them. So this Lorion and Volkat from Impunity Cambodia, do you think they can take down Hayate?
Volkat is a strong pick. If he gets going, I think he can take down more than 2-3 champs in a go. Like, while he's a consistent ADC, he can dish out consistent damage. But if you pair a Lorien's ultimate CC along with a Volkat's relentless rage with his ultimate, I feel like they can chain a very good combination, Impunity Cambodia, with their Lorien and Volkat. And seeing Hayate, he's not a mobile ADC, so if they were to get on the backline, I think Armada will face a very huge problem. But I think getting in Arthur for that, I think he's gonna be a good front line to buy themselves time and to reposition.
Yep, that Arthur pick like solves all the problem you just mentioned. Like that front line is so when they have a Valdom to kind of support that Arthur pick there. So this is gonna be a bit interesting as I see these picks right now. Oh, and they have a Lubu right now. Okay, this is kind of getting interesting right now. Like this just got interesting. This literally just got interesting.
Yes.
After AV they picked Baldum. Like they were so sure about this combo. They just straight out picked without any time.
I feel like Impunity Cambodia have a game plan, and they have just gotten all the keys to it. Like they have all of the resources right now to this game. Right now, Impunity Cambodia have gotten everything they need with how fast they have picked up the draft. In same case, V Armada has also answered back with their like second draft phase. Like they answered with the Arthur and a Lubu, and I feel like it's a very standard comp. I would say you would see in a solo queue match. I believe it's going to be a solo queue-esque comp from V Armada's side. Meanwhile, Impunity Cambodia are relying on a mix of team fight and split push. So, seeing both drafts, what do you think of it? What do you think of the game for building up right now?
As I mentioned, like I have like very low intel on the Cambodia Impunity Cambodia team, but we Armada, I think they have picked they're comfort heroes. Like they've got Hayate, they've got Yue, they've got Arthur, and they've got Aram as well. So I believe they have what they need, and I'm hoping the same for Cambodia, because I don't want them to get a disadvantage on the draft. So it is what it is, and now we're in the game already. Draft wise, not sure who's the case, because on the left side you see. Okay, it seems quite amazing for both of the teams actually. Okay, in mid lane they're already engaged in a fight round right now. Death somehow surviving with the flicker over there. Both teams just doing a bit of poke with each other, but nothing's too serious here. Not a first blood yet on either of the teams yet. So still a lot going on in the mid lane. So the junglers going back to the jungler, and mid lane mages fighting with each other. What do you think about this? They have two people at the mid lane, Impunity Cambodia. And I think they're focusing their mid laner over here, and they're invading their jungler. Zero will be there to help them. Johnson falling pretty low. Johnson getting chased by Death here. Johnson goes to the other side to survive, but Anthem is there to stop him, but Anthem won't be able to catch him, and Johnson does manage to escape there. Meanwhile, Chaos tried to kill him and won't be able to do so.
Well, we're seeing a little bit of early action in this game. Well, we don't usually see that from Armada, because they like to play it slow. They like to take the game to the late game and surprise their opponent with some late game action. But this time, I think Cambodia is forcing them to fight here. But let's see what they do, if they want to change their strategy, or they want to fight in the early game.
Okay, we Armada meanwhile just took down a really early, like a 2-minute Slayer, I think, and that's gonna give them a really nice advantage. And now after taking the Slayer, they don't waste any time and they go straight into the fight, and they are pushing Impunity out here. Impunity Donut falling pretty low, and Impunity Donut will be taken out, and that's the first blood. And Armada will lose one of the members as well. Armada, they are winning the fight yet, but it seems like quite even right now, and both teams will lose one member each, and they will just respect each other and get back behind their towers right now. Johnson taken out by Blinken here, and that was a really even fight here with both teams not overcommitting here, so they just respect each other and fall back. What do you think about this fight after the Slayer?
Well, this fight actually favored Armada, because they're at 7k net worth, and whereas Cambodia got only 6.6, so they're ahead of 400 gold, and they will definitely try to utilize that. And look at that. Look at Arthur. He just poked Rez, and now Rez is out of the lane. Like, he needs to go to the base and heal himself.
Donut catches that here. And seems like a bit of an action coming in, but these are just pokes. And Death, he isn't cared of anybody, and now they're trying to go for the dragon.
But Death is in a little trouble here, because he is dealing with 3 members. But backup is coming.
Okay, they're still fighting over the dragon,
Donut is still surviving, and Donut will survive with 5 HP, and Death will almost go down, and Death will go down. He wanted to take down Donut, but Donut with 1 HP, and they're focusing on, oh my god, Cambodia is focusing on the Holy Dragon, but Donut, he needs to get out, but I don't think Blinking will let him go away, but now Donut will live to fight another day.
Yeah, absolutely. Like as you mentioned, the advantage we Armada had, they just came out of here and out of nowhere, and this was a kind of a piece of miscommunication from them, I think. So they weren't able to do much here, and the Impunity Cambodia will just walk away with 2 kills and making the score 4v3 right now. But yeah, in the end, Blinking, he gets jumped on by Johnson, but I think Blinking is safe. He is a tanky guy. Arthur is getting chased inside the tower. Johnson will get inside the tower and take the kill of Arthur, and he's one pukey boy right there, taking in on him just like that. And now they're gonna try to go for the dragon once again, but Armada are there. Impunity will take down another member, and that will be a pretty easy dragon for Impunity there, and this should give them the network lead right now. And Abyssal Dragon was taken out by Impunity. Armada tried to stop them, but they went one by one instead of going all together to do that, and that paid a really high price for them. But
Well,
on the other hand,
they not only
Uh-huh.
secured 2 kills in the bot lane, they also secured the tower of the bot lane. So their
Yep.
Armada is in real trouble because they lost the gold lead, and
Oh,
now Yui,
zero.
Yui going for Chaos will fall
Oh, look at the
down by Yui.
damage.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the damage. That
Yui is
damage
a
is
broken
absolutely
hero, by the way.
disastrous. Yeah, it is broken. I mean, look at those
They're
damage. The way she's throwing her spells, absolutely
They're moving
dementing the
forward.
opponents right now.
Donut is in trouble. Donut got only 50% HP and they cannot
Oh, they're getting
compete here. Oh, Armada will
Oh, and
secure
the
the
Dark
Slayer
Slayer.
and they're waiting for another fight, but will Cambodia give it to them? Because they're running out of one member because they lost one member here, and now Sun will try to get out of here.
And look, they just secured the mid tower, so now We Armada is also like not giving up, and they're trying to zone them out. Impunity is currently like scattered in their jungle, and We Armada just zoning them out so much in their jungle. There are like 3 people around here now. It's 2. Death, he's not done yet. He's still poking them around. Donut is waiting. I think they will go to the base to reset because they're pretty low on HP and they don't want to take risks. Because Yue, you know, you don't want to be low HP in front of this hero. And now look at him. They're jumping on him, and Jensen, they're going on him, and Jensen, he's staying alive. He's activating invulnerability, so he won't receive any damage right now. Jensen, that was quite a clutch play here, trying to survive against a 3v1 situation. Jensen, I have to salute him right now, but Impunity, they're not done yet. Now it's time for them to attack, and We Armada falling behind. They're going for 0-0, won't do anything. They try to go for Yue right now, but Yue don't want to take risk, and now Impunity want to take that mid tower to balance the game on their behalf, and I think they will be able to do so. And the tower is on 4 HP, and the tower will fall, and We Armada won't be able to do anything as Impunity just walks in strongly, aggressive movements from them, and just takes the mid tower just like that.
Well, their Armada actually went for the early fights in this game. I'm quite surprised by seeing their changing strategy, but I like the old strategy better because look at that. They already lost 2 towers in the early game, though they secured 2 Slayers, and on the other hand, Cambodia got only 1 Holy Dragon, but I don't think this will favor them much. But now the solo pickups will definitely give them. Yep, the solo pickups will definitely give them a lot of advantage, and now the Holy Dragon is here.
And now there's another Dragons up in 8 minutes, and also the Slayers up, and they will take the tier 2 mid tower, and this gives them a lot of opportunities, a lot of map openings for We Armada. We Armada are all over the place right now. Impunity will also take the top tier 1 tower, but objective wise, I would say Armada is currently dominating the game. And now look at Blinking going in without it being scared, because each of the teammates are surrounding them, and now I think Chaos is left alone here, and he has nothing to do as he gets killed by all the members from We Armada, and now they will walk towards the Slayer and take this Slayer, and I think this Slayer will be able to spawn, and they will use the Slayer to take another tower or another objective, or maybe win another team fight. Impunity is around to know, and now We Armada without any trouble takes the Infinite Slayer because Chaos is dead, and meanwhile Impunity is trying to take the Dragon on the other side just to make it not so bad for them, and now they will kill the Holy Dragon, and Johnson will be the one to kill it. But We Armada, they're still having the advantage here, and looks like they want to go on Donut right now. Donut, he seems to be caught. He goes for Death, and Death's received quite a bit of damage, but he is safe. No aggression here from any teams. They just poke each other. But We Armada, they're...
Well, that is a tanky baby right there, because Donut and Sun actually went for the head of that Death guy, but unfortunately they couldn't finish it up. Like, it feels like Death is not afraid of death. Like, he's not afraid of dying. Like, he is going in, he is just dealing a lot of damage towards his enemies, and he is blinking out, he's getting out of the fight like a hero. I don't know, maybe Death is super confident about this game, and he is super tanky as well.
But I still wouldn't give this game to anyone. If you compare their ADCs, like if you see Valor, he has 7.2k net worth, and meanwhile in the other side, Yue has less net worth than him. Meanwhile in the here, we are already fighting. Infinite Slayer joins the fight, but Impunity, they're already wrecking We Armada here. We Armada already lost 2 members. Impunity looking really strong. Impunity, they're going on to blink, but I think We Armada is there, but they won't be able to do anything with that Slayer, Infinite Slayer. They do manage to spawn the Infinite Slayer, they do manage to get it, but We Armada, Shotgun takes one of the members. Impunity, they went overboard here, but I think they will have to pay the price with the 2 lives, but Donut somehow survives. His son comes to the rescue, and Donut will live another day to see the next fight. But yeah, We Armada almost made the comeback. Impunity, that was a great comeback from Impunity, but going overboard like this gave them We Armada to have at least something out of this lost fight. So that wasn't really a wise thing to do.
Yep. If we
What do you
analyze the
think about
last
the level
fight that
differences?
happened, well, Shogun was a little bit scared, I guess, because they lost 2 members in the early stage of the fight. So Shogun didn't commit properly, and that's how Donut actually managed to survive. Because I don't think Sun would be able to finish Shogun off, but blinking will go down. Arthur is
Blinking,
Arthur is a tanky baby, but they took down Arthur like it was nothing. It was like a paper.
yeah, it was 3 people
Because-
after all, and now Impunity, I think with Arthur gone, they want to try to make something out of it, and We Armada also staying in the corner, like not letting them get it really easily while they're trying to defend this tier 2 tower. And that, look at him, he doesn't care of anything, he just goes in and kills their carry just like that. Valor gets spotted inside the bush and gets taken out immediately, and that was a really nice play from Death. This man is really not scared of Death. I don't know what to tell him, but he's just going ham right now, and they're not done yet. They're chasing after Donut, but they won't go overboard like Impunity went last time, because they do respect the opponent team and they know they have very high damage even without their Valheim, even without their ADC. But Shogun, they spots Chaos in here in the bush, and now Donut tries to goes in, show some of his tanky powers that you can't do anything to me even if I poked you just like that. And now at the 12 minutes in, the Slayer is spawned, and this is the most powerful Slayer of the game, by the way, and whichever team gets this one will be having a really upper hand. But I think yeah, so they're fighting over it, and Slayer and Slayer gets taken out, and now We Armada having the upper hand. Donut is pretty low, Donut falling pretty low, but We Armada going behind to save their carry, because Anthem is getting taken out pretty easily, and they will spawn the Slayer, and the Slayer will take out Junsan as well. Now We Armada taking the lead right now for their team, because Impunity just don't know what to do. Meanwhile, Blinking and Sun having a 1v1 fight at the bot lane. So what do you think about
They
this
also
Slayer fight?
summoned Well, Chaos was a little too late, because he went for the Slayer, but he was a little too late to deal the damage. So that's how Armada actually secured the Slayer, and then it was easy for them, because they had 5 members there, but Cambodia got only 2 that crossed the rock. So it was a little tough fight for Cambodia, and Armada actually secured the fight really well, because Johnson went too far. He was trying to chase none other than Yui, and that actually cost him his life.
Yeah, that turned back on him, and now they create the diversion on the top lane with the Slayer, and they are trying to go take the bot tier 2 tower, and now they're engaged in a fight with Impunity. Impunity with 0-0 will take down Yue, will take down one hero from Impunity. Impunity are looking really bad here, because We Armada are absolutely dominating here, and Impunity will get a wipe, and that's a wipe from We Armada. Impunity just get taken out just like that, and Armada just playing this game super seriously, and this should be the game for them. We Armada are going for the throne, and they will be taking the game 1 just like that. We Armada made 1 or 2 mistakes, but they hold their grounds. They did not overcommit, and they secured the victory. We Armada are the winners of the game 1 of this series. So what do you think about this last movement, Nitul?
Well, I gotta mention one thing that I already mentioned, that Armada likes to play in the late game. Like, they don't actually show too much of their power, but when they do, they destroy their opponent and secure the fight, secure the game for them, because that's how Armada likes to play. And I think Cambodia actually broke their strategy in the first half, but after 10 minutes, it was all about Armada, because they knew how to play. They know how to play a late game, and they know how to destroy their opponent after 10 minutes. So, well, Cambodia needs to prepare some counter strat, because this will not be easy to secure the second game out of Armada if they cannot destroy them in first early 10 minutes. So a big congratulations to Armada for winning this game one. And I don't know, man, like Armada was totally dominated by Cambodia in the first 8 or 10 minutes. But look at that.
Yep.
I don't know what to
And
say, man.
yeah, but as I mentioned before, Armada getting that their draft is what caused them to dominate this game and play so calm. And we'll go see some highlights from the game. And we see the first layer was taken by We Armada as they play objective-wise the game. They do not care about killing the people. And the mid lane, the first fight in the mid lane, which was a 2v2, I guess, but still pretty dominative here. And now in the Dragon, We Armada was a bit overwhelmed by impunity here. But they managed to catch up to them really soon after that, because when they fought and got the Slayers, they got the second Dragon, I think, and that's what caused them get this huge advantage. And they played it really calm. They played it back. They didn't become greedy about those Dragons, and they played it like super nicely, where the impunity just was overtaken by them, and that was super amazing thing to watch. And yeah, that's it. Like We Armada, they have their futuristic design, and they have UA in their team. You saw what UA did in this game, right?
Well, in my opinion, Yui is like a broken hero. Like, he dealt a lot of damage in this game. Like, he was surviving with probably 10% HP, but he destroyed his enemies with one shot. Look at this fight. Look at
Yeah,
Yui,
look at the
how
UA,
he
look at the damage.
destroyed.
Oh,
Yep.
holy
And this fight was, I'm really surprised about this fight, because Donut and Chaos was a little too late. If they
Yeah.
could enter the fight around 2 seconds earlier, they would definitely secure the Slayer, because Armada
Yeah.
was not prepared for the fight. And you can see that the Armada actually summoned the Slayer in the top lane and went to the bot lane to push, and that's how they secured the match for them.
And one of the greatest things about these fights are even though Donut in the last fight where they got like overwhelmed and they took the Infinite Slayer, even though Donut went like really in the back line to push out their carry UA and Hayate, Armada noticed that their carry was being chased by the opponent's tank, and they were like separated, but they immediately noticed and they immediately reacted. And this is why Armada is like winning the games, winning the team fights. They have such a nice, strong communication to them that they know where their carry is. Meanwhile, Death, my guy, he was literally out of the bound this game. I don't know what he was doing, but he was literally creating a terror on the eyes of the enemy teams. Like during the top tier 2 push where he just jumped in on the enemy Belhain and just took him down, literally changed the whole momentum of the fight. And I'm pretty sure if you have a ADC in your team and you don't want him to get spotted and killed like literally at the start of the fight, that would be literally the worst disaster for any team. And this is what that's what's doing. He was literally going in. He wasn't scared of that. Donut did the exactly same thing. He was overwhelming. He was a pretty tanky guy as well. He poked the enemies as well. But that he was on a completely another level. And the plays he showed totally amazed me. This is
Yep.
what I would call creating space for your carry. And what do you think about this?
Well, I like the play from that, because he went into the enemy side. He poked 2 or 3 enemies at the same time, and he went out from the fight. Like, he didn't die, and that's how he secured the space for his team, for his marksman or maybe mid laner. So that was out of the boundary thinking from that, because, well, Donut did the same thing, but he fed twice to the enemy ADC. So that was not supposed to be what you're gonna do, because, well, I don't know, man. You don't feed your enemies ADC. You don't.
Yep, exactly. I mean, you never feed anyone. And
Mhm.
now we're here at the MVP, and it would be Zero UA, the broken hero, with look at that damage! Holy
Oh
shit!
my
Look at
god.
that damage. I mean, what is this? This is one
On more
139k
than
damage.
more than 100,000 damage was dealt by none other than
Bro,
Yui. He's a proper, well, he is a dominating tank killer too, in my opinion. Like
I
he
mean,
kills like
when
he
that
kills like paper. He kills enemies like paper.
look at that score, 518. The score was absolutely dominating as well, like 518. And now the player face off. Let's compare Yue with the opponent carry and look at this.
Well,
This
I
gap.
heard you
This
were
is
you were
gap.
talking about Lorian being OP in mid lane, but Yui just proved that wrong.
UA just
You,
dominated that mid lane. I mean, look at the damage
Mhm.
gap. It's too much. And now we have the team face off where we Armada and Cambodia don't have too much skill differences because they were pretty much evenly matched. But we Armada just got these layers, played objective wise. They just took down the enemy teams and they played it pretty smart. They played it pretty calm, and this is what got them the game one. I hope Cambodia, Impunity Cambodia, doesn't get scared after the game one and they come back stronger in the game two and give their best. And I want to see them come back and win the second game with Armada. I do love Armada. They're a team from my country, they're team from our country, but I also am rooting for Impunity Cambodia because I want to see a great game, man. I want to see them doing as much as they can and making this game amazing, making this game enjoyable for everyone, making this game more entertaining for us, for all the viewers out there who have really high expectation of this Arena of Valor International Championship.
well, Armada is from Bangladesh, but I'll be rooting for Cambodia in this game because I want to see a game three. I don't want to satisfy myself with only two games in a best of three series. So I'll definitely be rooting for Cambodia. Well, fingers crossed. And I'll be definitely be waiting for that BO3, the third game of the match as well. So for that to happen, Cambodia needs to win this. And I think they will be able to break the strategy from Armadia. We well, I don't think Cambodia will give them a lot of chances in this game because they saw how their opponents are playing, so they will definitely try to utilize on that.
Now the thing also matters on what kind of heroes they get. Like we Armada got their comfort heroes. Like we saw, they were pretty much evenly matched. First fight was for Armada's side, they got the Slayer, and then the second fight was on Impunity side, they got the Holy Dragon, and vice versa. Like that, it was pretty balanced up until like the 10-minute mark and 12-minute mark, where um, that's when Armada became strong, really strong, because they have these heroes and their heroes are active, right? And they know what to do with their heroes. They know who to catch, like that's seeing going in the back line, catching Valheim, the ADC of the opponent, and then just killing him off straight when at the start of the game. And then you were dealing so much damage when that is standing in front of him. So this is what I would call the strat from We Armada. They get they get their heroes. They know how to imply those heroes. They know where to place these heroes, and they know how to play with these heroes. So if they get the same heroes, or maybe their comfort heroes again, I would say We Armada would perform the same and give the same performance. But if we Cambodia, if Impunity Cambodia gets the strat, I mean, like they saw what they can do with these heroes, right? If they start banning out these heroes, like for example UA, who was dealing so much damage, who was like dealing almost twice as much as damage as the other mid laner, the Lorion. So
Mhm.
if that's the case, then maybe Cambodia will have a chance. But I hope there's a game three. But as I mentioned, I am rooting for we Armada. That's true, but Impunity Cambodia, I want to see them come back and be strong and win their second game, because I want to see the third game as well. Because what I enjoy the most in these games, what I enjoy the most as a caster, as my personal career, is watching games. Watching these games
Mhm.
entertains me and entertains all the people who are out there enjoying the game. This is what's the main part about playing the game. You gotta enjoy yourself. There's competitive, there's money, there's glory, there's all the things. But at first, you gotta enjoy yourself. It's all starts from enjoying yourself. Nobody just goes into their Play Store or App Store to download a game. Oh, I'm gonna download this game and play competitive, earn money. No, nobody has that kind of thought when they're starting to play a game. They all have that thought that, oh, let's download this game. I'm gonna play this game with my friends, enjoy it. It all starts from that enjoyment of the game. And then I believe even in the competitive scenes, you should enjoy the game in order to give out your best performance. When you enjoy the game, when you love the game, you'll have the best out there. And it is a please to my eyes to see a third game, and that's all I want to see in these games. And even though you said you want to have the same thing, and you want to see Cambodia coming strong, I wouldn't be supporting anybody for the second game, but I would really like to see a third game. So yeah, I would say I want somehow impunity Cambodia to win. So yeah, what do you think about their itemization? I saw UA was having less net worth than Valheim at some point of the game, but still UA was so strong. What do you think about this imbalance between two
Well,
damage of the teams?
well, I want to mention one thing that Armada actually didn't play like they used to play. So I think they're hiding their true potential for the late game or maybe for the next series. So I think this was their trial part or something. And as you mentioned, that the itemization, well, UE didn't have a lot of items like the other teams, but he actually killed a lot of enemies and he dealt like a huge damage towards the enemies, and that is out of the world. So Armada can actually play in different strategy in the game 2, as they didn't show their true potential in the first game. They won the game, but as I mentioned that I saw their early games. I saw them played before, and they're really comfy with late game. But this time they showed you that they can be strong in the early game as well, and that that was the moment when Cambodia actually fall out from the game, because they couldn't utilize that. They didn't secure the Holy Dragon. They didn't secure the Slayer, and I don't know, like, well, Armada was better, and I think Cambodia can be better in the game 2, and I will be definitely rooting for them because I want a game 3. I don't want to satisfy myself with a two match. So yeah.
Absolutely. Like, I'm not satisfied with one game either. I want to see more games coming in from these teams. But as you mentioned, like UA dealing so much damage. If you notice,
Mhm.
they have 15 kills, right? And
Yep.
UA has 5 of them. That's like 1/3 of the whole team's kill. That's one. The second
Mhm.
thing, she also has 8 assists. So it's literally 90% of the team fight she's present at those. And that's the
Yep.
presence you need. You wanna have your ADC on those fights. So this is one of the things amazing.
Yep. And not to mention, well, Armada's mid laner is really good. He showed his potential before, and he's just countered Lorian in mid lane. Like, I get it. Yui is a broken hero. Like, in my opinion, though, Yui is a broken hero in my opinion. But I don't think Lorian would lose to a Yui in that early stage of the fight, because they actually pulled the assassin towards the mid, and they actually tried to force some early fights. But I don't know, like, Yui just destroyed Lorian in mid lane, and that might be the reason that Cambodia couldn't come back.
And we're once again, back with Armada and Cambodia up against each
Mhm.
other.
Mhm. We're
So
facing towards the we're facing the game 2 within a few minutes. Well, I don't think Cambodia will lose their guard in game two. They'll definitely utilize that. They're getting ready for it. They're trying to get some tactical
Yeah.
strategies. So I think they will come
I
back
hope they don't
stronger. And
panic. That's the most important thing. Like after losing
well,
one game, they have that pressure, applied on them. I'm gonna predict something. I want to see UA banned in this game. I want a UA banned in the second game. Like I don't want her dealing all those damages. And we're inside the game already, where we'll see the draft is happening, and the first ban from Armada this time is
Hayate is
Hayate. Okay,
actually
they banned their Hayate.
banned. Mhm.
They banned their own hero actually here, so that's kind of surprising.
I think they studied the gameplay from Cambodia, and I think they found out that Cambodia are actually confident with Hayate, so that's why they don't want that Hayate in their opponent, and I think they're planning on something different in game two because I think they're the draft they're trying to show us, and maybe Hayate is not in it, so they don't want that hero.
Yeah, and absolutely,
Liliana.
like first pick coming in from Armada is gonna be Liliana this time. Like last
Hmm.
game, they picked Hayate as their first pick. So as you mentioned, yeah, I mean, if maybe the both of the teams were comfortable with this hero, so I mean, none of them wanted to play each other, and we Armada already showed their strat with Hayate, so they just literally banned this hero, and they don't want to give it to Impunity Cambodia this time. So this time around, they're going with a different strategy, and that's why they go out and ban this hero immediately.
Hmm.
So what do you think about
Definitely,
these two
and
picks coming in, Aya and Zephys from Cambodia? And I think they picked Aya
well,
in their last game as well, right?
yep, they did, and I think I'm not gonna predict anything because fingers crossed. I want
Yeah.
Cambodia to win, but I don't want to curse them, so I'm just shutting my
I mean,
mouth
they have
here.
Aya
And
on their side. Yeah,
well,
Aya is one of the
the
greatest
thing I
supports in this
like
game.
about the thing I like about Valor is you cannot decide which team will win by their draft if both of the teams are equally matched, because
Yep.
you can win with any draft if you utilize it perfectly and you show the perfect teamwork. So I think Cambodia will come up with something different, and we will see woman in Armada team. And woman, he is really
Okay,
strong
Omen.
in Slayerland, and I think this time they will show something different. But Tachi, ooh, I like that pick from
Okay, I
Cambodia.
I I think this time around Armada is gonna do the same thing as you mentioned. Armada, like in the past, we've seen them. They're really focused on the late games. They
Hmm.
can be pretty agile in the earlier games as well, but they're more fragile in the late game, right? They're more fragile in the late game, and this Omen hero, if he gets the farm, he is something else. Like that's why I said this picks like Liliana getting the Liliana, and then the next pick they're getting the Omen. I think they're more focused on that late game right now, and this is
Hmm.
what their main strat would be. And I think Liliana is gonna be f- uh, changing out with UA this time.
It might be, but Cambodia didn't ban the UE. I think Armada thought that they will definitely ban UE. That's why they didn't match the draft with UE. But Cambodia actually left the UE aside. They didn't ban it. They're focusing on other heroes so that Armada cannot focus on their true potential and all that. But I think Tachi will be there to secure some kills in the early game. Tachi will be able to tank or maybe absorb a lot of damage in the mid game and late game as well because she's an initiator, in my opinion. So,
Yeah,
well,
she's a really good initiator.
well, I've seen
Like
people playing it as sometimes jungler, sometimes support. I think that is for the memes. Like I don't think they were serious about that because
Yeah.
Tachi is a really good initiator and he can enter the fight and destroy their enemies from inside out.
Yeah, and the next pick coming in from Impunity Cambodia is a pick I really like, Crixie. She is one of my favorite mid laner heroes and really strong mage. The way she controls the team fights, like she has this really strong AoE abilities and very high magical damage that you really can't stand against them. And I think both teams will
Ooh,
reveal their
Kira.
mid laners, and it will be Kira from We
Kira is
Armada,
really
and
annoying, by the way. Oh,
yeah.
Armada banned Yui? What? They're banning their own heroes?
Yeah, I think UA is
Oh,
banned because UA is really good against these heroes as they
mm-hmm.
have Beldam and Kira, and they're gonna finish it off with Level. I think that's their marksman ADC. So yeah, Level and marksman. I think it's good. It's good against with Omen and Liliana in their team, and it's also good against Crixie. This hero. This hero is really good against Crixie because uh Level has this spell which kind of enhances his physical damage, and he deals more physical damage. And Quixie is one of the really squishy heroes, so Level has a high chance of taking Quixie down in the team fights. So that's one thing, and also he has this shield on his second ability, which stops attacks. I think absorbs the attacks from the opponent. So I think almost 80% of the attack damage. So that will be really something against Quixie. And wrapping things up, it will be a Wisp.
Wisp.
Okay, that's interesting. Both teams have their draft pretty strong. So now, draft-wise, who do you think has the upper hand right now in here?
Um, Frankly speaking, I didn't expect Wisp to be in this draft. So I'll go with Armada, Cambodia. I'm confused. Well, I'll go for Cambodia because I want to see Wisp to work with this draft.
Um, I mean, I think Impunity Cambodia, as you mentioned, like we Armada, they're like early game, they're pretty agile. They do not wanna go super aggressive, and they're just playing normal neutral game. They're just like playing for the late game, securing their carries, making their ADC strong, making their mages strong, getting those networks, getting those objectives like slayers and stuff. So yeah, I think the reason they kind of Impunity Cambodia, they kind of realize that, and they want to go for that early game, and they want to be fragile and aggressive in the early games, and this is what an aggressive early draft would be, in my opinion. Crixie is really strong in the early games, and we have Wisp. I mean, sorry, not Crisp. Wisp, who's a really good tower pusher. So as an ADC tower who's good at tower pushing, as a mid laner like Chrissy, who's like really good with controlling the mid lane, controlling the team fights. I think they want to get those towers first and zone We Armada out of the game, and that's what the plans for Impunity Cambodia would be.
Yep, and we are in the game already, and Death is looking forward to gank in the mid lane. And Trixie will survive because he could predict the movement. And Donut is here to secure some vision
Mhm.
for the team because they don't want to let Death enter this area. And oh, look at Zero Kira. He's moving towards bot. Oh, both of the mids are in
Okay.
the bot lane, so I think
I mean, they're just
well,
waiting
both
for
of
the wave to come. Yeah, well, they just go around, have some fun in that area.
but look at Slayer lane. Like no one from Armada in the Slayer lane, and now Woman is going towards there, but
Yeah.
Cambodia member will go there fast, and maybe he will get a little bonus XP. More than Omen, I guess, because he entered there
Yep.
first. But the network actually seemed quite the same, and no, a fight
Yeah.
going
Oh,
on.
that. Oh, Johnson coming in with the charge, and Johnson falling pretty low, but he will be able to survive. The Dragon Lane, as you mentioned, nobody was there up until now, but no, not the Dragon Lane, Slayer Lane. Nobody was there up until now, but Vera just moved there. I think Kira is doing both jungle and the top lane. So, and as you mentioned, like the pick coming in from them, which was the rotator. That's the hero you don't want to play against Aya, right? Aya was supposed to play top lane, but I don't know. Maybe she's rotating and like making plays around the whole game. Oh, Donut. Oh, they're fighting around the dragon. Oh, Quixie's there. Quixie's pretty deep behind, but she is safe. The Chaos dealing quite a bit of damage to that. He's falling pretty low, and that will be taken out. The first blood, and they might just secure the dragon with this first blood. That wasn't expecting it. He used the flicker. He tried to survive, but he couldn't. Oh, Zero! Almost taking him down, but oh, what is he doing? Okay, that was a bit of a mismovement, I think, from him, and he gets taken out, punished just for that.
Cambodia already secured 800 net worth, more than 800 net worth more than Armada. So this will cost Armada a lot of farm, I guess. Oh, that is going towards a death zone.
Oh, that's once again he's in a really bad position, and okay, he's gone again. That's 3 kills for Cambodia already in 3 minutes. There's 1 kill per minute, and now they want to go for the Slayer here in the top lane. And this is what I mentioned, like Cambodia, they want to play really aggressive in the early game, and look how fragile they are. They're just walking in, and last game we saw them play aggressive as well, but we Armada was patient enough, and they had the draft. They could punish them, but this time around it's kind of different, because this time around Impunity, Cambodia are different. They are aggressive and fragile at the same time, and they know what they're doing, so they will be doing that. And meanwhile,
well, they're not showing any mercy towards Armada like they did in the first game. Like, they're like super aggressive in this game, and they don't want to show any mercy towards Armada, because they want to win. They mean business here. They want to win this game. They want to move towards the third game, and they want to secure the third game as well. They want to secure the series and move towards the upper bracket side. And now, this time, Sun will be in trouble. He is dealing with 4 enemies at the same time, and he will survive here. We're watching.
Okay, the Sun gets taken down.
Yep, Sun will be
taken down
the 3 enemies, but Shogun, Woman, he's in trouble here, and 2 of the teammates from Cambodia will take down Woman by themselves.
And they're just rotating like everywhere in the map. The fight's going on in the top lane, the fight going on in the bot lane, and now Impunity, Cambodia, once again they're stacked up in this top lane over here, in the Slayer lane, and they're going for 0-0, dealing quite a bit of damage, but he's out of the zone again. Liliana, that's somewhere you don't want to be with that squishy health bar of yours, and Impunity will not show any mercy and will take them down. And there's 5 kills for Impunity in 5 minutes. Impunity, they are super aggressive right now, and look how fragile they are. This is what I was saying. They're gonna be fragile this game. They're gonna be aggressive this game. They're gonna dominate the early stages of this game, and they are doing so. And they should be focusing on the objectives as well, and I think they're waiting for the dragon and the Slayer to be respawned, and which will be, the dragon will be respawned in 10 seconds, and that's why they're holding the bot zone right now. They want to get the Slayer when it respawns, but Armada this time don't want to give them the dragon for free, because this is, I believe, the holy dragon, so they just don't want to give it to them for free. So looks like Impunity are going for it. Rez is dealing damage to the dragon here. And I think this will be no, my bad, this wasn't the Holy Dragon, this was the Abyssal Dragon. So the Abyssal Dragon will be secured by Impunity Cambodia, and look at the difference between their net worth. What do you think about this one? Oh, there's another fight going on. Nova gets taken out immediately. Nova doesn't even stand a chance. Impunity, what are you guys doing? You guys are going ham right now after losing the first game. We would be fools if we thought that they would panic or feel the pressure of getting knocked out to the lower brackets, but I don't feel any pressure from these guys. I feel pressure from we Armada right now, because Impunity Cambodia, look at them go. They're just going ham right now and taking down the tier 1, tier 2 tower. We Armada doesn't have any answer for that. They didn't even get the question paper, but the exam already started. How would you answer a question like that? How would you answer in this situation? We Armada are in that state right now because they don't have any answer. But oh, Impunity Jensen, he's quite deep in, but he is one tanky guy and he won't fall. And now we Armada doesn't know what to do. And look at this net worth difference in between them. What do you think about that, Nito?
Well, it's only 7 minutes. Oh, there's a fight going on
Oh,
there. Oh
oh,
my God,
Chaos.
Chaos will go down by Shogun, and now
Yes.
Nova will move forward, but I don't think Nova will be able to take down anyone, and Raze will survive with a little bit of extra armor and stuff. And now Sun,
Yep.
he's in a really good position. He's going to secure the Slayer as well. They lost one member. They lost their mid
But they
laner,
don't
but
care.
they have no shield, and they secured the Slayer,
The Dark Slayer.
just like that.
Just like that, they secured the Slayer, and with that, I think he still have the red buff on him. Jensen. Oh, I think they're
Not-
waiting. They're trying to do something here. But yeah, I mean, Impunity right now, like, look at them. Even without one member, even with the 4 members, they're feeling so strong that they just want to go in. And look at Jensen, he's going deep in, and now they're trying to surround We Armada here in the mid lane. We Armada. Oh, Jensen gets caught here, but I think he will be able to get out. Shogun is there to catch Jensen, and now Donut gets out of Jensen. Donut was sitting inside Jensen all this time, and now he gets inside KO as well. He's just sitting there, and Death is falling pretty low, but he gets saved by his teammate Sansan. He's pretty low. He's gonna survive with 10% HP, and he's gone. But We Armada loses 2 members. Shogun and Nova already fell in this team fight, and this is disaster for We Armada because Impunity Cambodia is not even gonna give them a single chance. They're not gonna make a single mistake. They won't lose a single member, but will take down 2 members from We Armada, and this causes them to lose the tier 1 mid tower as well. We Armada doesn't know what to do at this stage. They just got only one objective, that is bot tower. They couldn't get 1 dragon, they couldn't get 1 slayer, they couldn't get even like 1 kill of the ADC of the opponent team. So this is gonna be hard. Now We Armada, they're still not done yet. They're coming in with full force. They have 4 members coming in. Rez is hiding inside the jungle. He will be caught out, and he will receive quite a bit of damage from Zero there. But I don't think that's enough to take him down. He will get the shield right now. So
Zero
I think they're respecting the team.
is really angry with their enemies because
Oh, Johnson.
Armada, they're coming back. At least they're trying to come back into the game. They were losing by 4,000 net worth, but now they actually bring it to 3,700. So I think they're slowly but surely going towards that. I don't know, that winning zone, I guess, because I don't think they want to lose this game. I don't think they're giving up so easily here. And now Shogun with Woman and Zero, they're moving towards this area, this Slayer, and who will get the Slayer?
They really want this Slayer, man. They really want the Slayer. I mean,
actually trying to see if anyone is hiding in the bush.
Shogun gets caught here by 3 members of Impunity, and Impunity just takes Shogun like that, and this should create the opportunity for them to take the mid tower. But in the mid lane, Johnson is once again caught with Chaos over there, but Zero is falling pretty low, and they come back here, and Rez will secure the kill, and they're here now. Impunity, Armada just coming back strong on Armada here. Armada wasn't expecting this in the mid lane, and Armada losing members 1 by 1, and only 2 of them, Death and Nova, will save their life, and now they might pick up their tail and run towards their base because Impunity just outsmarted them, outplayed them just like that in the mid lane, and they were totally not expecting that in the mid lane. Like how Anthem now, Death is poking him a little bit. Oh,
Death almost died here, but
okay.
He survived.
Yeah, he survived, and now they're gonna secure the Infinite Slayer, and this should give them quite a bit of an advantage here.
This was Dark Slayer, by the way, and this will definitely give them a lot of space here because they can summon the Slayer and summon the Slayer in top lane, because the top lane, they already secured both of the outer towers in the top lane. Well, they secured the outer towers from top and bot lane as well, so they can actually summon the Slayer in any of those lanes, and they can push mid by themselves. That will definitely push their enemies inside of their base. And Death, he is not done here. He will take down the mid laner from Cambodia, and he is looking
Chaos
for more.
is down. Yeah. Cambodia is still, I mean, Armada is still not done yet. Like, look at how still they're holding on to this game, and they're not like really far behind of Cambodia right now. But look at the Cambodia; they're not gonna give them another chance. They're still going ham right now, and they're coming for the dragon. Now the dragon is quite low, and Cambodia just comes in and steals the dragon just like that, and that was pretty sad actually, because Armada lowered the dragon
Armada
so many.
They actually dealt a lot of damage towards the Holy Dragon. I guess they dealt about 95% of the damage, and then Cambodia came from nowhere and secured the dragon. Oh my god,
and
that is
Impunity
really heartbreaking to
now going into high
Armada
ground.
side.
And now Impunity going into the high ground, and he Rez, look at this guy, he's just so strong right now, he's unstoppable, and 4 people is dead from Armada, and Impunity Cambodia is really looking strong right now, and they're not overextending, but they're like so aggressive. I don't know if that I would call it overextend, but they're just so strong. Even if they overextend, I don't think Armada has any answer for that, because they're dying one by one, and this is just happening right now. And look at them go, and Impunity Cambodia just securing these towers one by one, heading towards that crown to the second game, and now they will take down all of the towers. Sun and Jensun is quite low here, but they're not low enough to be dead right now, so it is what it is. But Impunity Cambodia still, Nova their ADC is still dead, so I don't think they have any answer. This is the last fight probably. They're going ham right now. Impunity Cambodia just so strong that, oh my god, we Armada doesn't have any answer, and Impunity Cambodia are taking them down one by one, and that will be almost a wipe, and the second game will be taken by Impunity Cambodia. What do you think about this one, Nitu?
Well, I gotta mention one thing, that Cambodia secured the game within 12 minutes, so they didn't show any mercy towards Armada, and I think they're really confident with their picks. I think they're really confident with their plays. Like, they played fabulous. All right, so they secured the early Slayer, they secured the early Dragon, and they secured early kills. I don't know. They didn't give Armada a single chance. It was like we were watching a one-sided game the whole time, and well, it was similar to the first game as well. But Cambodia did some mistake. They lose their guard, and that's how they actually lost the game. Because you don't give Armada late game, because they will destroy you. They will enter your house. They will wipe your whole family if you give them the late game advantage. So yeah, I think that was how Cambodia actually read the situation, and they didn't give any chances towards Armada. And yeah, Armada, I don't think they will be happy about this
We're in
one,
the highlights now.
because yep, they will not be happy about this one, and they're talking about more strategies, I guess. And look at this one was really good, because 4 of the members from Armada was in the bot lane to secure a kill, to secure the kill of Sun, and whereas 2 of the members were in mid and jungle, and the rest of the 2 were in the Slayer lane, and they secured the kill over Woman, and that's how they actually secured the top tier 2, just like that.
Yeah, and the best part about like this game was Impunity Cambodia. They were like so strong. They had the whole game in their hands, and the best thing about their draft was they picked such a draft where Aya and Wisp were such a nice strong combo that Armada couldn't even stand against them. Like, every time you see Aya and Wisp together, you ought to run. You do not have any answer for that, and this is why Impunity Cambodia, even though Armada was being pretty agile, they were staying inside the tower, they didn't stand a chance, because they're so strong. Impunity Armada is so strong that Impunity Cambodia are so strong that Armada, they just jumped inside Armada's towers and took them down. Like, literally dominance, pure dominance. If you have a face of the dominance, this would be Impunity
Well, I want to
Cambodia.
mention one thing, that is Cambodia didn't
Uh-huh.
lose any opportunities, but well, Armada did. Armada secured, they actually secured the kill of Chaos, but they didn't utilize that. They could definitely go towards the dragon. Well, they went towards the dragon, but they were a little bit of afraid of the situation, because I don't know, man. They had full HP, they had full mana, they had five members in their team, and our Cambodia got only four, and they lost their mid laner. That is a crucial position hero there, but I don't think Armada was confident enough, and that's how they actually lost the Holy Dragon fight. And this is really unfortunate for Armada, and
Exactly.
it feels like they're if any of the fan from Armada side is watching this, I'm really sorry that I think I cursed Armada because I was rooting for I
That
was
was
rooting for
definitely a
Cambodia.
curse.
I'm sorry. I'm not against my country or anything like that. It was just that I wanted to see a game tree, and I will be. Well, I will not be rooting for anyone in this game, because this game will be out of pure skill, pure luck as well, because this is the third game. This is the deciding game whether a team will go to the upper bracket or to the lower bracket. So this will be really hyped to see. This will be really hyped to watch. And I don't know, man. It feels like my I don't know. It feels like my heart is beating a lot faster to think about the third game, because I think there will be some really hype action in the third game. Well, more than game one and game two, because this is the deciding game. So Zane, what do you think? Like, will there be a Yui, or will there be a Wisp in the game three as well?
Um, Personally saying, like, first, not about the heroes first. I'm gonna talk about the games, and then I'm gonna talk about the heroes. First of all, both of the teams showed how good they are. They proved that without any doubt, right? And
Yep.
they, at first, we Armada showed at first game, they showed how good they are. They showed how good they control the game. And the second game, they showed how how, and the second game, the other team, Impunity Cambodia, showed how good they are. And this is how, okay, I'm gonna
Ooh, look
talk
at
about it
that.
a bit
Raze
later.
is
So
the
first, we're gonna go
MVP
for
with the Wisp.
Rez is the
We
MVP.
were we were confused about this pick. We were confused about Wisp, but look at that. Wisp actually secured the MVP. My God, this
Yeah.
Raze guy is too good. He secured eight
Yep.
kills and eight assists at the same time, and he died only once. And look at his damage. It's more than 89K. It's a lot, man.
89,000
Well,
damage is no joke.
he
And
he participated in 84% of the kill
kills.
participation.
Yeah.
So yeah, my God,
And
that
if
is
you
a
see,
lot. That is
like,
a lot.
if, if you see, like, Wisp, he's really impactful in the early games. Like, if they hold it off, like, to the late game, then the case would be different. Now look at the difference between these two heroes in mid lanes. I mean, in IDC, look
Mhm.
at between the Res and Anthem. Look at the difference. Like, they have a huge gap. Like, they really have a huge gap. I don't think that's the
Mhm.
other team's ADC. Is that from
Uh,
We Armada?
well, the yep. The thing is, I want to focus on one thing, and that is the goal difference. It's more than
Yeah, 4,000.
3,700. Look at that. Oh my God. Look at the
Yeah,
damage, by
almost
the way. More
4,000.
than
Yeah.
60,000. That's a lot.
The damage
That's a lot.
difference is like too much. And
Mm-hmm.
there's a team face off, and it will be We Armada securing 6 kills, and Impunity Cambodia with the dominance of 19 kills. Where in the first game they had a difference of 5 kills, and now look how much the difference is. Like, Impunity Cambodia, they just went ham on Armada right now, and they took all the towers, all the slayers, and look at that goal difference, 10,000, almost 10,000. This is pure dominance. This is actual dominance right now. So before, as I was saying, about the team. Like they already proved that both of these teams are one of the best, very good teams. They secured one game for each team. That's why we are seeing a third game, and we Armada, they know that Impunity, if they come at them, their strong side would be the early games, and we Armada, I think they would try to come up with a draft which doesn't rely on the late game, which doesn't rely on the mid game, who can sustain really good in the early games. Because if I say like if I say Cambodia, Impunity Cambodia coming up with some early game heroes like that, like Wisp and Aya, like that again, then this would be hard for Armada to hold off this game. So if they want to secure the third game, they have to fix a strat, or maybe they have strat which they're hiding. They maybe wanted to use that on the next levels, on maybe the semifinals, maybe the finals. They have to use it right now because this is a do or die situation. Not do or die exactly because they still have the lower bracket, but if you win this game, there's a team already waiting for you at the upper bracket semifinals. And I believe it's better option to go stay in the upper brackets, because even if you lose in the upper brackets, you still have a chance left. So that gives you like a bit less pressure when you're playing these games. But if you go to the lower brackets and then you lose one game in the best of three, that's like a disastrous situation for you. Even the professional players, who have like 10 or 15 years experience of gaming, I've seen them before, they get nervous in those kind of situations. So I believe that's one of the craziest things. So yeah, whoever wins this game will be facing off against Martyrs BF, I think, in the upper bracket finals, in the semifinals, sorry. So yeah, and I think we'll be heading to the draft right now of the game 3, and
Mhm.
here we are.
And
And this time
Hayate
around
is banned in this game as well. Well,
as
we're
well.
not gonna see any Hayate in this series, I guess. Oh my god.
So we
I'm
have Hayate 100% ban rate or 100% pick rate on this hero. So yep, it is there. Impunity Cambodia. If you look at them, I think they're sticking with same kind of ban phrases because they've done their research and they want to get rid of these heroes. They just don't want them in the opponent team. So they've banned these heroes in every single game. So yeah, that's that for them, from them. So
we're
what do you
gonna
think about that?
see early pain peak coming in from Cambodia side, and well,
Okay.
this might
Um,
hurt Armada a lot.
Yeah, this pain jungle is kind of really strong, really annoying. Like, he's so good. He's so good at a point where he can just jump on in and enemies and kill them instantly. So I'm kind of scared if Armada picks a squishy hero. This would be like really bad for them because Pain's soul tidings, his ability, um makes his movement fast and dealing ability power, magic power to the enemies. And an assassin doing magic power is kind of, um he's kind of Pain. He's an assassin, but he deals a lot of magical damage. So that's
I
one
want to
thing, and it
mention
looks like
one
they're gonna
thing.
go
I
for
want to
Wisp
mention
again.
one thing that is no. Wisp was picked by Cambodia in the last game, but this
Oh,
time
they go for
Armada got the
Armada. Okay,
Wisp, and they go for
looks
the
like
Tachi
changing
as
the draft a
well.
bit.
Two tanky heroes in the same game. I think
Yeah.
Armadas will try to secure the early game because they already saw that Cambodia is focusing on the early game and they're really destructive in the early game.
Okay.
Oh, Yui, the
Okay,
tank
we
killer
have a
is here
Yoi,
alongside Arthur.
the
Arthur and
breaker.
Yui is like a golden duo. So, oh my
Arthur
god,
and
this
Yui
is
would
gonna
be
be.
like, you've heard of the combination of Arthur and Merlin, right? Like they're like super nice duo combo, and like from the novels, from the
Yep.
where Arthur actually came from, King Arthur. And
Well, Merlin was a magician, if I'm not wrong, and well, I don't know, man. Merlin, I'm not gonna go for that golden duo because this is the golden duo I'm looking for. Forget about the Merlin and Arthur. Go for Arthur and Yui. So yeah, I'm rooting for Cambodia this game. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry, but this is the deadly duo in my eyes, and this will destroy their opponent when they get the chance. And whoa, look at that lumber. Armada is going for some tanky heroes here. They don't want to go slow. They just want to dominate this game in the early game, I guess, because they're well, yes, they're waiting for the early game distraction because our Cambodia will definitely destroy the early game of Armada, and they picked three tanky heroes, and we're on the fourth ban, and this is really getting hyped up. What do you think, Zane?
Um, I think this UA and Arthur combo, as I mentioned, Merlin and Arthur, is really strong with Pain in the jungle lane, who has a really high area damage, his ultimate, and it gives him armor as well. So he can also do frontline with Arthur. So they have two front lines for UA, and with that UA would be really strong. And they have Lumber as their tank as well, who can sustain UA's damage quite a bit, but at the end of the day, you are facing off against a lot of damage. Like Pain deals a lot of damage. Arthur is a really good tank and a frontline and a good initiator. And then you have UA with the insane amount of damage. Like the last two games we saw, I didn't find anybody who could compare the damage
Well,
that UA dealt on the first game. Not even
well,
Wisp from last game.
I think Arthur will be playing the Slayer lane in this game because he's really good in Slayer lane. Because
Yeah.
I haven't seen much teams using Arthur as a tank because it didn't suit him that well. So Yui with Arthur, he will definitely be initiating the fights. That's for sure. But Yui will be the distraction, will be the
Yeah.
actual destruction of this game. And I want to say one thing. I want to mention one thing that Cambodia actually utilized every single moment they had to study Armada, because look at that. They had some ups and downs in the first game. They didn't ban the UE, and they made sure that Armada banned UE themselves. They actually
Yeah. And
secured their picks like that, and Armada did just like that. It feels like you're just, I don't know, you're just playing with your opponent's mind. And this time they definitely got the Arthur and Yui, the deadly combo in their team,
yeah.
and Armada couldn't ban any of those. And Armada, I don't think they can counter them
And
in this game, but Errol will. I'm gonna wait for Errol and Lorian to break this duo.
Yeah, and they also have Violet as their marksman. So this is going to be interesting. All right. So they have Violet, who's also a really good ADC, and they have Yui as their mid laner and Pain as their jungle. Cambodia looking a bit strong here, but on the other hand, they have Lorion as well. So yeah, I mean, Armada doesn't have that bad. They have the early game advantage. Only the mid lane will be a bit tough for them because this UA, it's really hard to play with against this UA with anything because this hero deals quite a bit of damage. I mean, I personally played against UA in mid lane, and we've seen it in the first game as well, UA versus Lorion, and how Lorion got beaten up in the mid lane. I think we're gonna have something similar in this game. Maybe. I personally think that it's really hard to play against UA in mid lane, even with Lorion. Lorion is one of the greatest mid laners of this game, without a doubt, but with UA
Well,
on the
I
opponent,
mentioned
it's hard.
something in the first game, that is, Lorian is the only hero that can actually play really good in mid lane against Yui. But
Yeah.
well, Chaos couldn't find the opportunity. Chaos couldn't utilize the opportunity in the game where he played Lorian. But this time it is the opposite. Zero is playing Lorian, and Chaos is going for the UE. So this
Yep.
will be a much
Interesting.
better
Yeah.
game in my opinion, because well, we all know that Chaos is a really good mid laner, but can he be doing some more to the enemy side, some more damage towards the enemy side. And look at that. Ooh, Armada, they're
Oh,
trying to play dirty. They're going for the buff. But Johnson
oh,
will
okay.
spot them
There's
and
a
go donut.
very mixture
Great.
situation right now.
Mhm.
Oh,
They,
they're
they,
going for Nova. Nova is falling
they
quite
secured the
low,
buff
and
though.
yeah, they secured the buff. Oh, that was very cheeky, man. That was
Mhm.
really very cheeky. Just going in and taking the. I believe it was the Sage buff. No, it wasn't the
Well,
Sage buff. I think it was the Knight
Armada
buff.
didn't take the Armada couldn't secure the buff though.
Yeah,
Cambodia actually did, but Armada did the most of the damage to the buff, just like
yeah,
the
the
Holy
buff.
Dragon from the last game.
Yeah, it was like a
So
comeback thing for them. But this time around, you see, like last game, Impunity Cambodia was like really aggressive in this state of the game. But this time around, I think Armada is holding pretty good. Oh, Chaos UA rotating to the bot lane, and look at the damage! Oh my god, the damage is so much
oh,
that Anthem have to run right now, and they're doing the same thing again from the last game. Impunity Cambodia just going ham on Armada right now. Armada have to get back right now, and now they're gonna go for the dragon. And look at the damage coming in from UA. This is so much that they will just secure the dragon just like that. Abyssal Dragon is fallen without any single blood in this game. They take down the dragon, and this will be quite a bit of gold for Impunity Cambodia once again. And Cambodia starting off really well in this game as well. So what do you think about these
only
movements?
2 minutes, only 2 minutes in the game, and they secured more than 800 nets, or well, more than Armada. So that is really good, and they're playing on the next level. But will Armada know that Cambodia is actually trying to kill the Slayer? I don't think they will find it real quick, and they will definitely secure the Slayer as well. So Dragon alongside the Slayer, this could be deadly as hell. And now they are looking towards the mid lane, and ooh, there is a little
Oh,
fight going on.
engaging in a fight
Armada.
right now.
Mhm.
Rez, he was quite low, but I think he's fine. He was almost taken out here. I think Rez is playing Violet, right? So yeah, Violet was almost taken out, but he is safe right now. He will just teleport towards the base and refill his HP and mana. So we Armada are also trying some stuff here. They're not quite working out, but still, they are doing the best they can. And for those who are watching the stream and who just tuned in right now, this is Impunity Cambodia versus we Armada in a best of 3, and this is the second game for today, and we have
Third,
1-on-1 score, and this is the third game.
Second series for today, by the way. Second series
Second
for today.
series
and
for
this
today,
is
yep.
good.
Yeah, third game for these two teams. And now in mid lane, Johnson gets taken out, and he will just dump inside the tower and will be taking out. There's the first blood coming in from we Armada, and we Armada also, one of them falls, and Impunity are now trying to reply back to them, but no other thing will happen. Arthur is here. Arthur is just too tanky for them to deal any damage, and he will just come here and chase everyone away from their side. And this is
Well,
looking
in
really,
my
really
opinion,
good.
Blinking did not get a really good lane in the early stage, so he
Yeah.
will definitely be dealing with a lot of trouble, because Arthur is here to secure the farms from the top side, and he will definitely have
Oh.
the upper hand. And there's a
Oh,
little
meanwhile,
fight
in the
going
Dragon
on.
lane,
The bot.
they're fighting. Oh, Zero is falling quite low. Zero, you don't want to be in that place, and Zero gets taken out. Lorion, your mid laner, gets taken out in the first starting of the fight. Death is receiving quite a bit of damage from UA as well, but I think they won't be able to commit anymore, because that's just a lot of things, and that Aqua Force doing so much damage to the enemy teams, and now they will be able to take the bot tower, and that's the first objective taken by Impunity Cambodia, and we Armada just couldn't do anything about it. And
That
Rez,
is in,
that is tipping in the jungle, almost getting caught by Rez here. If he would have been caught, then that would be a disaster for them, but I think he's safe and he went to the base, and now Death is coming back quite easily. And okay, blinking. Oh, look at the damage coming in! So much damage from this UA. KO just obliterates Reds right there, and Violet is gone. Oh, I mean not Violet, sorry, blinking is gone just like that. And now Impunity going strong, so strong right now. Look at those damage
Chaos
coming in
needs
from
to be
UA.
careful.
Yeah.
Donut is
He-
also in trouble, but Sun will be the one that will need to go to the base, and well,
yeah.
they will lose Raze in the process, but it doesn't matter because Zero is also down. So Raze came back already, and he will be here to join the next fight. And Lorian didn't have
Lorian.
really good lane in the early stage, and
Yeah.
he is not
And
having a
he's
fun game here.
Yeah, he keeps dying. He already died twice, so that's not really good for Lorian. You know, he's not having the best game of his life. He's just getting picked on pretty easily, and Chaos just dealing too much damage here. Just can't handle it. And now, oh, look at Blink. He's getting. Oh my God, this guy's Aqua Force is so much damage.
This
It
Yui
really needs to
hero
be
is.
nerfed.
I already told you this. Yui hero is, well, he is really good with his positioning, and he's the hero itself is a broken hero in my opinion.
Yeah,
So
and
this will
currently,
definitely deal a lot of trouble towards the Armada side.
okay, Impunity Cambodia. They're going for the Slayer right now, and I think they
Slayer.
will secure it without any hassle. So Dark Slayer secured for Impunity Cambodia, and they're gonna go in the top lane to take the second mid tower. That's, I think he almost got caught, but he will survive using his skills, and now he doesn't have anything else to do besides sitting under the tower. And meanwhile, Impunity Cambodia. Oh, oh, look at the combo coming in! Look at the amazing combo coming in from Vivo Armada. That's a great comeback from them, and they secured double kill, and Chaos and Rest doesn't expect that. Now all of their carries are dead, and now Donald is also in trouble. We Armada just showing absolutely amazing things, and that's 3 for them. We Armada. I don't know what just happened, but something really happened here. That was a really nice combo, and this is what makes this game such an amazing player. Impunity Cambodia thinking that they were strong, thinking that they had it, but no, We Armada just came back with strong answer, and look at that. We Armada are owning the stage right now. Just amazing triple kill right there from We Armada. That was really
This is what
amazing
happened.
movement
This
from
is
Lumber.
what happened when you feel overconfident and you underestimate your enemies, because well, they didn't include blinking in the fight, and they secured that 3 kills by using only 4 heroes. So that was really
Yep.
amazing, and
And
look at that. That is
yeah,
really tanky here, and Sun couldn't deal well. He couldn't even deal 50% damage towards that, and this is what I was expecting. Like Armada took really tanky heroes in their side, and they will definitely be able to handle this mid-game scenario. And if they can survive till 12 or 13
oh,
minutes,
okay.
they will definitely
Oh, that's
be winning
oh,
this
We
game.
Armada. Oh, We Armada, they're not done yet. They're really looking strong right now, and they take down 3 members from Impunity. Armada, what are you guys doing? You guys are absolutely going ham, and they also secured the Slayer. I have to mention it, and now Sun Arthur is getting chased inside the tower. Armada are not done yet. They're so strong, and they will catch Donut as well. They see Donut trying to run with his life, but will he be able to do so? And he will be. But Armada take down the tier 2 tower, and Armada, look at all that. Lumber is doing so much. That's my guy. He will give up his life, but he took down 4 members from Impunity Cambodia along with him. That's amazing, Armada. Look at the comeback. Look at the network. That's a huge jump for them. And Cambodia, they I don't know what will be their answer for them this time around. I think the game is going towards Armada's hands. The late game they wanted. That's where they won. Larion, so look at the comeback he made. Lumber is doing so much for him at this stage that Larion, despite having a rough lane, he already made a comeback, and now he's overwhelming UA right now. And what do you think about this, Nitul? What do you think about this comeback? Were you expecting this?
I was not expecting this at all, because they lost Lumber in the early stage of the fight, and I thought this is the moment. This should be the moment where Cambodia finishes the job and maybe takes some tower with them. But I don't know what happened there, because well, they lost Lumber, but they didn't care about that. They just went like heroes and they destroyed their enemies. Like, well, I think Cambodia actually focused on the Slayer more than the team fight. That's how they secured the Slayer, but they couldn't win the team fight. But the Slayer was not worth it because the Slayer was on the top lane and it couldn't take any tower with it, and it died in vain. Like, it didn't even cause a single damage towards the top tower. And look at that, there's a fight going on. He'll raise, he's trying to take down Death, and Death will use the additional armor, but he will go down. But now Zero, they're on to Zero, but now blinking went too far, but now they're on the move, they're in charge here. And Donut Race, they're not done here at all, and they're looking forward to Armadia. But now oh, never mind. Zero, he will live to fight another day, but Sun is trying to kill him. Can he do it? And Sun will finish the job all alone, and Lorian will die again. I don't know, maybe Lorian died like 7 times in this game, or maybe 6 times. Like
3 times. He died 3 times, I think.
3?
Yeah, he died 3 times.
Oh yes, he died 3 times. My bad. Yeah. And
he died 3 times.
This is not a comfortable game for Lorian, because he is a true magic damage dealer, but he
another fight
that.
Breaking in. Impunity, they're trying to take the Slayer right now. I think this is an Infinite Slayer, and they will be able to take the Infinite Slayer. And meanwhile, look at Arthur. He's chasing away the enemies so that they can't contest this fight. And I like how Impunity Cambodia also made the comeback. Like, Armada was having their time, but Impunity Cambodia just made a straight off comeback. And now I think it's on their hands right now.
Well, in the last fight, this last layer fight, if Armada could pass the Arthur's defense, they could definitely win the whole fight, because 2 members from Cambodia was really low, and now they're on to Sun. Oh, Arthur, he is looking to fight again. I don't get it.
Oh,
he's not done
blinking.
with it.
Impunity, they're going aggressive again. This is their nature, okay? The 3 games I've watched them play, in every single game, I've seen them go just aggressive. They just likes to play fragile. That's their play style, and that's what they're doing once again. Because Armada, they might have it, but now they're not having it. Nova will run away. Omen using his ultimate, but there's nothing they can do right
Slayer
now.
In the Dragon
as
Lane.
Impunity.
Slayer is coming.
Slayer in the Dragon Lane.
Will
Slayer
definitely destroy the towers, because it will deal more
now
than
this is so much
300 damage with each shot.
Yep.
And well, they will secure the bot and top tower at the same time. Well, they will deal a lot of damage towards the top tower, but they will not be able to finish it at all. But Johnson is
look at the Slayer, how strong he is. And they're fighting in top lane. Okay, Rez. Rez is quite low, but look at the damage he's dealing. And now Sun will get caught by That's trying to do something. Lumber going forward. Zero catching in. And now they're trying to catch Impunity here. Impunity on going back in. Arthur, I think he's trying to be the bait to hold them off while their carries run away, and he will give away his life. Meanwhile, Rez comes back for the kill, and he will take him down. And Rez is the only person alive. He's doing a 1v4 right now, and he will take down Nova along with him when he dies, and he will take down.
He also took down Zero.
Yeah, he also took down Zero.
So this was a really nice fight coming in from Cambodia, because they secured the top tower. They dealt around 90% damage towards the mid tower, and they dealt around 20% damage towards the bot tower as well. So this is a really flexible play coming in from Cambodia. They don't mind losing their members here, because they already destroyed their top lane, so they will be having an upper hand in these fights. And look at that, they will Armada will go for the tier 1 in the bot lane, which is the Dragon lane, and now they are moving towards the mid lane. Can they do more than just taking 1 tower? Can they just secure the 5 kills of Cambodia? That's the main question.
This is the time of the game where both teams are literally equal right now. It maybe was on Impunity Cambodia's side in the first phase, and maybe on Armada's side in the middle game. But right now, whoever wins the team fight is the one who's going to take the time. And now look at Donut. Look at Impunity Impunity Cambodia. Meanwhile, in the backline, Chaos gets caught. Chaos will receive quite a bit of damage, but they're not done yet. Now, Impunity Cambodia, look at the number. He catches 2 people, and now they're going forward and going forward. And now Chaos, Rez, he seems to be quite low, and he's slow. And Impunity Cambodia, they're low, falling one by one. Armada being so strong on Impunity Cambodia right now. They lose 2 members. Impunity, they just couldn't react in time. Armada were just so fast. We're just invisible. They were so fast to react, and they take down 2 members, and now they're going to take the Infinity Slayer as well. Now, this is what I call some nice play. This is what I call some nice entertainment. This is what I call some nice play. These are skillful players. These are professional players. This is what I expect to see in the arena of Valor International Championship. And this game is going so interesting right now. I'm literally on fire right now, bro. I don't know what to say, but this is such a crucial moment. Like, everything is so crucial right now. Look at these teams go. They're not making such a huge mistakes. They're giving out their best, and they're sweating a lot. I'm literally sweating myself after seeing all these players. This is so intense right now, bro. And okay, they're once again going at the top lane. I believe there's gonna be another fight coming in. The Slayers in the mid lane right now. Now, Sun, Arthur, he's quite tanky, but I don't know how much tanky will he be. That's receiving quite a bit of damage. He's at half HP right now, but no other actions coming in. Now, they're looking for opportunities where one player makes mistakes, and they're gonna take advantage of that mistake, and they're gonna secure the game for themselves. And now, what do you think about this player coming in?
Chaos is actually panicking in this game because at this point he is low on HP because he didn't have much items that will give him HP bonus. But Arthur is the only one, and Donut as well. They can only secure the front line and where Chaos can deal a lot of damage in the back line. But
okay, Slayer. Oh, they're getting high ground. They're going ham in right now. We Armada, they're going for them, and We Armada takes down one member. Johnson is taken down. Rez, he's down, but he has the immortality, so he will be revived once again. And now Johnson is dead again. We Armada, they're so deep inside. They still have the Slayer with them, but We Armada, they're going down one by one. And now they will not go down. They will just focus the throne. Bro,
my God,
they just secured the tower, and they just absolutely dominated the scene. And this is what I call the amazing game. They were focusing on the objective. We Armada, they just came back this game so hard. They just slapped it on their face so hard. Bro, it's hats off to We Armada. Not because they're from my country, but because how amazing they perform this game. Just as you said, if you give these guys the late game, they're gonna get inside. They're gonna get inside your minds. They're gonna wipe your mind. They're gonna cut off your brains. They're gonna cut off everything. No harm, no violations here. Just talking about the game. They absolutely dominated. We Armada, absolutely amazing game. But amazing performance coming in from Cambodia as well.
I want to mention one thing, that is Armada read the situation perfectly.
And we have here
the
in
winner
the screen
of the series.
Yep. The winners, We Armada. Absolutely dominant. Salutes, hats off to you guys. I wish to see you guys more in the future. And I think We Armada will be facing off against their brothers, Martyrs BF, in the next game.
I guess so, but the thing is, if you look into the last game, the third game of this series, you will definitely see that Armada took the tanky heroes, and Cambodia actually dominated the early game. And I mentioned at the 8-minute mark that if Armada can secure the game till 12 minutes, they will definitely secure the game for them, because that's how strong they are in the late game. That's how dominating they are in the late game. They chose the heroes according to the late game scenario, and Cambodia was not able to finish the job within time given, because, well, I think they couldn't finish the job because Chaos was not in the perfect positioning where he should be, and he dealt a lot of damage. But no, that's not enough. That's not enough to secure some tanky heroes. So yeah. they played so perfectly. Look at that. They secured the Dragon, they secured the Slayer in the first game. Well, Armada got the first blood as well, but they didn't show any mercy towards Armada in the early stage. Look at that. They're going inside of the tower. They're not showing any mercy. They're one-shotting with Yui, and now Raze. Raze played really good in this game, but he couldn't show off his true potential here because Armada was just on point, and they secured everything. They just secured every single moment, and they snatched it out of Cambodia's hand. They snatched the match out of Cambodia's hand. Look at that. This Slayer was really good because Raze, he tried to focus on the Slayer, and he couldn't deal a lot of damage towards the enemies. He couldn't focus on the team fights, so that's how they lost that fight. I think that is the most crucial fight that actually gave the opportunity to Armada, and they utilized it so perfectly that look at that. This was a really nice fight. Blinking went in, Nova went in, and they secured a kill, and then they went for another one, and they secured the whole team wipe. But well, this fight was, I don't know, this was a random fight for me because Arthur sacrificed himself in order to save Raze and Chaos at the same time, but Chaos was taken down by Armada, and Raze was also taken down by Armada. But Raze could take down two members from Armada side, and there is none other than Nova and Zero, and that actually slowed the push. But after securing the Infinite Slayer, it was the game over for them because look at this fight. Sun actually went for some kills, and he secured 2 kills for himself, but Armada was better. Armada secured the game for themselves.
And
That
that
is
last moment
all
when
I
they
got
just
to
pushed the
say,
tower
man.
and went for the objective,
Yep.
that was the most interesting thing about this thing. Like I wasn't totally expecting that. Like that's why you see Impunity Cambodia, they try to stop them, they try to stop their push, but Armada, they just completely obliterated that throne and absolutely secured that game for themselves. And they are heading towards upper bracket finals to face off against their brothers Martins BF tomorrow, I think, in the day 2. But yeah, we Armada, they showed absolutely amazing gameplay, that hell of a comeback expecting from them. The late game, they showed how strong they are. They showed how strong they maintain their games. And one of the greatest things about MOBA games are anything can happen at any time. You're winning by a large margin, but the game can literally just turn around any time, right? So as a MOBA player, as a experienced MOBA player, this is one of the things that I really like about these games. There's never really a final thing. Like, this team is winning, we know that, but it can change anytime. And Armada proved that really amazingly. And now look at
Look at
that.
that
Anthem, the man,
MVP.
MVP, is the Wisp
Mhm.
from We Armada.
715. That is a really nice score coming in from him. And look at that, 97k damage dealt towards his enemies. And kill participation is not that high, but it's not bad as well because
Not
it's
bad
more
as
than
well. Yep.
60%. And yeah, and well, he didn't have a really good game because he was surrounded by enemies, but he still secured to be the MVP, and he secured the game for his team. And look at the
And now
comparison.
compare him with Violet. Violet dealt a lot
Mhm.
of damage because Impunity Cambodia was having that upper hand in the early games where Armada was just playing safe. But look at Anthem. He's a guy of focus. He's a guy of focus. He knows what to do. He's so focused on the game. He held his position. He stayed calm, and he didn't die much. He didn't give away
I
his
want to
position
mention
as
one
much.
thing.
He focused objective.
Rez dealt 50,000 more damage than
Yeah,
Anthem, but still it
yeah, but
wasn't
that's it.
enough. Mhm.
And now the team show
And
off, like, look at how like close they are to each other on basis of the objectives. Both teams had objective because the game was like a ball. It was like sometimes going towards Impunity Cambodia, sometimes going towards Armada. So it was pretty balanced, I would say. but yeah, it is what it is. Slayers, maybe Impunity was holding off that early game. They were killing more Slayers, and that's why they have 4 Slayers. But then Armada come back, and they had 1 Slayer only, but that 1 Slayer was enough for them to push through the mid tower and just literally obliterate the throne and secure the game for them.
Yep, and I want to mention one thing, that is, they didn't go for Armada didn't go for a lot of towers because they were not sure about the thing that they can, if they can secure every tower and secure the game for themselves. So they were trying to farm up. They were trying to push the lanes in the early game. They were trying to avoid the fights, but unfortunately, Cambodia took the fight towards them, so that they cannot escape from the fight. But unfortunately for Cambodia, that Armada got super tanky heroes in their team, so it was super hard to take them down. And you can see by the damage dealing scenario that Raze dealt more than 140,000 damage, and still it
Yep.
wasn't enough. It wasn't enough
I
because
mean,
only 97,000 damage was enough to finish the job.
yeah, the reason why Rez had such an high damage is because as I mentioned, Impunity Cambodia, they tried to play the early game. They tried to play the early stages, and that's why Rez he was more active in the team fights, and he was like literally everywhere, and he was dealing those damage. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Anthem, he was playing a bit safe. He was playing it like really safe. He didn't want it to overcommit. He was playing for the late game, and he showed what he could do. So yeah, Armada,
Yep.
absolutely hats off
And
to you guys, and amazing
that was a
gameplay by
really good
Impunity
that
Cambodia
was
too.
a really good series, and we will be waiting for the third series of the game. So
Yeah,
don't go anywhere, everyone.
and we'll be
Just
taking a
stay
break
tuned, and
right
we'll
now.
be back within 5 minutes.
So hello and welcome back after the short break, after short a while, and once again we're back after two or three rounds, and this is your host Dorix. Alongside with me is going to be Zen. So first of all, Zen, this is our first time casting. I humbly welcome you onto the stream.
Thank you, Torix, for having me with you. You missed out on such an amazing series in the last game, man. It was such an amazing. I hope you watched that because if you didn't, that would be a really great miss for you because that was one of the best games I've watched on Arena of Valor in any stages, I would say, and I'm hoping something similar to that because the next game would be kind of like a fight between me and you, but I wouldn't say there's a fight, anything going on between us. It is
A
indeed
competition, we can say.
Pakistan versus Bangladesh. Yup. So, what do you say about that? Are you supporting your country? Which obviously you are.
Definitely, which I am obviously doing it, but it's not kind of a fight, but a competition. And in competition, there's always someone who's going to win and someone who is going to lose. So OPX versus Aegon Esports is what we're going to see this time around. And I'm really excited. Like, this, I think, is the second time throughout this whole day that we're going to see two different countries that is going to show their two different metas, two different strategies against each other in a pickle of a fight, in a best of the three, in which case either one of them actually going to get two of the fights in the early stages is going to be the winner.
Yeah, and absolutely, as you said, like second games of this series, second series of obviously, which we're gonna see the two countries are going up against each other, and it's none other than it's going to be Bangladesh and Pakistan. They have a bit of a history, but with all that gone, we are brothers right now, and we were used to be same country before. Now that we're different, but still we're brothers because we are Muslims. Both of our countries are Muslims, so as that we are brothers of each other's, and they are going up against each other. And the greatest coincidence is that we have a caster who's from Bangladesh and from Pakistan to cast this game. So it's like a two-sided thing here right now. But I'm rooting for both of the games. Like in the last game I mentioned. Even though I am from Bangladesh and obviously I support my country, but what more is when it comes to competition, when it comes to gaming, when it comes to esports, I'm neutral. I'm completely neutral. What I crave for is a game which entertains me, which entertains everybody, which makes me enjoy these feelings of being the caster, a feeling of being a broadcaster, feeling of being a shoutcaster, casting this game. Such an amazing moment, seeing those hype moments where I get literally pumped up. In the last game, I almost got off my chair and almost like broke my keyboard. I was so excited to see such an amazing game. So this is what I'm hoping for. So I don't mind whoever's winning is either Bangladesh winning or either Pakistan winning. To be more precise, either Aegon Esports winning or maybe Oriental Phoenix is winning. What I expect to see is such a great game. So yeah.
What we expect to see is a great sportsmanship from either of those teams, because that is what matters through this whole game. It's not any of those situations. It's a game. You can either win or you can either lose. So what thing that is going to differentiate between them is going to be their mindset, their thinking in this whole case scenario. Two different mindsets are going to clash against each other in this whole fight in the best of three situation, in which case they either have the chance after one fight to change their mindset, to change their strategies, or go with the same strategy at the same time into the second match as well. But the time will only tell, and the match is the factor that will tell who is going to be the winner with all these different strategy from two different countries.
So I have to mention one thing here, that is this Oriental Phoenix, this team OPX. They're the champions of the last tournament of Arena Valor, which was held in Bangladesh between Bangladeshi teams, and all the other teams that we've seen so far, like We Armada and maybe some teams like Venom Esports, they faced off against these teams and they won the tournament. So you could say they were one of the champions from before. They won the Bangladesh Championship this year, actually, a few months ago. So they are strong. They are kind of strong. They are really strong. And do you think against Aegon Esports, will they be able to Aegon Esports? How do you think will prepare against OPX, who are like the previous champions?
Depending on the situation, as you've already said, the OPX is the previous champion. They have a great knowledge of the game. They have a great knowledge of the strategy and what to counter each and every single hero with. But Aegon Esports, on the other hand, they just came in recently in this whole of a meta, in this whole of a game fight, AOV situation fight. So we have to really think about. As for the experience side, Team OPX definitely has the upper hand, but on the strategy side, that is the real question, how it's actually going to work for either of the teams. Because there's always a factor in the MOBA games that one of your wrong move can lead up to your whole game
Yep,
demise.
exactly.
In which case we see Aegon Esports versus the team OPX right now, and only the time is going to tell how their strategy is going to make them different from each other.
Yeah, nonetheless, as I mentioned, OPX was the previous champions of Bangladesh in Arena of Valor, and Aegon Esports are also nowhere less from them, because they are the champions of Pakistan. That's why they're representing their country in this international event, right? So they won't be any less from them, even though they started recently. I'm pretty sure they are amazing at this game. That's why they're representing their country in this stage. That's why they're gonna fight one of the champions of Bangladesh in here in this LAN event of Arena Valor South Asia Championship. So I'm looking forward to that amazing game where the number one from Bangladesh and will be facing off the number one from Pakistan.
Definitely, a
So
country's
yeah,
number one is going to be facing off against each other, and
off against each
it's
other.
definitely a fight to be witnessed, actually, because
Yes.
finally two different countries after one last game that we're gonna see. Because this is the second game, as we already said, in this whole tournament, in which case two different countries. Are facing off against each other. Each and every single pick, each and every single ban is crucial for them. Each and every single tower this time around in this game is crucial for either of these teams. And as we're talking about the towers, we also have to talk about the economy and the slayers and the dragons as well.
Yep, and with saying that, we're already into the drafting phase, and we'll see Aegon Esports already going with the very hot pick, I would say, UA and Omen. We've been seeing these heroes play a lot of heroes, and UA, trust me, bro, these heroes literally broken. When you play against UA, you have to be scared. And we OPX also going with Mina and Volcat, and I've seen Mina getting banned a lot by Impunity Esports, and this hero is one of the really versatile heroes where you could put her anywhere and she would perform really well. And we see Hayate getting banned. Hayate literally has 100% win ban rate or pick rate in this tournament by far. So what are your thoughts about that?
I agree. Hayate ban, I'm seeing that can be a crucial thing for the teams, as well as if it's on the enemy composition. If it's onto the other side of the enemy composition, that can be a great strength to their addition as well. But once again, this time around, Hayate has been banned by Aegon Esports. If I have to say, a good choice in the ban, as try to stop the VOPX into their tracks in this whole case scenario. But knowing Team OPX as well, I think they may have a counter attack for this choice as well.
And you see, we OPX will just ban out Aram and Kira right after their first ban, and this is a very interesting choice because we've seen how good Kira is in the last game, even though they lost, but Kira performed really well. And yeah, and I think Liliana is also a nice pick in their side. That's a really good mid laner. Liliana is a really good mage. I mean, yeah, she's a really good mid laner.
You can go.
And she has a lot of magical damage and area control spells, which helps her control the fight. And you know, her ultimate shifter, where she can transfer from human into a fox, which helps her a lot. Her increases her movement, increases her ability power and everything, which helps her really control the fight and maybe zone out the opponents, which is going to be really useful for them because they have Volcat and Mina as well to support their sides of that. And they also in Agon Esports, their draft is looking like somewhat really strong. Look at that, Omen and UA. These two together are really massive, right? Massive, right? I mean, UA deals a lot of
They can
damage.
be a mess.
Yeah, they are mess.
I agree. They
This
can be a
UA
mess.
hero, this hero itself is a mess. When you have this hero, I mean, Liliana, Violet, these heroes are not gonna be able to stand their grounds against UA if they face off against them. I don't know how Liliana will do against against UA.
I
in mid, though.
mean, maybe because UA was released recently, and that is the reason that no one so far has made up a counter attack for this specific character. But talking about the other characters, aside from Omen and Slims, we've also seen Vebent being also picked off. So that is a tank in this situation. And as we're talking about the
Yeah.
tanks, they play a really crucial role in this whole game, as well as to take
they
off
have an
all the
arrow
damage
as
that
well.
has been given on. There we go. You already said it. They also have that ARL as well, in which case they can actually provide a good fight against each other. So it all depends upon their
Yeah.
strategy, how they're actually going to go. After these pickup that we're seeing from either of these sides, there's still one more, in which case it's Baldum. Oh my god. Another
Okay, the
tank
Baldum. Okay,
from the
yes.
OPX.
Another tank
So
from
two
the
tanks.
OPX.
Though
There's
that
already
is two
Volkat
tanks from
who's
the side.
yeah, I think Volkat's gonna play that rotation plays where he's very annoying throughout the map. And I know how Arena of Valor is really a fast-paced MOBA game, and in this fast-paced MOBA game, these heroes who are rotating around the map, who creating situations in the map, are one of those heroes who who makes the game for you. You have UA who deals high damage. You have Violet who has one of the highest damage in the game as well, besides UA. But Volcat and heroes like Omen who rotates around the map are the ones who actually decides which side the game's gonna be. Because early game you have these heroes rotating, getting kills on the lanes, jumping, initiating on the mid lane, helping your jungle, maybe helping your others, and they just help you get up, help those ADCs get up, and help them do the things they want to do in the game.
Definitely, they do provide a good support to the like their players, their heroes, their friends as well into this whole game as they move from places to places, making out some openings for their teammates to push forward. But once again, the fight has actually started. Team OPX versus Agon Esports, and talking about Agon in the very start, we're seeing them 3 players going into the mid lane and 1 on the top and bottom line each this time around.
Yeah, and I think they're gonna try to get the mid wave faster. Like look at they're trying to we OPX, they're trying to clear the mid wave before them, so they will reach the level 2, and which will help Beast in mid lane, which is UA. And I think they're trying to do something here. Well, Necro trying to go forward, UA will just deal him with his second spell and just get back here. Nothing so serious going on here, but yeah. The early stages. What do you think about this laning stage, where they're separated?
The early stage right now. The early stage right now, that it can be a hectic if you are kind of far away from your teammates and the other team gangs up on you. That can be a hectic situation in the early stages. But look at Usman versus a Beast right now, nearby the river side against each other, and Usman actually is either a squishy character, but on top of that, he's also doing a huge amount of damage onto the beast. So whether he's a squishy, all he has to do is use that damage, utilize that damage to the fullest, make sure that in the early stages, the more kills that he can get, the better for the team.
Yep, that's absolutely correct, and that's what they're doing. Like, look at the junglers; they're just going to get the Sage buff and get the Might buff, and try to be active on this map. Like, look at them; they're like literally sticking near each other so much that they don't want to risk it. Oh, Beast, he's gonna come at here, but he's just gonna use his ultimate to turn into a fox and run away. So that's that. Liliana playing safe there, nothing too aggressive here. Oh, Necron. Okay, just poking each other. Nothing serious here.
They're poking
But
each other.
we
They're
see-
trying to make sure
Yeah.
that both of the teams don't go towards the Slayer or the Dragons. But once we see the team Aegon
Yeah.
actually going for the Dragon, they're also trying to
Yeah.
get the kill for themselves. But there we go, Ray got that Abyssal Dragon, and on the other hand, we are also seeing the OPX getting that Dog Slayer for themselves. So both dragons, Slayer and Dragon, have been eliminated by each of the teams respectively. But talking about the teams right now, after getting those buffs, after getting those economy for themselves, increasing their items damage and even the critical chances, we have to see who is going to deal more damage onto the enemy side.
Yeah, I mean, both of the teams are looking pretty balanced right now, even though we OPX, in terms of net worth, they are a bit ahead because they got the Slayer, which I think gives more gold than the Dragon.
Yeah.
So they are a bit ahead on that terms, but Aegon Esports are not that far behind. It's still, I would say, still balanced and still like at the same level of the game. So still no actions from both teams. They are really playing it cautious, and they're being cautious, and they're respecting each other and not like overcommitting and being overconfident, you know, in these fights. So okay, in mid lane we'll see Worthless getting some jumps, still nothing serious, just some pokes. So yeah, both of the teams, they acknowledge each other, and that's a really nice thing, right?
The thing about Team Aegon Esports is that they tend to play it safe, but they tend to play it like into a safer side into the very start of the game, until their character is a really good level, until their hero is a really good level. And what I'm seeing from is that Team OPX is also doing the same. So their mindset is kind of like similar onto the side into their strategies, but we have to see into the later game, into the late stages of the game, how these early like a safe passiveness is actually going to pay off, because as we head over to the more levels from these players, their damage is going to increase, their movement may just increase, and even their critical rates, critical damage is going to increase. So one or two moves can be lethal for the team. But look at that, Aegon Hoon finally getting that first kill on the Sky. Sky is right now down 10 seconds for the resurrection. And aside from that, the team WE is down to 4 players, in which case scenario 1 player is holding out that midsection, 1 in the jungle, and 2 in the bottom lane.
Yeah, that first blood was like really late, like 4 minutes in you get the first blood of the game, and you know that both teams are really nice, and both teams know what they're doing, because the way they're playing, they're super safe, they're respecting each other, and maybe when they get the chance, they'll grasp it. Like in top lane, Skyar was a bit far ahead, I think, and that's when Aegon Esports took the chance and punished him for the mistakes he made, and that was an amazing kill for them. And Aegon Esports, as you mentioned, they like to play safe, they like to use their brains, they like to use their strat on that thing. So that's what they're doing right now, and we OPX are also doing the same. They're not giving in too much, they're not losing too much here. Maybe they lost 1 member, but now it's gonna be the real deal, because I think Aegon is going towards the Slayer, and we OPX, I think they're not gonna contest it, they're just gonna take the Dragon on the other side. So Dark Slayer is gonna get eliminated by Aegon Esports.
Definitely, Aegon Esports got that Dragon buff, Dark Slayer buff actually for themselves as well. But on the other hand, OPX trying to get that Dragon, they got it finally. The Dragon and Slayer numbers from each and either of these teams are finally on the equal side, 1-1 of the each side, but no tower whatsoever has been destroyed. The goal difference is only a measly of 600 as well. But finally, we're seeing some towers being contested into the side of VOPX, in which case the top tower of Team Aegon Esports finally has been destroyed. The first tower goes towards the team VOPX. They're finally initiating into this fight, in which case scenario, one player that was on top lane is not moving forward, as we see the bottom lane being contested by a 3 versus 3 fight.
Yeah, and meanwhile in the top lane, Skyar is getting dived in by Ray. Ray is trying to escape right now. He's a 2v1 situation he doesn't want to be in, but now he has help from Hoon here. Hoon is here. Mr. Chairman and Skyar, do they want to get in though? I don't think they will get in. They saw another player coming in, so they will respect that, and they will get back immediately from there. And this is pretty balanced game up until now. Nothing's going on. So I think this is gonna be a great contest between these two teams, because, you know, like when you have players from same level and same skill set, this is what happens. Like nobody is making mistakes, nobody's overcommitting, nobody's like, you know, dying without any reason. Everybody is just playing the objective wise. And as you mentioned, OPX, they have 1 tower taken, top tower, after taking the kill of Hoon, so they will have a little bit of advantage over here. And yeah, this is what matters after all, the objectives. So I think both of the teams will play objective. Meanwhile, there's a fight going on here.
Oh,
There's a lot of things going on. Skylar, okay, taking out. And one member from Aegon Esports will die, Bappa. And now Mr. Chairman is also falling pretty low. You are dealing so much damage over here. And now Aegon will take down another member from OPX as well. But Aegon, they lost 2 members here, but they're not done yet. Okay, getting inside the tower.
Oh.
Skylar, look at his HP, so low. Just one more hit should defeat him. Usman trying to get him with his Aqua Slash. Oh, Skylar, he's getting chased by Hoon. Hoon will secure the kill, and that will be death for Skylar. And Beast receiving quite a bit of damage. Liliana, that damage from UA is insane. Absolutely monstrous, man. This is what I was talking about. Look at those
and
waves.
monstrous. Exactly. And
Look at those
as soon
echo
as that
waves,
damage
man.
was done, he was forced to recall back into the base side to heal himself and once again try to come into the forward side. But once again, one tower was destroyed by Team OPX. But there we go. Bappa got that. Another tower. The final situation in this case scenario is we see 1 Slayer, 1 Dragon, and 1 tower from each of the sides. The goal difference of 300 in this case. The team is really into the same pace, same scenario cases. And as we see them slowly and gradually making their way up forward, we're also seeing similar strategies. Not just that, not just the similar thinking, but we also are seeing the similar strategy. As the one goes for the Slayer, the other goes for the Dragon, the other goes for the Slayer, the other goes for the Dragon in that case.
It's
scenario.
basically
But
give and
as soon
take.
as they get that, it's basically give and take. There we go. Couldn't have said it
Skyer
better,
is
but
inside.
once again, 4 versus 4 situation. We versus Aegon Esports in which case, look at that. Team Aegon Esports Ray finally killing Sky in this time around, and at the same time, Bappa also got eliminated. 2 players from Team Aegon is right now down. Necro and Bappa leaving Ray Hoon in the same position. But look at Ray, even with that low HP, he finally got that a kill. Beast has been taken off as well. The fight is back to a 3 versus 3 situation, in which case Ray right now is super low on the HP side, and yeah, he will get out.
He will get out somehow, yeah. That was really amazing. Like, this game by far is basically like give and take. They're like giving something and taking something from these from each other. And I like how OPX just took the Slayer on the top lane, and then just immediately rotated to engage in a fight with Aegon Esports, and Aegon wasn't really expecting that, and they lost a few members, but then they kind of reacted fast. That's why they also managed to kill 2 of the members from Oriental Phoenix, so that was a really nice engagement from them as well. Yeah, made the situation equal.
Definitely.
Yeah, the game's literally equal.
UA damage. Oh, I'm just amazed on this UA damage. Like a 1 skill, and that is a half health onto the enemy side. Whether it's the tank, whether it's the mage, whether it's the warrior, you take a half off of that health straight up with a single move. And that can be lethal in the group stages of fight, in the group fights where there's 2 or 3 players at the same time, and you're doing the AoE actually onto the enemies, in which case around UA can be lethal for all of the OPX right now.
Indeed. Yep. And as you can see, all the movements are like scattered around the map. And meanwhile, in the top lane, Ray is trying to do something, and now he will use his ultimate to get out of there, and he will be able to do so. But OPX still trying to get them, trying to do something around here. But no actions are still happening. Both of the teams are like literally on par to par. Like, nobody's dominating or nobody's walking onto each other right here in this stage.
Even look at the kills. 5 by 5. It's a give and take situation at this point, as you have already said it. And talking about the Slayers versus Dragons, 2 Dragons of the Aegon Esports and 2 Slayers from the VOPX side. What is going on here? But the only difference that is right now making is either the economy or the towers.
I like how they just engage in a fight and then just hit their spells on an enemy, and then they just leave. Like, literally, they don't even care. They don't want to commit.
It's a hit and run.
Fully. Yeah, it's just hit and run. Just literally a hit and run. That's the right way to put it. Just a hit and run, and they just don't want to care. Like, oh, there's a nice arrow coming in, and it'll connect to Hoon. It's connect to Skyer. Sorry, my bad. But nothing else happening. Now the dragon and Slayer is spawned once again, and now will it be a give and take? Because this time around it will be an Holy Dragon and Infinite Slayer. and you don't want to give that big
Oh
thing
my
to a
God.
team just like that.
Oh my God, look at that.
Chairman,
That was
He
a
walks in,
bait on
Aegon.
the German side, but he still manages to save
Yeah.
himself.
And that's another
get
hit and
into
run
the
there.
backside.
That's another
There
hit
we
and
go.
run. And
Look at
looks
that,
like
Team
OPX.
Agani Sports
Yeah.
is right now facing some danger from the top lane, as from the top lane and the bottom lane, 2 towers have been destroyed.
Yep, and OPX are ahead in terms of objectives here. They're doing give and take, but you know, in terms of tower, I don't think they're doing give and take yet, because OPX is still ahead in the towers. Meanwhile, Aegon Esports Ray is committing after getting that red buff. They're committing towards the Slayer, but OPX are still there. They're not leaving.
No!
And OPX will steal the Slayer, and that's huge for them now. Aegon Esports has to retreat because OPX just took the food out of their mouth, and now they will take down Ray as well. Ray fallen, and now OPX is going ham on them. But look at the damage coming in from UA. That's too much. But Aegon Esports is falling one by one. Ray is gone. Usman is gone. Bappa is gone. And Necro is also getting chased by OPX here. OPX, are they overcommitting? No, they're not, because they will take down 4 members from Aegon Esports, and that was huge.
That was the time that they needed to go straight up for the towers in the top lane or the bottom lane as well. As the mid towers, there's 2 of them, but in the bottom and the top lane, there's only 1 tower. You could have gone there, you could have destroyed the tower, you could have straight up went for the base, but right now, as we see Team Aegon Esports finally reviving one of their player, and the rest 2 is gonna follow right behind them as Usman and Baba also get Rev. The fight might just be an equal this time around, but look at that, a Slayer has been spawned from the top
Slayer
lane.
just taking
The Slayer is
tower,
gonna come
yeah.
on. Yeah, it's gonna come down,
Slayer's just
take
gonna
the tower,
take the tower
and as
just
we
like
see-
that.
There we
Tower's
go.
gone. And OPX, yeah. As far as I know, these guys, these OPX, they've been together as a team for quite a while now, so they have the communication with them. You can also already see the results of it, and they've been playing MOBA games for quite a while now. I think they've been playing MOBA games for quite a while now, and they've been playing Arena of Valor for a while now, so they know the game. They have very high knowledge, as you mentioned before, because they're the champions of previous game, and they're showing the impact of it. They're showing that they're good at this game, and look at how like how good they're reading Aegon Esports right now. And Aegon Esports looks like they're engaged in another team fight. Skyer, he's super inside, but he will receive quite a bit of damage. And now look at Necro. Necro received quite a bit of damage from Liliana there, but nothing so serious here. They won't overcommit or try to go for any kills here, but Worthless, he's not done yet. He's going for the chase, and Usman dealing quite a bit of damage. And now, Mr.
Oh
Chain,
my
Mr.
God.
Chairman, he's inside, and he will take down Usman just like that. UA is gone. He's very squishy hero, and now they're not done yet. They're going straight in. OPX going ham on Aegon Esports right now. Aegon Esports doesn't have any answer to them, and 5 versus 3 right now. 5 versus 2 right now. Aegon Esports falling one by one. OPX are super OP on them, and that was almost a wipe, and OPX just wipes out the floor with a straight win just like that. Nothing so serious happened this game, and OPX just secures the game, and they're the winner. Torix, what do you think about this one?
I have to say it all comes down to their prior experience and their prior beauty of those experience that they had throughout this whole scenario of the games and whole scenario of the games that they've been gone through. As you already said, they have more experience of the MOBA games and even of the Arena of Valor, as this was the first time it came to Pakistan, and for the Bangladesh, there may have been a more tournaments, local tournaments, or whether it's the international tournament that have been going. So you play as you make your way of make your strategies, make your work all around the places, wrap your head around the strategies, everything, and the way that the OPX has played each and every single one of their strategy, as they actually knew what the team Aegon was going to do, shows their experience by a majority at that point.
Yep, absolutely. And but still, even though OPX have a lot of experience, of these MOBA games, and in Arena Valor, they're the previous champions as well. But still, Aegon Esports showed that they're not so far behind them. Like, they played such an amazing game. Like, OPX did not literally outplay them. That was a pretty even game up until to the point where the experience kicks in, and OPX knew what to do in that situation, and that's how they just dominated in the last few fights. And secured the game. That was just one fight. MOBA games, right? It only takes one fight to end the game, to decide the game.
It only takes
for
one
that.
fight, yeah.
Yeah. And I think this fight was the one where OPX decided that they're gonna take this game, and they outsmarted Aegon Esports here, where they took the Slayer and came back to them, and Aegon wasn't really expecting it. And I like the play from Usman here. He ran away somehow, and yeah.
The
So
point was
amazing
where
play.
they actually made a comeback. The fight was equal till the very end, but the way that they made a comeback was the Dark Slayer that they took right in the face of Aegon Esports, and that was gave them the push. That was gave them the buff to actually annihilate a full 4 of those players from the team Aegon Esports come into their way, get more towers in the way, even spawn the Slayer from the top lane, making sure that the team Aegon is so focused on that, so you can work on your economy, on your skill level, and everything else.
Exactly.
And slowly and peacefully get more buffs for yourself, comes right into the place, get that base tower. And in the end, the full elimination before they actually got that base tower, it was just amazing. That straight up shows that the team OPX, where they stand, on what level they actually stand in this whole fight scenario.
Yeah, and the best part is like when you mentioned that one fight when they took the Slayer. Yeah, that was the really nicest move. And after taking the Slayer, the Liliana getting the quadra kill, I think that was the time when OPX decided that they will win the game. And that's the turning point of the game. Like, it was going pretty straight, like pretty even for both of the teams, up until the point where they finally took the Slayer and Liliana got that quadra kill. And I think she's deserves the MVP of this game, because Liliana against UA in mid, UA kind of won the mid lane, but you saw how high damage was UA dealing in the early stages. But then Liliana made the comeback and made such a great impact on the game as a mid laner. That's why I personally think Liliana deserves to be the MVP, but we don't know who the MVP is yet. We will be showing the MVP after a few minutes. But yeah, personally, I think Liliana deserves to be the MVP after that quadra kill.
Definitely, we have to see who is going to be the MVP, as the MVP works differently for different games. And for this game, it comes down to all the damage, all the assists, deaths, and kills combined into this whole case scenario, whether you have given out some covers to your teammates or something like that, or even if you have eliminated by a great margin onto the enemy side. That is what considered to be the thing, as in different games, in different MOBA games, some places we only see the kills as the MVP. No, in this game, everything matters. So we have to see what Liliana do. What Liliana did was considered everything, or there was someone else that was even doing more than her at that time.
Exactly, because in this game, I felt like there wasn't any specific. Even if you give MVPs to somebody, I would say the MVP is everyone, each and everyone, 10 members in this game, because everyone did something in this game. Like, nobody was. Yeah, they all played their role. They all played amazing. They all did their part, and this is why this game was pretty even up until the turning point. But yeah, everyone was doing same. And I think we have our MVP ready, and we'll be looking at the MVP final reveal of the MVP, and it is none other than Valcott. So yeah, Valcott. I as I mentioned, like, I don't care who the MVP is, because everybody did their role in the game. So it doesn't matter who got the MVP, but yeah, you see. I said Liliana, but I personally believed Valcott was pretty nice as well. Like, look at his score. He has 58k damage with 4 kills and 1 death and 4 assists. So he did pretty well. His score is pretty standard. I mean, even in a game like where both of the teams are even, his score is pretty standard. So what do you think about this one, the MVP?
4 kills, 1 death, and 4 assists. That is amazing. But let's see who the other team's MVP is. And look at that. 7 kills, 4 deaths, and 4 assists. So the difference of the deaths is gone towards the kill this time around. In which case scenario, if we do talk about the damage, 51,000 damage off the team Aegon Esports soon, 58,000 for OPX, 28% kill position, 61% over there, and there was a goal difference as well. But look at that team face off,
Yeah.
7 kills versus 13 kills, 1 tower versus 8 towers, 1 Slayer versus 3 of them. And the goal difference is 44,000 versus the 51. So almost a 7,000 goal difference. And those amazing tower difference plus the Slayer kills. It's just amazing throughout till the very end. And I have to give it to the OPX, the way that they displayed their strategy, the way that they actually displayed their gameplay. It's just amazing. Even Yue was doing a huge amount of damage into the very start from the team Aegon Esports. And
but it wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough, and they beautifully survived that. The hit and run situation was amazing. The equilibrium was amazing till the very end, and that Dark Slayer made all the difference into that final moment where you get the Dark Slayer, you eliminated, annihilated, I have to say, all of the team Aegon Esports players that made sure, and you made that push. That is what you needed for that win.
Yep, and another nice thing about this game was like OPX from the start, even though the game was evenly matched, OPX always focused on the objectives. They played the towers. They tried to push, Aegon Esports out of the area. They tried to control the map as much as they could, OPX, and that's why the first tower, it was them who, I think the first tower who was fallen for Aegon Esports, for OPX actually. Aegon Esports took their bot tower of OPX, and OPX,
No, it was
they
OPX
had a bit of a disadvantage then. Yeah, and then
OPX was
took
the
down
one that
top
got
tower.
the first one. Yeah.
OPX got the one. Oh, okay. Then OPX was the first. But then they started,
it was equal.
like
the
Aegon,
first tower were equal, and after that,
Equal,
the team
1 and
OPX
1.
started to get the upper hand on the tower side, and Team Aegon was trying to catch up, but wasn't able to do it in the same time.
Yep, and that was a bit of a like upper hand for the OPX team, because the towers, they had the objectives. This gave them more Slayers. They had 3 Slayers compared to Aegon Esports, who had other 1 Slayers. But yeah, I think playing objective is the one thing that Aegon Esports should focus on in this game if they want to get in the second game, if they want to get out of that upper bracket, if they still want to give them a fight. OPX is going to be facing against Aegon Esports once again, which is basically Bangladesh versus Pakistan, and this series best of 3, we're already in the picking phase of the second game. This is me, Zain, and with me I have Torix with me to cast this amazing second game with you guys.
Definitely, and talking about the pick phase, we can see you this time around from Aegon Esports have been put into a banned section, so no one can take it. Even Team Aegon Esports at this point knew that how much damage can you do towards the enemy side, towards themselves as well. So they straight up ban it. But talking about their composition, Mina, Wildcat, and Crixie is from their side. But on to the other hand, we can see Hayate, Pain, and Dachi. So a good composition from OPX this time around as well. But talking about Wildcat, the last match MVP was Wildcat from the team OPX. This time around, team Aegon Esports is actually trying it.
Taking the Volcat, Volcat, as you mentioned, is a really good hero. I mean, what I said before, the Volcat is the type of hero who controls the game from the early game. Like, he rotates and he decides how the game will be. Either it will be on your side or their side. And as we see, in Aegon Esports, they already revealed their mage, which is going to be Crixie, and Crixie is a really nice mid laner. She controls the fight really nicely, and once again, Hayate is there on the board. I've seen Hayate on every single time in this tournament's board. 100% win rate, or 100% peak rate, or 100% ban rate. It's either banned or picked. So yeah, Hayate is always there, and looks like from Aegon Esports they will be banning Yue, Liliana, and Lariox. They're banning all mid lane heroes. They're banning all the mid laners there. So they're banning all the mage mid laners. So what are your thoughts about that? Aegon Esports is trying to get all the mid lanes out and secure Crixie, one of the greatest mid lane in this game, for themselves. What do you think about this strat?
Maybe this time around they're straight up gonna go for that mid lane aggressive mode, as we have seen Aegon Esports they try to in the country qualifiers. We saw them first match they lose, and after that, after they grasp the situation of the enemy side, they use that opportunity to think about their strategy, to think about their composition, and after that, we see a comeback from them. And I'm really excited the way that you explained that they're banning all the mid lanes. This might be that composition that they're trying to actually hold off for themselves, trying to go for that direct mid lane aggression, making sure that the other team actually has a no chance of surviving in this thing. But we will have to see how the team OPX is actually going to react to that. As you already said, Hayate, it's whether a ban situation or it's either 100% pick situation, in which case the OPX have picked up the Hayate. How that is going to actually make them go from this situation to a good one, or that is going to put them into a different situation. And even Pain is a great character as well, as it's a really
Yeah.
aggressive one. You can actually use it for direct aggression onto the enemy side as well if you want to. But talking about Pain, I have to say a really good combination with Hayate, if I have to say that.
Yeah, a really combination with Hayate. Pain is a really good jungler, and Hayate is a really good ADC. So if you combine these two, they combine together. They have a quite a bit of high damage, you know. But what questions me the most is they don't have any mage on OPX side. So I don't know
Damn.
who's gonna be the mid lane for them. So they don't have mage. I think they have a little bit of magical damage, but look at these heroes. These heroes are tanky. They're really bulky heroes. But I think that doesn't matter because their heroes are pretty dependent on the late game. Meanwhile, Aegon Esports, they have Wisp, they have Crixie, they have Volcat. And they have Mina as well. These heroes are really dependent on early game. Like they're really strong in the early game. Wisp is really strong in the early games. He can kill the Slayer, he can kill the dragon really easily. He can clear out the jungle easily as well. Also, he can push the tower pretty easily. And Crixie has loads of magical damage stored in for you. So that's something you really expect to see from Aegon Esports, that early actions. But
So you
OPX,
so
if
you're
they have the
saying,
stage, uh-huh.
yeah, you're saying that they're really squishy if they go towards the end of game side, and they have to be really aggressive onto the very start of the match.
Yep, and I think it's what my opinion is, that Aegon Esports have to play this game really early stage, because if they go to the late stage, it's gonna be really hard for them to position themselves, because it's gonna be OPX who are gonna be having those stages. And as you can see, the mid lane, Quixie is gonna come here, but there's two people in mid lane from OPX's side, and I think it's gonna be Beast who's gonna do the mid lane. So he's using a warrior to do the mid lane. That's quite oh, it's not a warrior. I think Worthless is playing the Pain. So yeah, that no, not playing against a mage mid lane, like someone who's like Crixie, is gonna be hard for him. But look at that. He's gonna drag him all the way back to here. Worthless with the Thane. He's like the the pusher, the one who takes you out. Come here. You're gonna feed my enemy. You're gonna die towards my hand. Just invite them over to die. But yeah,
Definitely.
nothing
And
so
talking
specific.
about even the team Aegon Esports right now, they're forced to retreat back to their tower. Worthless is not letting them actually go forward, as Worthless is holding them off. We're also seeing into the top lane section, into the top jungle, if I have to say. There's 3 players from the team Aegon Esports trying to focus on the top lane and the mid lane in the same time. They're going to get the buffs, but as we talk about the buff, let's see which one of the situation is going to happen. And even Worthless is still inside of that bush, hiding from Necro and Bappa. As soon as they're going to move forward, as soon as they're going to leave out their tower,
Oh.
maybe Worthless is going to go forward. And there we go. All 4 of them are here. The dragon has been spawned. This gives out the opportunity to the team VOPX, and they're going to utilize this, get that the Abyssal Dragon buff for themselves, in which case Mr. Chairman was the one that dealt the final blow. And with the more damage buff for themselves, they may actually have a chance this time around to solo these 2 players.
There's actually the nicest thing about this game, once again, is like there's a give and take, because the other team also took the Slayer, so that wasn't like only one-sided thing. Meanwhile, they were killing the dragon. But what I liked was Worthless from OPX tried to pull someone, and he couldn't do it because of a few seconds. But if you were able to do that, then that would have been nice. And now look at Worthless going inside and stealing the buff for himself. Worthless, you thief in the night, just like that. Oh my God,
He's
Ray
a knight
must
in
be sad
shining
right now.
armor for his team, I have to
Yep.
say, getting all those buffs for the team and everything. But as we're talking about the team Aegon, I'm seeing them forcing themselves into the bottom lane. They're not going for the mid lane. They're not going for the top lane. They're trying to make their way from the bottom lane, in which case Worthless and Pika Pika, these are the two guys that is always there to hold themselves into this scenario. But as we talk about these two guys, there's in the top lane, there's two players from the team OPX as well, trying to make sure that the fight actually happens against Toon and Necro in this case scenario. And Crixie, as soon as Usman comes into the bottom lane as well, we move over to the top lane, in which case Hoon definitely got that huge damage onto himself. And on top of that, Mr. Chairman also got that damage, but both of them just did a hit and run and made their way back into the safer side. But look at that, Mr. Chairman used the teleportation. He went into the backside. He went into the safer side, and maybe this time around he's gonna recall himself back into the base, heal himself once again, comes out with a full power, and there we go. He's back into the base, and the minions have been deployed.
Yep, and this game is actually the same, and same for both of the teams, and 60 seconds for the Slayer and Dragon to respawn. So I don't think any actions will be coming in, because they will just keep on farming in their side. I was expecting more aggression from Aegon Esports with this draft, but it seems like they're playing safe as well. But we never know, you know. They have the maybe they have a trump card up in their sleeves. Maybe they're hiding something. Maybe they have a bigger strategy. So we're gonna wait for that and see. But meanwhile, they're just, look at Worthless. He doesn't care. He's just walking around. He'll try to push Necro, but Necro will be safe. So, Usman dealing quite a bit of damage with the Crixie, but Mr. Beast will just, Beast. Sorry, there's no Mr. on the Beast. That's just
there's no Mr. on the Beast, this one.
Yeah, this one doesn't have Mr. on his name, so only Beast. Yep. But no actions yet. So, the 6 seconds for the Dragon and the Slayer, and the Slayer and the Dragon are respawned. Now we'll see some action going on in the top lane. They're trying to get out from the location. Look at Worthless. He's just waiting for them. And Pika Pika as well. Oh, they're gonna go for it. Necron tries to go. Oh, Worthless won't be able to catch him. And they'll throw some punches, but nothing happens. They're not letting each other get the Slayer and Dragon this time. So
exactly.
Yeah, no give and take this time. Oh,
this time
they're
it's
going to
going to be
fight
a
for the Dragon,
complete full-out aggression. Look at that. They're going to go for the fight with the Dragon, with the 4 versus 4. Gone Ray, got that Abyssal Dragon, got that buff for themselves, and this may just be it, as they have more buff this time around. This can be their time to shine out of the Team OPX. But talking about the strategies, after getting that Dragon buff for themselves, they're straight up going into the backside, into a safer side, and slowly and gradually, 2 of the players from the Team Aegon Esports is also moving towards the Slayer. They're not only wants to get the Dragon buff, but also the Slayer. They want to make sure that they get more gold and more buffs for themselves. And as we see Hoon actually fighting against a Slayer, Slayer dodge
Charmin
Slayer.
Jumps inside the tower.
Only himself. But look at that.
And takes down Bappa.
Charmin jumps inside
and Charmin
the
falls
tower,
as well.
Flies down.
Nice
Exactly.
assist.
It's a trade-off elimination from both of the sides. But talking about Aegon, they've lost a total of 2 players.
And Ray is also gonna die. Oh, he's using invulnerability, but Pika Pika might get the kill. Oh, Ray turning on Pika Pika just like that, and
A red team tower has
almost
been
getting the kill.
That was
Ray,
close.
you monster! Almost killing off Pika Pika right there, but Pika Pika somehow managed to get up the kill. But Ray, that was an amazing play for him, but he was a bit of over-committing on that side, but I guess it's fine because he did whatever he could. But yeah, at the end, he falls. He almost took down Pika Pika with him, though. Almost. If somebody, one of his teammates was near him, Pika Pika would surely die, and you know that would be a trade. But yeah, nonetheless, this game is still fair for both of the teams. But we'll see OPX once again, focusing on the towers, and they have 1 tier 1 tower taken from Aegon Esports. So meanwhile, Aegon Esports haven't even touched OPX's tower that much. So that's something you should be wary of, because you know this game depends on the objectives at the end. And now we have the Slayer over here, but nobody's going to kill the Slayer, and we have few seconds until the Dark Slayer spawns.
Evolves.
So I think that will time. Yeah, even to the
Definitely.
Dark Slayer.
Definitely. So we have to see how the team is actually going to do. In which case scenario, the economy is only measly of 800 in this case. But talking about the teams, there's maybe this time around they're actually going for that regression. Once again, we're seeing the hit and run situation. But look at that, Necro going for the Worthless. Worthless being a beautiful tank for his team. It's just amazing. But look at that Charmin and even Sky. Both of them actually going out for the tower. Got that tower for themselves. The bottom tower.
Yep.
Finally destroyed. Aegon Esports, they have to be really careful in this case scenario. 3 players actually taking out the Holy Dragon, trying to actually take out, and in this
in the mid lane.
scenario, Team Aegon is trying. Aegon is one, got the Beast. Beast is down, Ray is down.
Ray once again.
Elimination from the both sides, and as we see,
That was
Usman
an
with a
amazing
quick
play.
and half health. Level 10 versus level 9. Worthless is not making a move. Crixie, Usman is not making a move. They're waiting out for their players to actually come towards them. And as soon as they come towards them and regroup, then they might just go for that aggression. In which case, Necro has seen the Dark Slayer being killed. They have seen the Dark Slayer being engaged. And as soon as they see it, they have called out for the reinforcement as well. In which case scenario, Team OPX is also doing the same. This is a bait. The both team actually called out for the reinforcement.
Yeah, because if you look at OPX, they're like not fully committing on the Slayer. If they wanted to get the Slayer, they would have just immediately go in and kill them. But they sent their tank guy who was a warrior, and they were waiting for them. I'm not warrior, Worthless. They're waiting for him. Oh, meanwhile here, Hoon is receiving quite a bit of damage from Beast and Charmin will be able to finish him off. And Charmin with another kill. Charmin, this guy is dominating the scene so far from the OPX side, and yeah, he will get the kill. And now with that kill, Aegon Esports is trying to make something out of it because they lost one of the members and they don't want to stay on the backside, so they're gonna try to take the Slayer. Meanwhile, we OPX are trying to get the tower, and who's gonna take it? Oh, he's gonna be Echo's. Holy shit, Aegon Esports takes the infinite flame. So and now they're not done yet. Look at Ray, look at Lei, he's going inside. He doesn't scare. He's receiving quite a bit of damage, but he's not done yet. Necro trying to do something, trying to catch something, but nobody will be catched. Meanwhile, the red middle tower will be taken off. Look at what OPX is doing. OPX is there, and now he's gonna take 2 towers. OPX, what are you doing? They're just creating a diversion in the Slayer while they just went in and take 2 towers. OPX, that's some strat like over there. What do you think about this one, Torix? I wasn't totally expecting this one.
Once again, I have to call it out on the experience side on what you have to do, and you have to play with the mind of the other team, in which case the team OPX is definitely playing with the mind of the team Aegon Esports and making sure to hit them where it hurts the most. This time scenario, talking about their tower side, look at that. We saw the team Aegon banning out almost all of the mid lane heroes, but even after that, we're seeing a team OPX actually making their way through that mid lane section, trying to get those towers, trying to get those objectives done as well. And this time around, we're seeing Aegon Esports gonna have that dragon buff for themselves, but is that gonna be possible? Yes, it's definitely gonna be possible, because I definitely saw OPX as a player there ready for that, maybe a kill steal once again in this case scenario, but no, it didn't happen. Necro is there, nearby Worthless, and Worthless, the way that this guy is actually surviving is for the longest time. It's amazing. Look at that. Aegon Buffa is down. Sky is that guy. That is going to take him out. Aegon Esports right in a pickle. 31 seconds before their respawn. And even the top lane tower has been destroyed. There's only 4 towers left of the team Aegon Esports until it's all towards their base tower. And even to utilizing this opportunity, team OPX can go towards the mid lane tower or the bottom lane tower, straight up go for the base tower and eliminate it, get that second win for themselves as well.
Yeah, I like how they just left the, they knew that they were doing dragon instead of contesting the dragon. They knew that they could get 2 towers instead of just contesting that dragon. That dragon is not that important. It's just gonna give you a few $100, and they don't care about those bucks because they're already like 2k or 3k almost ahead of Aegon Esports. So they don't need the money. So they just baited them out. They just let them take the dragon, and meanwhile they just took down 2 towers. And this is what OPX is about. Like, this is what the experience is about. You have experience, you know what to do, when to do. when to take towers, when to fight, and this is what they're doing. I mean, meanwhile, look at Charmin. Charmin fighting Hoon over here all alone. Charmin, and he's gonna get out of there just like that. And yep, he just taking so much attention of the enemy team and then just getting out of there, smacking on their face. And now the Dark Infinite Slayer is there, and the Infinite Slayer is gonna be huge for Team OPX. And now we see Aegon Esports moving towards the Infinite Slayer, but they won't be able to make in time. And now Infinite Slayer is taken down by Charmin and from the OPX side, and this is gonna be huge for Team OPX as they're gonna probably try to end the game with this Infinite Slayer.
The best part about this whole fight is that the team OPX, even after getting that more experience, they're not taking the team Aegon Esports lightly. They're giving them all they have against each other. They're not taking any of their opponents lightly, and that's what makes them deadly in this whole of a fight, in this whole of a situation. And the way that they're actually aggressing and the way that they're actually holding themselves off, I have to give it to Worthless. So once again, dude, this guy has been surviving for the longest time. I haven't seen him die even once throughout this whole game. He does get the damage, he does get the HP down, but he went to the backside, he healed himself. Fight is once again happening in nearby the mid lane.
Look at Aegon, they're trying to be aggressive here.
3 versus 4 situation! What is going on? Team Aegon Esports going all out this time. It's a desperate situation that they're put in.
But OPX are taking them down one by one.
Is taking them down. Necro, Ray,
and that's gonna be a wipe.
And Usman is down, all wipe down. All they have to do is go straight up for the base tower. And even the Slayer is actually helping them. And there we have it. Team Aegon Esports facing a defeat by a 2-0. And Team OPX being the winner of the second match as well in the best of 3. That is just amazing, man.
OPX, like you said, the experience comes in and they absolutely know when to take a fight, when to take the objectives. They held their positions. Like, if I would say the only reason why they won the game over Aegon Esports, OPX, is because they know how to position themselves. They know how to position their heroes. Even when they're losing a fight, even when they have the disadvantage, they're making something out of it. Like, if you saw how Charmin was playing in the bot lane when they were taking the fight on the Slayer. They left Aegon Esports take the Slayer, but at what cost? At the cost of their 2 towers. They lost their mid tower, they lost their bot tower, and like literally OPX never gave them anything away. Actually, we were saying that it's a give and take, but OPX was never giving them anything. They were always taking these things.
They were always one step ahead of them.
Yep, one step ahead of them. They knew what to give, and they knew how much they'll take. They'll take twice as much they give. And now we're gonna be looking at the highlights right now, where we'll see at the early stage of the game there were a bit of a give and take situation, but meanwhile OPX was taking these objectives one by one. And now look at that, OPX going ham onto the towers into the players of Aegon Esports. But Aegon, they didn't leave behind. They weren't far behind as well. Like, look at Ray here. This guy has some balls. This guy
fight was
some
amazing.
Yeah, this guy was absolutely amazing. But I believe the best player of this game, in my opinion, would be Charmin. Like, he made so many movements around the map. He got so many objectives. He made so much impact on the team fight as well. So Charmin literally deserves the MVP of this game. And now I also want to point out one thing, that we've called him chairman at the start of the game, but he was Charmin. So I apologize to you, dude, my guy.
He was the chairman of this whole game. The way
he was
actually
chairman
moved
of the
throughout
whole game.
game.
Exactly. The reason why I called you chairman, because you are the chairman of the game. You control the chair. All right. So, yep.
That was amazing, man. But once again, Team OPX, amazing performance from their side. Amazing win. They didn't even let Aegon Esports stood a chance against them in this whole fight. Even the first match where we saw the fight was almost equal. The equilibrium was almost there. They were one step ahead of them. On which case scenario, the objective base, the towers, that was their main point of getting more gold, more of those economy for themselves, more buffs for themselves. And with that, they won the first match. And then the second match, They gave out the Slayer, but at what a cost? Taking two of the towers of the Aegon Esports, as you already like identified onto that situation as well. And with the Dark's Infinity Slayer that they've spawned, I think that was over at that point. The way that the team OPX was doing the huge amount of damage onto the team, that was all over in that case.
Yeah, I don't think Aegon Esports did perform well, but I don't think that there was any point where they were threat. They were a threat to we OPX at any stage of the game, because OPX was having the game from the start. They were literally controlling the game. They were like manipulating the game, and we have our MVP for the last game, and this will be, I mean, the second game. It will be Pika Pika playing Hayate, as I mentioned. This hero is everywhere. This hero is literally everywhere. Either you pick this hero or ban this hero. If you pick it, it becomes the MVP. So look at that, Hayate, the MVP ADC here with 403. But I was hoping that it would be Charmin. I think Charmin was the Hayate. Yeah, so it is Charmin. Oh no, it's Pika Pika. Never mind. Charmin was playing
Pika
something
Pika.
else. So yeah.
Yeah,
it is Pika Pika.
I was
playing the Hayate,
actually hoping for
MVP.
Worthless. I was actually hoping for
Yeah,
Worthless as the
guy.
way he actually tagged everything throughout this whole scenario. He was the first one to actually move forward for the towers as well. But once again, a player face-off is there. Aegon Esports MVP is going to be Bappa with 1 kill, 3 deaths, and 0 assists, 41,000 damage, 33 kill points for himself, 33%, and the gold is 9,000. Whereas we see only a measly 1,000 gold difference onto the Pika Pika side from the team OPX. That's only 1,000 difference. It's not much, but that even this shows that a small amount
difference
can make
is
a huge
lot.
difference.
Yeah, and now look at the team difference. OPX once again. This time around they were pretty dominant. I would say this was pretty much one-sided game where OPX dominated over Aegon Esports. You can look at the scores to say 13 kills compared to 3 kills which Aegon Esports have, and 7 towers. Once again, Aegon Esports aren't able to take the objectives, and they might have taken more Slayers, but OPX was always holding off the scene with them. Even with the Wisp and Crixie in mid lane, they weren't able to control their early games, which I mentioned. If Aegon Esports played the early game, they might have a really high chance, but they weren't able to play any early games. It was still hit and run situation in the early games. So yeah, it was the game passed by. It was late game, and when it happens, as I mentioned, as I predicted, there was late game, and OPX was strong in the late game. They didn't even give a chance to Aegon Esports, and they took down this game 3. But yeah, both of the teams played really amazing. I hope Aegon Esports learns from this and they come back stronger with new strategies, with new counterattacks, and with new combinations, and they will be in the lower brackets. So if they lose, they might get eliminated. They will get eliminated, but I hope they learn from this and they come back stronger.
Definitely, and the way you actually said that they will come back stronger just shows in the MOBA games. There is never a loss for you. Maybe for the tournament, yes, but for the experience-wise, even if you lose, you always learn something. You always learn the new strategies, new team composition from your enemies, from your rival side as well. So that can help you build a new composition, build a new team composition for your strategies and everything. And even on top of that, you already said they even have a chance in the lower bracket, so they can actually utilize this position, utilize this situation for themselves to come back stronger into the later game. So we have to see, and we have to wait out for them if they're actually going to do that or not. But as we saw, Team OPX versus Aegon, a great sportsmanship from both of those sides, and that was the end of the match 3 in the best of 3. Team OPX getting that beautiful margin for themselves. We're going to take a short break. We will see you after the short break, so you guys don't go anywhere. Yes, we will be right back.
When it comes to the end of time, our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me.
You lost.
You are the one who's losing. Time is up. You'll see the fate of Athenor. Let's welcome the arrival of God.
To fight the greatest battle, you need the greatest warriors. But heroes must be forged in ultimate combat, competing for the ultimate prize.
When it comes to the end of time, our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me. You are the one who's losing. Time is up. You'll see the fate of Athador. Let's welcome the arrival of God.
And welcome back, everyone, to the. After that short break, we just had an amazing series between Aegon Esports and VOPX. Both teams played exceptionally well. It was an action-packed series, and we could see the games were competitive on both sides. Both teams were pushing each other to the limit, but eventually VOPX came out on top. What do you think of it, Nitul?
The thing is, well, hello,
Yes.
hello.
Yes,
Yes.
Nitul.
So,
Yes, Nitul.
uh, yep. So the thing I was saying, OPX is really good with their plays. They're the champions of the Bangladesh national AOV tournament. So they're really good with their plays. They know how to play late game. They know how to play early game as well. So, well, they really focus on the objectives in the game. So that's how they managed to win the national series, and as well as they managed to secure the top four position in this tournament, top eight to be exact, top eight position in this tournament. So they're one of the toughest team in this tournament, and the other teams should uh, definitely should be aware of this team.
Indeed, very well said. Like they really showcase their playstyle so perfectly. And as here we are with the bracket now, as you can see, Martyrs, BF, Diamanters progress forward, V Armada progress forward, and VOPX have progressed forward to the upper bracket semifinal. Meanwhile, Venom Esports, Impunity Cambodia, Aegon Esports have dropped to the lower bracket. But anyhow, we have one more series at our hands between Starry Hope and Bane Glorious. This is the last match for the day, and we can see it's going to be an action-packed match up as well. What do you
Yep,
think of the bracket so
beautifully
far?
said that. Well, I'm really looking forward to the match of Venom Esports and Impunity Cambodia, and this is the Stereo versus Vanglorious. This is the last upper bracket match of the day, but we also have some lower bracket matches, and this series will decide the last lower bracket team and the last upper bracket team as well for the day. So I'm really hyped about this game because this is a best of three series, and we might see three games as well. But the last game was 2-0 clean, 2-0 by OPX. But this time, I'll definitely hope for the best to both of the teams, that they will definitely show their true potential. They will definitely secure every single details, every single objective of the game, and yep, I'm hoping that they will definitely deliver a really, really, really good series. What do you think?
I think it's gonna be a very stylistic difference between the two teams, because this is one team
Hmm.
is coming from Myanmar, being Starry
Yep.
Hope. Starry Hope is from Myanmar, and Vainglorious is a team from Pakistan. So there could be a different styles clashing between the two teams. So it's going to be very exciting to see how the two different teams come up together and how they progress and how they showcase each other's styles. It's going to be like a very action packed game, in my opinion, because Vainglorious as a team, I know them personally, and they are a very action-packed focused team. They like to take fights every step of the way. Every single minute, they want to force a fight at every stage, every occasion. So they're a team that does not back away from action.
And
Mm.
not to mention, Stereo Hope will show us a little hope in the early game because they are really good with their early game plays. If you seen them played, and they're not gonna bag it off because Banglorious are really good with their plays as well, because I've seen their drops. They got such solid drops. If they got the opportunity, if they got space, they can destroy at least like two teams in a row without thinking anything. All right, so they
Yes.
will be really hyped up for the game, and not to mention, well, this is a land tournament, so well, in online games and in LAN games, there are some difficulties to the teams. So I'm hoping for the best for both of the teams, but let's see what they got
Yes.
for us.
Like, yes, indeed. Like correctly said, like that it's not an online tournament. This is like a LAN
Hmm.
tournament. This is the Indian domestically. You have to play at the international level at this point. And right now, the stakes could not be higher. So both teams, I'm pretty sure they will be having the nerves, but it's the time where they have to put the nerves aside and they have to go into this game and play their hearts out. So anyhow, what do you think of the like brackets that have been unfolded for us here today? Like, how have you seen any big upsets happen in today's matches so far? Like, of all the matches overall, what do you think of this day so far?
Well, I want to talk about the first series of the day because it was the rematch of Bangladesh Regional Championship final, Venom Esports versus Mature. So both of the teams were really good with their plays, but Venom Esports actually won the series in the last regional final, and they became the regional champions. But this time they were just like taken down just like that. Like, I don't know, man. Like, Matchert were too good with their plays. They gave a clean 2-0 to the to regional heads. So maybe that would be the upset for me for the day. And another one was the game three of We Armada and um,
Cambodian impunity.
something impunity Cambodia. Sorry for the mistake.
Yes, 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 yes.
Impunity
It's
Cambodia.
okay.
So yep. So the third game was in favor of Cambodians, but unfortunately, they made a little mistake in the Slayer, in taking the Slayer and also the Holy Dragon, and that cost them the match. That was really unfortunate for them, and Armada didn't get any counter attacks from the impunity side. So that was another upset, I would say. Yeah, that's pretty much it, because what I saw in the third series, it was I've seen OPX play before, and they're really dominating with their
Okay.
plays, and they showed the same thing. So, what do you think?
S- So from what you said, you OPX did what they were like known to do. So they played their play style and
Mm-hmm.
they showcased it perfectly. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
you said like Team Venom crumbled despite being regional champions. So
Yeah.
do you think this was stage nerves that got into Venom Esports? Venom Esports had the stage nerves, in my opinion. Like I feel like they got nervous after the first game, like when the fights started to slip out of their hand, they completely crumbled in both games. Otherwise, they were showing a very competitive fight from the start. But when the mid game came around, few fights slip out of their hands and they drop the ball completely. And then I guess
Well.
the impunity and Cambodia match that you said, the impunity
Mm-hmm.
Cambodia versus V Armada, the
Mm-hmm.
point where you made that like one fight was enough for them to turn around. That's just the beauty
Yeah.
of this game. Like Arena of Valor just is designed that way, that you have to be perfect in every fight, because one bad fight and you can completely lose the entire game. Mm.
Uh-huh. Well, I wouldn't say the stage crumble because I've seen Venom Esports played LAN before, so they were really solid with their plays and all. But I think Venom Esports didn't play bad, but um Martyr was just better than them. That's what I'm gonna say because Venom didn't make any mistake, but they were just outplayed by their opponents. That's it. And another thing I gotta mention that is Venom. Uh, well, they're no doubt they're one of the best teams in this tournament, but unfortunately they were the uh, target by other teams as well because they're the regional champion. You gotta keep that
So
in mind because
the target.
every other
They had a target map.
yeah, yeah, every team
Okay, that's
studied their
exciting to see.
strategies, and yeah, that's just
And
like that.
as we get into this game face off
Hmm.
between Vainglorious and Starry Hope, you can see the two
Hmm.
teams, the two flags of the two countries. The stakes could not get any higher. So anyhow, like have you like ever seen like the Starry Hope's like play styles, and how can you describe them in few words, in a few sentences?
Well, I didn't get to see much of their games, but I've seen two or three games, and they were really dominating in the early game. Like they were securing the towers, and one thing I really liked about them that is they're really jungle focused. Like they were hiding in the bush, they were waiting for their opponents to come. Like in the other games, we have seen that the teams are really hasty with their plays and they miss a lot of opportunity to gank. But these guys, they don't waste any moment to gang our opponent.
So,
So they will definitely
so
wait
to put
for.
it
Mhm,
to put it in short words, they double down
mhm.
on every play. They don't back away from like it. Like they don't halfway. They don't back halfway through. They just go all in with their plays.
Yep.
If that's
It
just
doesn't
how you
matter
want to
if they
summarize it.
die or not, but they give their full to secure a kill or secure a team
So
fight.
we have entered the draft now. We have entered the
Hmm.
draft now, and we can see the bans come through from both sides. Yina, Murad, Alice, and Volkat bans have come through in the first phase. So once again, Yui gets prioritized from Vainglorious. Like Yui and Hayate, I'd say, are the two most prioritized champions in this tournament so far. What do you think?
Yep. Well, I mentioned it in the last series as well that Yui is broken in my opinion. Like this hero is too good with his plays, and we can see women as well. Well, Yui and Arthur is a really deadly combo, but woman can actually fit in the warrior land alongside Yui in the mid lane as well because these two guys are really good with their combo. Woman with the disabling and Yui with the high potential damage. That is really good. But I'm surprised to see Chi in this game because
Yes,
I
it's.
don't
I think
think.
it's Richter
Mhm.
and Key both are like unique picks. We haven't seen them here played today like, at all. Like I think these are the Starry Hopes is coming with a complete different approach to the meta so far. Oh,
Chi
carry on.
is a bit. Chi is a bit. I don't know. I would say. Uh, I don't know, man. Like I haven't seen a lot of chi in this tournament, so it feels like that. Well, I have seen the Bangladeshi qualifiers a lot, so I think it's like Bangladeshi people don't like to play this hero a lot. But maybe this Myanmar team got something in their bag, and they will definitely show us. They will definitely surprise us with this hero Chi, Laurier, and Victor. What do you think? What do you
Okay.
think about Violet, by the way?
Violet, like I think she's one of the safer ADCs. I would say she has a lot of consistent damage, and she can like chunk
Hmm.
squishy targets very quickly. But and she has a bit of a mobility skill as well. Like she can dodge out a few ranged crowd controls. If for instance, if we see a ranged crowd control get launched from the side of Starry Hope's side, then I think Violet has the ability to dodge it. So it makes mobility makes their ADC very mobile from the side of Vainglorious. So overall, I think it's a very hard. It's a good pick if you know how to position well.
Well,
And as the
I gotta
second ban
mention one
phase goes
thing.
through,
Yep. I
sure,
gotta
yeah,
mention
please
one
go
thing
on.
that Hayate is again banned. So I don't think any
The
teams is
ban continues.
comfortable with the Hayate pick, and they literally, I don't know, man. They're against this hero because every time a team gets this hero, they actually win the match. So the other teams are a bit worried about this hero. And look at that, we are seeing a Joker. This, I don't know, man. Do you think Joker is a good marksman here? I don't. In my opinion, it's not. What do you think?
It's not a traditional meta pick
Mm-hmm.
what we have seen so
Yep.
far, but that's the same trend that Starry Hope's been maintaining throughout this draft with their Richter pick, with their key pick, and now the Joker. So I think they have a game plan in mind, but I feel like it's going to be hard to execute because we have seen a common trend on the other side. Like Vainglory is picking up champions that we have seen throughout the day so far, and so they are really not like changing the draft in their side. They're continuing the same trend. Meanwhile, on the other side, Starry Hopes is bringing out a completely 180 in the draft. Like they have a complete different approach to this.
Well, this is not the first time I'm seeing this Joker as a marksman here because if I remember it correctly, we had another one in the first series, Venom Esports versus Matchers BF. Matchers BF got the Joker as their marksman in the first game, if I'm not wrong, and they secured the game. Maybe Sterry Hope will try to do as much as BF did, or maybe they have a different approach to the game, or maybe they have a different strategy to the game. And meanwhile, while we were talking, Kira was picked by Sterry Hope.
And the last pick in comes in with Kira. So overall,
Mhm.
after seeing the draft from both sides, how do you like depict this? What's the strengths of both sides? What do you think could be the defining factors for both comps?
Well, I gotta say one thing that is, I'm not a huge fan of this Joker pick, but Chi and Lorian, maybe they can. Uh, I think Stereo got some hopes in them, and maybe they have some plans in their mind. That's why they pick such non-traditional heroes, as you said before. So maybe this will be a little hard to read for Banglorious, but I think Bangoliers will get the upper hand as they chose comfort heroes. They We have already seen them playing these heroes, and you have seen them playing these heroes as well, if I'm not wrong, right?
Yes, I have seen them, and like
Mhm.
right now, if I look at the draft on the Vain Glory side, it's all comfort pick. These none of these champions I see are like something that they haven't played. Maybe
Mhm.
the what do you say, the support pick for Inertia is a bit unique because I didn't see him play, but perhaps he has been practicing it in behind the
Mhm.
scenes. This is the first time he'll be picking it on stage though. Meanwhile, the other four picks are very common from the Vainglorious players' side. Like these four picks, I have seen them play frequently. On the other hand, the on Starry Hope's side, like these picks are I feel like they have good reads on some of the champions. Like for instance, Lorien, Vainglorious is aware of. Richter, they have a Richter player in their team. They're not playing currently on stage, but they do have one. Uh, and Joker and Kira. These three picks are a bit unique. I don't think characters have a bit idea.
So, what do you think about this pick, Kulin? What do you think?
Kulin.
Can Yep.
Kulin is a comfort pick, I would say, of Trident. Trident is a prolific Kulin player in Pakistan. He's like recognized as one of the best ones, and hopefully, I feel like he can showcase that here today.
All right. I'm
And
hoping for the best as well. And meanwhile, Jeremy actually went there to get the buff, but I think he was unable to get that. And he's back here, and Shark is having a lot of trouble in this mid lane because well, he is being targeted by
uh,
Jeremy. And now, what do you
Inertia,
think
and I
about
feel like
this?
I'm not sure about this play. And this could be a dead Shark, but Shark uses Flicker to escape, and this is a very well chunked Lorien, and Lorien is perhaps gonna fall, and that's going to be first blood for Vainglorious. Vainglorious pick up first blood. Good rotation by VG Cat to completely outnumber the fight, and once again we're entering another pause.
Yep. Both of the pause was given by the red team, so maybe they're having some technical difficulties there. We'll definitely be aware of that in a few seconds, I guess. And meanwhile, what do you think, like, about this first blood? Like, it happened so quickly. He dragged a member from red team into the side of the blue side. It's none other than Reflect, if I'm not wrong, right? The
Yes,
reflect
Reflect
was
did die.
taken. Yep, reflect was
Yeah,
taken
Reflect did
towards
die.
the tower, and then the tower finishes the job, just like that.
Yes, indeed. I feel like VG Inertia did a good job, perhaps, baiting
Mm-hmm.
out the aggression from Reflect. Reflect fell for the bait, and
Mm-hmm.
along with Shark, Shark positioned his spells very correctly. Like he was playing a dangerous game with, like staying around there for such low health, and he used his flicker properly and allowed himself to escape and reposition and burst out Reflect under the turret and allowed himself to get the first blood. And along with that, like overall, I think the Vainglorious had the advantage because VG Cat had already rotated to the mid lane, so it was already an outnumbered fight. So in a way, it was a planned rotation by Vainglorious, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. And it's only been 1 minute into the game. Well, now it's two, but they secured 600 more network than Stereo Hope, so that is
But
a little
our
win.
Vainglorious are outnumbered here. Vainglorious are outnumbered, and Vainglorious members will fall. And there will be two members falling. VG Inertia and VG Cat fall for in front of the Abyssal Dragon, and this will be the first objective taken by Starry Hope. Starry Hope taking the Abyssal Dragon and immediately are rotating towards the Slayer. Now this could be another fight breaking down or at the Slayer, right now at the Slayer.
Yep. Reflect is maintaining a good positioning, whereas Shark is trying to bait him and dealing a lot of damage. And Trident is going towards Jeremy, but Jeremy will fight another day. And Shark was unable to finish Jeremy, and Jeremy is stepping towards the base, and he will definitely heal himself and come back for the Slayer fight because we are entering the 3 minute mark, and both teams are actually eager to get the Slayer in their hand. So they are waiting for the perfect moment. Look at that Shark, Trident, Inner Tier. Everyone is here. They don't want to
Yes,
miss any
because I
opportunity.
feel like right now this objective matters a lot for Vainglorious because they already had lost a fight at the previous objective, so they must get this objective. That's why they're highly prioritizing members around this area. I wouldn't be surprised if I see VG Cat rotating upwards here as well. You can see there's trying to zone out, trying to dive Ashe, and Ashe goes 1-for-1 trade in the Slayer lane, and this could be a collapse on Reflect, and Reflects uses Flicker to escape and reposition properly. And oh, what a knock up used by Reflect. Reflect turns it around, and Hero solo kills VG Cat, and Jeremy goes in the backline. Jeremy cleans up Shark, and this could be a dead Inertia as well. Inertia is stuck in a choke point, but right now Trident and Inertia are in a very sophisticated position and they can't really take the fight. And Starry Hope have taken the advantage in this fight. Like, they have really split Vainglorious and divide and conquered them.
Well, Stereo Hope didn't lose anything in this fight. Actually, they gained one tower in their name, so they will be the first team to get the tower in this match. And now, well, it feels like that everyone from Stereo Hope is focusing on the main objectives. And look at that, Trident is in here and Shark will follow Trident into this fight, but Jeremy will survive this time. And Jeremy is moving towards Inertia, and Inertia is in a lot of trouble. He is low, and Astra will survive by 1 millisecond, and Jeremy will be I guess he will be regretting this because he got the chance to finish off, but he missed the chance, and Astra will leave. Well, Astra didn't have a lot of farm in the top lane because he was being ganked by two heroes at the same time in top lane. Well, twice to be exact, and he's not having a good lane as well.
I feel like they've completely zoned out. Ashe has been completely shut down in this game. They've pressured him so much. He's so far behind, but right now there's another skirmish breaking out in the jungle, and right now Jeremy's too far behind, and Jeremy gets killed for it. And good turnaround. Ashe is on the flank. Ashe is trying to get the kill on Delta. Delta is gonna survive. No, Ashe picks him off, and what a play! And VG Cat is the only man alive right now on the side of Vainglorious. In a good position by Reflect, and now VG Cat tries his best, but Reflect has too much AoE damage and takes him down completely. It's an ace for Starry Hope.
Yep, and it feels like that Reflect already got 6 slotted items because he is super tank and he is super confident with his plays as well. And look at that, Riddle. I mentioned this before the game started that Stereo Hope likes to destroy their enemies in the early game. They're really focused on the objectives, and look at that, it's only 6 minutes into the game. They got 10 kills alongside 3 towers in total, or maybe 4, sorry, 4 towers in total, and they took down both of the outer tower from the Dragonland. So they're in the upper hand at this time. And now look at that, they're entering right the now, side of Vainglorious. It's their own. Like, they don't care about anything.
They're treating this like as their own property at this point. And once again, VG Trident falls, and there's another fight breaking out in the mid lane. But look at the damage by the UE. This could be the fight Vainglorious need to get them back into the game. And this is another pick off, and there's 3 people dying from Starry Hope. Now this could be the turnaround Vainglorious need. Vainglorious finding a way back into this game perhaps right now. They need to get this mid lane push going, and right now Hero and Delta need to stop this push from Vainglorious. But look at the burst damage coming through from UE.
And well, Joker, he's a really good Joker player, and he actually will stop the push coming in from Vainglorious, and that is a really nice play. And Trident is not having a good lane in this game, so he's gonna struggle a lot, and he is being pushed backward by the team Stereo Hope, and Stereo Hope knows when to strike, and Stereo Hope is going for the dragon. What do you think about this? Like, can Vainglorious compete for this, or will they go for the Slayer? Whereas Stereo Hope,
yes, they're already going at the Slayer. They're rotating the Slayers, but there's only 2 members right now there from the Starry Hope side, so they're well aware of this action. And look at Shark. Shark's been completely bursted by Key. Key has completely bursted Key, and right now Cat is alone in the backline, and right now Delta and Yu Kang have one-shot Cat at the back, and this is going to be another ace perhaps for Starry Hope. Starry Hope pick off another ace, and this has been a complete bloodbath. Right now, like,
they also secured the Slayer as well.
The damage is just lacking on the side of Vainglorious. Vainglorious just don't have enough damage to quickly burn down these objectives, and this is going to be it perhaps. An 8-minute victory, is that on the cards right now? Nitul, do you
Yep,
think? And
it
it's an
is now.
8-minute
It is
victory.
now.
It's an
It's a
8-minute
9 minute
victory for
victory
Starry Hope.
to be honest, and this 9 minute was a hell of a 9 minutes for the Stereo Hop guys. Like they were dominating the whole match. The whole 9 minutes was fabulous. Like I don't know what to say, man. Like Stereo Hop's actually playing super aggressive. They don't want to show any mercy towards any team, and we were confused about Chi. We were confused about the combination of Chi and Lorien, but they showed us that what they can do, and we were also confused about the Joker marksman pick, but they showed us how to control it, how to deal damage with it, and how to win the match with it. So they proved us wrong, and they are definitely the stronger team in the first game. And oh my god, I don't think anyone has ever dealt that much mental damage towards another team. I don't know what to say here. What do you think
uh,
about the second
Murray,
game? Will
you perfectly explained what happened in this first game, and it's just unbelievable, like how quick this ended. And here you can see the highlights. This was the only point I would say that Wayne Grace was ahead the first blood, but this is from where it went downhill. The first Abyssal Dragon, where two members fell from the side of Wayne Glorious, and this was the
Mhm.
turnaround from what do we say, Starry Hope. And Starry Hope ever since never stopped pressuring around the map. They kept building up leads. They kept finding ways to pick off enemies. They kept pulling off flanks and getting into the back line of Vain Glorious. Vain Glorious were like completely exposed from every
Uh-huh.
angle.
And I want to
Like,
mention one
carry
thing,
on.
that is, Trident didn't get enough farm. Trident was haunted by the members from Stereo Hope, and they didn't give any chance to the Trident. So Trident didn't have a good game, and he couldn't shine. He couldn't show his true potential. As you said, that Vanglorious are really good with their plays, and I've also seen that if they get the space, they will definitely destroy their enemies. Like they destroy their enemies like paper. Like if you burn a paper, it will burn like
Yes.
uh, within 10 seconds, like just like that, and they kill their opponents within 10 seconds every single time. But this time Stereo Hopes was smart, and they ended the game within 9 minutes. They showed no mercy, and they showed who's the boss here, and now they will definitely torture Vanglorious in the first game. And I think Vanglorious should consider a better strategy to find a better matchup against these guys, and they need to find a better drafting phase, I guess.
Yeah, correctly said. Like I think Vainglorious, in a way, they showed glimpses of what they could do. They found
Mm-hmm.
slight openings where they would pick off one or two, three members, and they showcase what they had in them, in their arsenal. Like they had that team fighting ability, but I feel like it's just like, since it's their first LAN event, I think first LAN event nerves caught on to them. Like this is the first
Mm-hmm.
time this team has played at this stage at an international level. So in a way, they showed glimpses of what they were capable of, but it wasn't enough, because this is like another team is also there to play. They're not gonna show mercy. They're also here to play. They also want to win. They will also show the same amount of aggression, and like they cannot just back off. And so in a way, I feel like they had a bit of nerves, but they also showed glimpses of what they were capable of.
Exactly, beautifully said. And I gotta mention one thing, that is Vanglorious. Well, I don't know if it's land crumbling or something like that, but Vanglorious needs to find a better strategy for this game, because well, you and me, both of us, and the fans out there, the people that are watching this tournament, everyone wants action. Everyone wants three games in here, and look at that. Reflect is the MVP of the game, and we have seen how Reflect died in the early
Oh
stage,
my.
but then he came back with his full force.
Yes, indeed. Reflect really going up with the 636 score line, 59,000
Mhm.
damage, 75% 90% kill participation. He just like, despite the rough early game start, he managed to get back into the game. And if we
Mm-hmm.
compare the two MVPs from both sides, it was also VG Shark who was really like pushing Reflect in the
Mm-hmm.
laning phase. Like he pushed Reflect to the limit,
Yep, he
despite the
definitely did.
damage differences.
And
Despite the damage differences, look at the
Yui.
kill
Yep.
participation score.
Whoa. Both got the same, and both got
Yes,
almost the same gold as well. But I want to mention one thing. That is Yui. Despite being a broken hero, he couldn't do much with Yui, and that just caused them the mid lane. That just caused them the team fights, and that caused them the game as well. And look at that. They got Stereo Hopes got double the kills of Vanglorious, and Vanglorious got zero towers and zero slayers as well. Like this is.
I feel like the crumbles, the like they couldn't play around the objectives. They were
Mm-hmm,
like they in every fight you could notice that Starry Hope was the one initiating it. Even in at situations where Vainglories were to initiate, they weren't able to like fill the gaps where Starry Hope could possibly flank them,
mm-hmm.
which just like completely left them exposed. And in a way, Starry Hope capitalized on it and completely cleaned up the fights against Vainglorious in those positions.
Yep, definitely. And what do you think about the second game? Will there be a comeback coming in from the Vanglorious, or maybe will Stereo Hopes take it 2-0 on them?
Indeed.
What do,
And now, as we will get into this draft of the second game, what do you think is the game plan now? Like, how does Vainglorious get back into this, in your opinion?
Well, in my opinion, they can do the same thing as we Armada did. That is, they can pick some tanky heroes, like tanky. The five of them should be tanky so that they can actually cover the early stage, and they can be fat in the late game and come back stronger. So that is the only thing that came into my mind in according to this tournament. But they can also do one thing, that is they should be playing counter aggressive as well. They should well, I'm not saying they should play it defensively, but I'm saying that they should play aggressive, more aggressive than Stereo Hope, so that Stereo Hope remembers it, and Stereo Hope get crumble in the way.
So you're saying like Vainglorious have to double down on their engages. They don't have to like go halfway through and then fall back. They have to go all the way in order to make it work. That's what you're trying to say.
Well, that is one thing, and I'm saying another thing, that is they should focus on some really early fights. Like they should at least try to push their opponents back so that they can secure the buffs, they can secure the jungles, they can secure the dragons, and also the Slayer as well, because they secured zero Slayers in the last game, and they actually took down zero towers as well. Towers are the main focus of this game, are the main objective of this game. If you get like 100 kills, it doesn't matter if you don't finish the job and if you don't take any towers. So you gotta focus on the towers, you gotta team up, you gotta show some coordination, and you gotta take them down just like that. And we can see some really uncommon picks coming in. Look at
Hmm.
that.
Once again, Once again,
Hmm.
there's a unique picks on both sides this time around. I think I see. Okay, Lumber may be a common pick, but Elsu,
Yep.
this might be the first Elsu of this tournament so far.
Yep.
And
Yep.
again, the common Yui. Meanwhile, on the other side, we see a Thane and a Pain and a Hayate. So we see Yui and Hayate go head to head against one another. As once again, now the band phase is going through the second one, and the Lorians off the table, Murads off the table, Omens off the table, Volkat and Aya is also off the table. So like they're removing the characters that were played earlier in the day, and now everyone's just picking something different and unique.
Well, I gotta mention one thing, that is, I haven't seen a Hayate versus Yui before, so I'm really excited for this. What do you think? Which one will be the victorious, Hayate or Yui?
I if it's like, if one team plays defensively very correctly, if Starry Hope knows how to play defensively, then UE will win the matchup. But if Vainglorious find a way to jump on Starry Hope, then Hayate will take over the game. That's my like theory behind this. I think that's what I can say. If one team can play defensively correctly, then UE will win. If one team knows how to jump on the other team, then it's Hayate's game to win. So
Definitely,
it's the
will say
battle of
that.
defense and aggression. Defense and aggression. So it's a battle of both. Like one team needs to play defensively to in order to play their carry correctly, and one team needs to play giga aggressive in order to just execute their champion very well.
Well, there, I want to mention one thing. I just remembered it by uh, what you were saying. So the thing is, there is a MOBA, a PC MOBA, and two of the characters from the game, they speak the opposite. Like one says that defense is the best offense, and another says
Offense.
that offense is the best defense. So it's kind of like that. Like you said,
Yes,
you
yes.
said
I think that's the perfect
defense
way
and
to describe the mentality. I think that's the perfect way to describe the mentality of the two drafts right now. The one team is gonna play the defense as their offense, and the other is gonna do the same for their offense as their defense. Yeah,
So which team will go for the defense? What do you think? Which team will go for the defense?
I believe it should be Starry Hope. I believe it should be Starry Hope because Elsu is not a mobile carry. Yui, her abilities excel if you poke from a range. So I believe
Mm-hmm.
Starry Hope will play the defensive side. Meanwhile, on the side of
Mm-hmm.
Vainglorious, Thane will look to go in and provide knockups. Pain will try to go in the back line and assassinate the squishy targets. And same with Zata, with the Zata pick locked in. And I see two Hayates anyway. Uh, the so anyhow, like, it's going to be a Vainglorious playing the aggression and a Starry Hope playing a defense. Okay, so it's an arrow, like last lock in from the side of Vainglorious.
Well,
Hmm.
I have never seen Sterry Hopes playing defensively, so it's quite hard to imagine them as playing as defensive. So I'm gonna go for Sterry Hope uh, in this game too, because, well, Irie is really good. Irie is really a good early gamer if you can play it wisely, and Irie goes alongside Lumber and Elsu as well. So I think they have a really good chance of winning this game, and I think they will definitely secure a 2-0. So
So
which
you're
team
putting
will
a two
you?
zero on the cards.
Yep.
I personally believe if
Unfortunately,
Vainglorious
yes.
I I personally, if I have to be a little bit biased, I'm gonna say if Vainglorious get their early team fights, then I think we're
Mhm.
going to a third game. Otherwise, then I'll have to agree to you with it's going to be a 2-0. If they keep playing if Vainglorious maintain this passive playstyle, then I don't think their comp is going to work as well as they would hope for. And in fact, they would be playing in the hands of Starry Hope. Starry Hope will be the one at the advantage if Vainglorious were to play passive.
hmm I have high hopes on Zeta because Zara, well, that is the unique hero in my opinion, because it's really strong when it comes to team fight, but you need to utilize it properly. That is the main thing. And look at that, Trident is here in the jungle and he's trying to get the buff, and he will get it, but meanwhile, Reflect is not having any chill at all. He will definitely deal damage to her Shark in Inertia and Trident as well. But Trident will be managing to jungle as well. But look at that. Look at that. They're hiding in the bush and they're not moving. That's what I mentioned in the before the game started. Like, they're really good with their ganks. Like they don't show you that where they're hiding. They will definitely hide forever until you come, until you believe, until you manage to believe that no one is nearby. You will definitely go on and you will die. That's how good they are. Like they don't mind wasting a few
So
seconds to destroy you from the inside.
so they like to play around your enemy team's mental. They don't target the in-game objectives, they target the mental game of the enemy team. They like try to play mini games around the map and just confuse the enemy team into taking odd plays.
Yep, we call it mind hacking, right? Like they're really good with mind
Mind.
hacking.
Dragon and Slayer
Yep.
have appeared.
Okay, so first Abyssal Dragon is spawning, and you can see the players are surrounding this objective, and I can see there's a skirmish going down in the mid lane now. This could be a collapse on the mid lane. Ari might fall, but no, Ari backs off. Trident and Astray targeting the Ari and zoning her out completely, but you can see Starry Hope have killed the dragon halfway through, and Inertia goes in aggressively, and Hayate goes in with the kill, but now he's going in first blood, and this first blood goes to the Starry Hope side, but the members are very low on the side of the members are very low on the side of Starry Hope right now. And look at the burst damage, and then no, the Abyssal Dragon resets, and this could be the turnaround for Starry Hope. Starry Hope have bought enough time for the Abyssal Dragon to reset, and Astrid gets a 3-man knock-up, but VG Trident is not playing, and VG, look at the VG Trident. VG Trident is alone, and he steals the dragon away. Despite the numbers advantage in the favor of Starry Hope, VG Trident steals the Abyssal Dragon away.
But I don't think it matters that much because Starry Hope already secured 4 kills in their name, and they are definitely they will be in a upper hand. So I don't think that matters that who got the dragon at this point because well the gold lead says that Starry Hope is probably gonna win this as well. But let's not make any prediction at this early game because we have seen upsets before. Like only one miscommunication, only one misfight coming in from one team will definitely cost them the whole game.
Reminds me of Impunity versus Armada. That was the summary of it.
Uh-huh.
Anyhow, there's another skirmish coming down in the middle lane. VG Inertia might be caught, but he's trying his best to escape, but unfortunately he will fall. Now 5 kills to 0 for Starry Hope. And the goal lead continues to
Make
grow,
that
and once
6.
again VG Shark also 6. VG Shark also falls down, and maybe this might be VG Cat falling down too. Jeremy tries to pull off an engage, but it misses completely. Now Astray also getting engaged upon on the top side. Pressure being delivered on all sides of the map from Starry Hope.
Hmm. And Vanglorious is actually well, facing the pressure here, and Inertia. Ooh, what is he gonna do? Cat is here to support him, but I don't think Inertia will be able to take the fight here, and the Slayer is going down to Starry Hopes, and Starry Hopes will be focusing on the next drag and Slayer as well because they lost the first Abyssal Dragon, and they will not be showing soft corners to the next dragon.
Indeed, correctly said right now. Like they lost one dragon. Now I feel like Starry
Mhm.
Hope will pull off a better setup this time around in order to secure that second drake. But that also matters. How does Vainglorious answer back? Like if okay, they have one objective and they're dropping kills like flies right now. How do Vainglorious stop this bloodbath? Like they're just getting bleed out completely around the map. This is like the goal deficits. It's just growing by the minute,
Mhm. Definitely is,
and
and
this will be
the first
the first
tower.
turret. Yes, indeed, the first turret falls on the top side, and Astray is completely once again. Astray is completely far behind now. Like it's common trend from last game. Even in last game, we saw that how Starry Hope targeted the top side of the map first, then rotated over to the other side, and you can see the second Abyssal Dragon's here. Now, what do you think? Who's gonna take it, Nitul?
Well, in my opinion, Stereo got a lot of opportunities to get this dragon, because oh, look at that, the fight didn't even started, but three members from Vanglorious are already low on HP, so they will definitely move back. And oh, look at Reflect, he is dealing a chunk of damage to the enemy side. And ooh, Inertia almost died by the damage from Reflect. And also Astra is really low on HP, and look at that. Just like that, Delta secured the dragon, and now they are on the move. They are moving towards the bot lane. Cat is all alone, but Cat is not afraid of them. But Jeremy is moving towards the tower. He is securing the minions, and he will definitely go for. Oh, never mind. He will back off because he is being chasing by three members: Astra, Inertia, and Cat. And now they will definitely join in a fight. And Jeremy is low. Jeremy is very low, but he will not go down just like that, because he is a tanky boy and he will take one down with him, and he's still surviving. But Cat is in trouble, and now Astra is also low, and Inertia, he is low as well. But Reflect is surviving still, and he can deal a lot of damage because another man is coming. Youngkan is there, and now he will initiate, and now Reflect is on the way, and Reflect will deal a lot of damage, but he is being chased by Astra, and Astra will leave. Oh, never mind. Oh, there is another fight going on, but no one will fall right now, and X-Hero is the only one that will fall, and Jeremy will survive. And Youngkang was unable to deal anything, was unable to secure any kills at all. But this time Shark, he's just changing his position, and he is really on to Reflect, but Reflect will survive, and my god, Shark will go down on the process.
And I feel like this is what you said correctly, that the mental pressure is building up on the side of Vainglorious. Vainglorious are crumbling, and they had a good fight, they had a good skirmish in the jungle, but it faltered the moment Ari showed up, the moment Yongkang showed up. And what a play! VG tried it all the way from the jungle to the mid lane, gets another pick, but it goes 1-for-1. And I think this is the position where he shouldn't have fallen down, because right now the dragon is up, the Slayer is up, the jungler is one of the key requirements for this, and Astra goes in aggressively and he'll have to escape. And look at the burst damage from the UE. VG Shark once again trying to stop the side of Starry Hope, and look at the burst damage. And this could be the turnaround fight for Vainglorious, but right now Inertia is the only one there to stop them. Right now the damage is just lacking.
Well, Reflect went out. Reflect was taken down by Vainglorious, and they secured a really good kill here, because Reflect is one of
the top base is open. Yongkang just opened up the base.
Yep. With the cost of his life.
I think it's worth it. It's worth it though.
Yep. It is definitely, it's worth it, because they opened the top lane, and now they can easily push the main target by taking the Slayer with them, and that is gonna really cost them a lot. And Vainglorious are not having a good game, and Jeremy will be initiating. Ooh, look at the damage. Cat is almost down, but now Cat will survive, and Reflect is low on HP, and Astra is moving towards Jeremy, he is low, and now it's Reflect will survive, and Reflect will take down Astra on the process. And now they're moving towards the mid lane, and now they're going towards Inertia will survive. Will he be able to survive for long enough? But no, he won't. And now Cat is the lone survivor, and he went towards the base, but what can he do right now, because it's him versus the world. He is the only survivor. Lone wolf won't be able to survive.
Oh my god, what a burst.
Reflect almost took down Cat.
The shot from Elsu and the pairing up with the UE poke, it just obliterated the health bar of Cat. Astra is there now with Cat. Right now it's two members of Vainglorious versus the world. How does Astra and Cat stop them? And Shark goes in aggressively now. This could be a turnaround fight. Once again, Trident also goes in aggressively right now. This could be the turnaround fight. Vainglorious need low members on the side of the Starry Hope, but right now look at the backline. Delta has cleaned up the backline. Delta has just turned the fight around. It's a triple kill for Delta. And another member falls on the side of Vainglorious. It's a triple kill for Delta. Delta just saved the game for Starry Hope. Starry Hope, while they were almost gonna die, Delta just came from the back and cleaned up, and now it's one Ashtray versus everyone. Ashtray gets a kill, but I don't think it's going to be enough, and this is going to be it. It's going to be a clean sweep 2-0 for Starry Hope over Vainglorious.
Ashtray secured the last kill on Reflect, but at what cost? I don't know. Like, they gave up the game. Like, that was really unfortunate for Vainglorious, because Vainglorious is one of the best team from Pakistan, and they showed how good they are in the Pakistan qualifiers, and they were like too good with their plays. They showed the world that how good they can be, but stereotypes are showing that how good they are as well. And it's like no one hoped that a Myanmar team came in with such power, because all the Myanmar teams were really good with their plays, and stereotypes were, I think, I think everyone thought that Vainglorious, we OPX, we Amanda, they Armada, they will be the ones that will dominate the game, dominate the series as well. But this time, we're seeing a new name to the family, and that is none other than Sterry Hope. I guess this was the last series of the upper bracket, and we're gonna move into the lower bracket. But the upper bracket teams, that is none other than Martyr BF, We Armada, OPX Phoenix. They will definitely have to keep that in mind, that there is another beast that is in the jungle, that is looking for some food, and that is looking for some fresh meat as well, and that is none other than Sterry Hopes.
Correctly said. And as we go into the highlights of this series, you can see from start to finish where Starry Hope found their openings, where Starry Hope managed to get their leads, generate pressure around the map, and expose Vainglorious where they needed to. Like, start to finish, from the first game till the last game, like, Starry Hope maintained the control, they maintained the pressure. Overall, it was a very skirmish heavy game, I would say. It was not a game where it relied like heavily around objectives. I feel like teams were playing very much focused around kills, in my opinion. Maybe the first game was a bit more objective focused from the side of Starry Hope, but
Mhm.
the second game onwards, I feel like it became all about brawling. One team was just better, and Starry Hope was that team.
Yep. I want to mention an important thing, and that is Vainglorious didn't secure any towers in both of the games. Literally
Yikes.
zero. Like, they didn't secure a single towers. That's how good stereotypes are.
Yeah,
I don't.
it's I'm speechless right now. Like, I feel like this was not the Vainglorious we were hoping to see, because again, as you said, in the Pakistani qualifiers, you saw how good this team can be.
Yep.
They showcased very well what they were capable of, and unfortunately it was not showcased here today.
Definitely. There can be two things. That is, one can be like Stereohope studied a lot about Benglorious. That's how they knew how to counter them, and that's how they did it. And another thing might be Stereohope is just on the next level. Like, they don't care which team they're facing. They're on the next level, and
I
they're completely dominating the whole series. Like, I don't know, man. Like, in the first game, it was a 9 minutes game, if I'm not wrong, 9 minutes and 2 seconds, and in the second game, it was 10 minutes and 38 seconds. So they're really good with their plays. They don't want to give any chance to their opponents, and they will definitely be a really hyped up team in this tournament.
I think as we go further, we'll have to see that how much respect they give to the team, and overall, you can see the MVP from Starry Hope, Jeremy. Jeremy had 3 kills, deathless, and 13 assists. with a 64% kill participation, 30,000 damage, and 1,169 goal difference. Like this guy was a rock for the team, literally like Lumber is. Like he literally cosplayed Lumber into the game. He was
Uh-huh.
all over the place. Like he showcased his presence from start to finish, made sure that he could have an impact. And same, you could say likewise, on the other side, VG Inertia, he did his best. Unfortunately, he could not generate the same sort of impact, but he tried his level best to get Vainglorious the 2 kills from the last game. Overall, I feel like just it was just his nerves, or either Starry Hope studied Vainglorious very well.
I think they started Vanglorious really well, and they came to win. They're here for the win. Like they don't want to show any respect towards their opponent. Look at that; they are ahead of 19 kills. That is a lot. 25 by 6. Oh my god, that is a lot. And look at the tower. It feels like Vanglorious didn't even touch any of the Stereo Hopes towers. That's how good Stereo Hopes are. In 10 minutes, you
We'll
didn't get
only
any
have to
tower
see.
kills. Mhm.
We'll only have to see as we go further into the tournaments if this was stage nerfs, or maybe Vainglorious have not done enough of their work to prepare for this tournament. Like I think right now this was the first game. Okay, maybe we can say it's either stage nerfs or they weren't prepared or something. But when we go down now into the lower bracket, it's do or die for this team as well. Like the teams down there, they are now even hungrier than ever to win. Like right now, it's either you win now or you will go down as the first teams to go to be eliminated from this tournament. And I'm sure none of those teams want to be there.
They traveled a long way to come into the lane. So they don't want to get eliminated this early into the tournament. They want to secure the at least semi-final or final. Then maybe it will be worth the travel. But I don't know. Like it feels like every team are showing some different skill here, and what we were trying to predict was not to the mark. Like we thought, Vainglorious will dominate the series, but they're not. So I don't know, man. We're gonna be back with lower brackets. So are you hyped?
When it comes to the end of time, our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me.
You lost.
You are the one who's losing. Time is up. You'll see the fate of Abaddon. Let's welcome the arrival of God.
fight the greatest battle. You need the greatest warriors. But heroes must be forged in ultimate combat. Competing for the ultimate prize.
When it comes to the end of time, our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me.
You lost.
You are the one who's losing. Time is up. You'll see the fate of Abaddon. Let's welcome the arrival of God.
greatest battle. You need the greatest warriors. But heroes must be forged.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Arena of Valor International Championship Southeast Asian region. So, I'm Little Islam with none other than Torix, and a big salute to Torix. You're one of the greatest caster of Pakistan and of all time, in my opinion. And what do you think about the game so far we saw?
Thank you so much, first of all, for that a warm welcome, Nithil. And judging from the games that the past four games that the teams actually played, they were showing the domination, whether it was the Wayne Glorious, whether it was the Agon Esports, OPX, any of the other teams. They were just amazing in their own brackets, into their own games. They were not giving out time for the other teams. They were giving out their best. I have to give it to them that whatever they did, whether they lost or they won the matches, they did gave out their 100% into the whole games, into this whole game scenarios, and that what matters into this whole game. Whether you lose or whether you win, you do gain experience for the next rounds, for the next matches. But once again, we're finally gonna face off. We're finally gonna see these two teams face off against each other. In which case, it's gonna be Venom Esports and Impunity at Cambodia in the lower brackets.
Well, Venom Esports is the regional champion of from Bangladesh, and Cambodia Impunity Cambodia are the regional champion for Cambodia. So this game will be a deciding game of which country or which team will move forward, because the losing team, this is the lower bracket by the way, so the losing team will go home. So if it's Cambodia, that is the end for Cambodian region, because there is only one team that came in from Cambodia, and that is none other than Impunity Cambodia. But if Venom Esports loses this, there is three other Bangladeshi teams to represent Bangladesh. But I gotta mention one thing, that is both of them are regional head from their countries. So this match this match will
Really
be really
matters.
hyped. Yeah, this
This
matters a
match
lot.
really matters for them, actually. And yes, you did said it correctly that they are the regional champion from their countries as well, and they have to be really careful on whether which strategy are they going to use, which heroes are they actually going to pick and ban into the same section. From which case, from the Venom Esports, we see Hayate and UA being banned, and on the other side, we can see two players. One is a Pain, and the other one is there as well. I think it's a warrior section from their side. So a warrior bans into the early stages. Will that be helpful? I have to ask you, Nithil.
Well, I'm not worried about the warrior ban, but I'm worried about two mid laner ban from Venom Esports, and both of them are really good with their playstyles. So that matters a lot, in my opinion, because we've seen Yui and we've seen Hayate in the early stages as well. These two heroes are like the best heroes at the moment in the meta. So they banned both of them. I don't know what they're planning. There is Lorian, there is Trixie, but I don't know, man. Like Impunity, they did play really good with Yui and Hayate. Well, they didn't play Hayate in this tournament, but they played Yui in this tournament, and they dominated the scene. And meanwhile, we're
Oh.
seeing Mina and Volkat from Impunity Cambodia. What do you think about that?
Mina and Volcat, those are two picks. We've seen Mina not that much, but Volcat from the past 2 or 3 games that there is someone that actually picks her, that actually chooses that specific hero. And even on the one side, against the team OPS and the team Agon Esports. We saw Volcath being the MVP, so he does have a potential of being the MVP, of being that most average character that can do all good in all of the fields. In fact, but once again, I have Butterfly and Wisp from the team Venom Esports, and only two characters so far, Volcath and Mina, has been picked up from the Cambodian section, but there's only two left right now. They have to pick two more bands, and after that, two heroes picks from the team Venom Esports and three picks from the Impunity Cambodia. So that these two characters and these three characters are going to be that decisive. Maybe a counterattack, maybe a same aggression type, heroes from their side or something. So it all matters to them, as we've seen Aya, Butterfly, and Wisp has been taken out from the Venom, and Mina and Volcath in response to that. So the rest 3 and 2 matters.
Yep, and I gotta mention one thing, that is we're seeing Butterfly for the first time in this tournament, like in this series. So yep, we haven't seen any Butterfly peaks in the early
there
series.
was a ban.
Yep, there was a ban, but no one picked it. So I have high hopes for Butterfly and Wisp together, because I don't think they can make a really good combo to counter Violet. But let's see, maybe Venom has something in their head. And I want to mention one thing. The playstyle of Venom, they like to give their opponent some early advantage. It's like, it feels like they will feed you on purpose, and then when it comes to the middle game, they will snatch it from you. They will snatch the game out of your hand. Like, it feels like you're giving a lollipop to a kid and then snatching it back, something like that.
Definitely.
So did you ever snatch a lollipop? Did you ever snatch a lollipop from a kid's hand?
No.
Well, did anyone snatch your lollipop when you were a kid?
I don't know. Maybe my mom or something that is a bigger from me, that don't want me to eat any kind of candies. Maybe at that time, yes. But aside from that, what I remember, I don't think so. But moving back into the game, look at that. Yui, and there's Hayate, and there's the third person as well. I think that's Trixie, that is been put into the ban phase as well. And on to the other side, we can see two players once again being picked on the ban side. 3-3 composition from each of those teams has been picked off. The rest two are what matters. The first one who's gonna pick, the other team is gonna counter pick out that hero. So we have to really see, and it's right now a game of a wait. So who's gonna pick out the first hero, and who's gonna do that counter measure onto that?
Well, I really wanted to see a Tachi from Venom Esports, but Impunity Cambodia actually were on the next level. So they thought about it, they made a plan, and they banned the Tachi. So it is really gonna be tough for Venom Esports to choose a proper tanky hero and stuff like that. But I want to mention one thing. Venom Esports is actually disabling Impunity to pick a mid laner, because they already banned Hayate, they already banned Yui, they already banned Crixie. Those are the finest mid laners in this meta. So if Venom Esports pick Lorian right now, there will be only one hero left in the mid lane, and that is none other than Tulam.
Definitely, we have to see. We have to see how the composition is actually going to happen. As you already said, the mid lane has been taken off, and look at that, Alistair against Illumia right now. Alistair, he's going to be against Illumia into the mage section, in which case Illumia may be a mage, but with that long range, she can provide those covers for his team, for her teams into the longer game. And even Irie has been picked off. The Venom side, the team Venom, they finally picked off their heroes, and at the same time, comparing to the other team, the Scud has been taken off. A tank, I believe so, has been finally picked off this time around. And how the Scud is actually going to play out this whole situation, we have to also wait for that, because I don't think Scud is actually a tank. Scud is actually going to be a warrior, and
Yep,
the
it
warrior
is.
section, that can be a great thing. That can be a great thing. If it's a warrior, then there is a chance that they can actually go into the close range of fight with the enemy side, with their rivals, make them go with a hard time, because not only warrior has a great damage, but also a good amount of health as well. They can hold themselves out with a great defense and do some good damage onto the enemy. So the two composition has been picked off, the two bands have been picked off. Now it all matters towards their mind games and their strategies on how they're actually going to utilize it to make a win for themselves.
Exactly, beautifully said. And now we're into the game, and this is a do or die situation for both of the teams, because the losing team will be going home, and the winning team will advance to the next lower bracket match. So this is getting really hyped, and look at the positioning from Hercules. Hercules knows how to position himself really well, so he will just show off that. And now Donut and Chaos, they're a deadly combo, so they will definitely try to push them back. They will definitely try to push Venom Esports back from this side. But now they're moving towards the bot lane, and Error is all alone here. But Wizard will try to give Error some company, but will Wizard be able to do that? Because Error is receiving a lot of damage, and now Wizard, he will go inside Error and now give him a little bit of bonus armor.
Oh my
But oh, Error, he is very low. By the
Error
way,
is
we have a
really
new
low, but look at
player.
that.
We have a new player
Oh,
in
really?
Cambodia side, and that is previous. That is none other than previous X. He didn't play in the upper bracket match.
Okay, so that might be their substitute or maybe their main player. So we have to see how the new player addition to their whole composition is actually going to play them off, how it's actually going to either help them off, or the things are going to stay the same as it was into the upper brackets. But right now, talking about the team Impunity Cambodia, they're straight up forcing their way whole towards the lower, the bottom side, actually, into the lower lane. And as we talk about them, all four of them are in a 2 split. The solo player, that is, I think, I have to say, Sun is onto the top lane right now. Is it Donut or is it
No,
someone
Donut
else? But
actually
once again,
died.
the
Donut
dragon.
actually died on the process.
Oh, okay. The Donut actually died. He was in the bottom lane then there. But there we go. Look
Yes.
at that. Impunity Cambodia finally got their first dragon. Chaos eliminating Strife over there. Strife also has been eliminated 6 seconds before he respawns back to his base. But as we talk about the win and error, they're kind of low. Not mentioning one of the players that was a win is super low. One more shot, 2 more skills on that guy can be his demise. But he went back for the recall, went back to his base. He's gonna like heal himself back to the fullest and maybe come back. But Impunity Cambodia, once again, after getting the dragon buff, they're going for the Slayer buff around this time. In which case, they're definitely gonna get it. But can any of the team Venom Esports steal it from them? No. Josan is gonna get that Slayer buff for his team. 1 dragon, 1 slayer, both buffs have been given to them, and with the economy of 7.4k against 6.3k, they might have a better chance against Team Venom this time around.
Yep, definitely. And now Venom is losing the network lead. They're down by 2k, I believe 1.5k. So they are focusing on the farm, but I don't think Impunity will give them the opportunity to farm. Look how low Arrow is now. Oh my god, it's a really good turnaround fight coming in from Venom Esports, and Donut will go down again. And now, they're going towards Chaos, and the mid laner of Impunity will go down in the process, and Error will go down as well. But now it's another fight going on, and previous X will go down by X win. So this is a pretty win I would say in my book, because Venom Esports lost two members, but they secured 3 kills in their name. But oh, the fight isn't over yet, because Juzan is here for some revenge. But oh, he will almost go down. But now X-Wing will go towards the base, but now they are moving towards the what tower. They want this tower. They want to take the fight against Donut and previous X, because they know that Donut is not really farmed up here, and now they're going for it. They're rushing towards the tower, and they're going towards the Donut, and Donut is really low, but Arrow is low. Arrow is also low, but they will be satisfied themselves with the tower and 0 kills in the process.
Definitely, they got the tower and 0 kill in the process. The fight process, the kill process is actually a full situation, in which case Team Venom got 4 eliminations so far, and even Team Impunity Cambodia got 4 kills so far. But the economy is what matters right now, as we seeing the 1.3k, 1.2k difference into the I have to say, economy from their side. And even on top of that, the Slayer and Dragon buff into the Cambodia side as well. They might have a better chance against the Team Venom this time around, unless Team Venom picks themselves back up and gets the Dragon buff and the Slayer buff into the same spot as well. But right now, things are not looking good for them. Error and Hercules in the mid lane, straight up for that aggression against 4 of the player. 1 player is inside the jungle, holding himself inside of the bush, hiding, and the second player, Donut, is actually doing the same. Team Impunity Cambodia and Team Venom is super close by to the Dragon, but look at that, Josan getting another Dragon buff, but this might be it for the Team Venom Esports, in which case, look at that, Hercules got eliminated, at the same time, Donut got eliminated, so it was a trade-off elimination, but talking about their health, talking about their positions right now, Chaos is the final player for the whole team. He's the final solo surviving player. As soon as he's going to be spotted, he's going to be surrounded by 2 players, and as we talk about these 2 players coming on top of him, I have to say, Error got better of him as well, eliminating all 5 of the Team Impunity Cambodian players, making sure that none of them actually survive. And as they eliminate them, they also got another tower into that same area. Damage was done, but not the elimination. But as we talk about the Team Impunity Cambodia coming back into the game after respawning, they're straight up going for a different approach, as 1 player goes back to the top lane, rest 2 or 3 goes into the mid and the bottom lane as well.
Yep, and make no mistake, that was a clean team wipe coming in from Venom Esports. So they're really facing some amazing moment at this moment, because they actually covered the network difference they had in the early stage, and not to mention they gave the opportunity to Impunity Cambodia to get over them, but Cambodia didn't make much use of it, and now Venom Esports is on the move. Look at that, they're on the move, and they will secure 2 kills on Chaos and Donut as well. So Chaos is not having a good game, and now they're rushing towards the towers, and they're under the tier 2, and now previous X will almost go down, but he will live to survive another, live to fight another day. And now Sun is on the way, but Sun will use the flick to move towards his base, and now previous X, he is the lone one in this bot lane, and Strife and Error, both of them are in the bot lane, and meanwhile top lane Johnson, he is all alone. Hercules and X-Win will definitely find the kill, and it feels like Cambodia is crumbling right now, because they are playing solo. They are not sticking with each other, and this will definitely cost them this game, I believe, because they lost the network lead, they lost the kill lead, they lost towers, they lost some kills as well. So they're on the run right now, and they don't feel confident about it, and Donut just pull off Error out of nowhere. X-Win out of nowhere, and X-Win is on the move, and he is chasing previous X to his base, and now previous X will be able to counter him by just like that. But
oh my god,
Johnson, he's still moving, and Error is also low by Donut, but Donut is not confident enough to go under the tower, and now they will go back towards the Wizard in the mid lane, and Johnson will be the one to finish the Wizard, and Hercules is watching it in silence. So he's watching his teammate crumbling, and he cannot do anything because he is the lone survivor here, and he got no backup in the way. So Irie, he's in the jungle. Hercules, he's here all alone, and now Irie is in trouble. Strip is all alone against the 5 of them. Now, oh my god, Cambodia, they are going under the tower, and X-Wing will jump onto them, and now they are on the run, and now X-Wing will secure 3 or 4 kills in their name, and now Johnson is all alone, and he's on the run. He's being chased by everyone, and he's trying to TP a sneak TP, but I don't think Strip will leave him to do that. And now Error is on the move, and X-Wing, he is not even showing himself, and that is the perfect team wipe coming in from Venom Esports. They lost 0 member in the process, and they secured 5 freaking kills in their name.
17-7 kills difference against Team Venom and Impunity at Cambodia. We can just see how slow-paced the Team Venom was, even losing out some of their towers. And right now, we're seeing a huge aggression for them. Just look at that. All 4 of them are nearby the base tower, eliminating it slowly and steadily. In which case, Impunity, Cambodia Chaos was eliminated, and the base tower, was done so much damage. There was so much damage done to it. Some of the players of Team Venom, many of the players of the Team Venom has lost so much of their health. All they have to do is go straight up into the front side, straight up into the base tower. All they have to do is focus on the base tower, which they did. They got the kill for themselves. They got the base tower for themselves. And even being on the lower side of a moment ago, Team Venom just outperformed themselves, getting out that beautiful win, just turning the tides into their favors. And that was just amazing, I have to say. That was a beauty in its own, the way that they got the buffs, the way that they started to engage in the fight again and again and again, and slowly and steadily making up their pace, getting more economy, getting more items for themselves, more buffs, and as they were getting the buffs, they were straight up going for that aggression against the Impunity Cambodia.
Yep, and Impunity Cambodia showed some early action, early aggression towards Venom Esports, but as I mentioned before, Venom Esports like teams like this because they are really good with faking you. Like, they will definitely give you some early advantage. They will definitely give you some early kills. They will tell you that, hey, come at me, just kill me off. And they're definitely gonna secure some space for their teammates, and when they're feeding, you will definitely be the confident one that hey, these guys are not up to the mark, so I can easily we can easily finish them off without any doubt. But that's where you're wrong, my boy, because Venom Esports is master of faking. They like to fake it in the early game, and they will snatch it in the late game. So that's what they did.
I see what you meant by the lollipop in the very start of the match, and that is what they did. They gave out the lollipop of the win to the Cambodians, and in the very end, they just snatched it right from their hands, as they were right super close by to their mouth. So a beautiful win going towards the team of Venom this time around, and as we say, they outperformed themselves. I think they really did. You said they're the master of faking out of the situation, and that was a prime example. That was a prime example of what we saw in the first-hand situation. They got the win, not just with a small margin, but with a huge margin as well. And here we go. Let's see the best moments in the highlights of what happened throughout this whole match. Because if we do look at the start, we saw the team Venom having the upper hand with some of the economy, some of the kills, but as slowly IMP got more kills, more economy from the team Venom as well. And even the buffs of the dragons and slayers, it was short-lived until the team Venom finally put themselves back together and just straight up went for that aggression.
Exactly, and we have seen that Impunity Cambodia, they had the upper hand in the term of Dragon, in the term of Slayer as well, and in term of Towers as well in the early 5 or 6 minutes mark. But then, out of nowhere, X-Wing came in. He secured 3 kills for his team, and boom, that's how they turned the game around. Like X-Win, I believe X-Win will be the MVP for the match because he is no doubt the best initiator and best damage dealer in this game. So he is really a true potential towards his team, and look at him go. He was down by his opponents in this fight, but it doesn't matter because he pushed his team towards a mark where they will not be able to lose at any point. Look at that. Look at that X win. He went like that and secured 4 kills in his name, and that's how good he is.
After they got those full team elimination, they didn't even let them respawn all of them at the same time. As soon as either one or two of them were spawned, they just straight up went for their elimination as well, making the tide turn into their favors, and slowly and gradually getting more kills, getting more of those gold for themselves as well as they kill out the heroes as well for the economy. More buffs, more gold mean more buffs, and at the same time, more buffs mean more damage to the enemies as well, with the high critical damage, high critical rate into the very end. We saw how the team of Venom just turned the tides in favor of them. As soon as they got the 5 kills into the early stages, as soon as they got the clean wipeout of the team, they did not even let them spawn fully, completely, all together in the same spot. They were picking them off right as they were spawning, right as they were coming back, and that was what led them to their win. And right now, the best thing that we're gonna see is the MVP. Who's gonna be the MVP in all of this 5 versus 5 fight, the 5 elimination fight, and it's none other than the X win this time around with 17 kills. 18 out of
Mhm.
18 kills, only 17 kills have been done by this guy. 1 death and 3 assists throughout this game. 1,09,175 damage done to from this guy's side. MVP points is going to be 15.7. Kill participants is going to be 95.2, and roll goal difference is going to be 4,700.
Definitely, and oh my God, look at this comparison. Well, Johnson was really good with his plays as well, but he couldn't utilize it properly because, well, X Win was up to the mark. X Win was just better. It's better than anyone because look at the goal difference. He got almost 10k gold in his pocket, and whereas Jason got only 5k. It's almost half of X Win's gold network. So yeah, that's how good they are. And out of 21 kills, as you mentioned, out of 21 kills, he got X Win got 17 kills and 3 assists as well. So that means he was in 20 kills. So he was in
Almost
the part
20,
of 20
yeah.
kills. Yeah,
He was on the
this
par of
is.
20 kills.
Mhm.
21 total by 7, 6 towers by 1 tower, 2 slayers by 1 slayer, 39k versus 30k gold as
Mhm.
well. So a huge difference throughout the Venom and Impunity Cambodia as well. But this time around, Impunity Cambodia have finally saw a defeat into their face. This time around, in the next match, are they going to be able to make a comeback? Because I'm really excited. I'm really hoping, actually, for them, because I want to see that a final match. I want to see a best of 3, not just a best of 2 in the scenario in which case 2 straight up wins. No, I want to see an actual fight where both of the teams are actually sweating off. They're getting a really panic into their situations of whether they're going to win it, and a really close fight. So I'm really excited throughout this whole situation, and I'm really rooting out for this next match in favor of the Impunity Cambodia.
Well, finger crossed because I'm also gonna root for Impunity Cambodia because I'm also like willing to see a game best of 3. I mean, game 3 of the series because if if Venom Sports can win this match, this is a clean 2-0, and we will be missing the third game, and we will be missing the hype as well. Because whenever it comes to game three, it feels like no one is actually ahead of you. Everyone is at the same point because you got 1 point and your opponent got 1 point as well. So this is the deciding game. Third game is always the deciding game, and the hype is real. If you make one mistake, the whole game will fall down on you. So it's really easy, and it's really comforting to see a best of two series. But if you want some hype, if you want some tension going around you, and if you
Oh,
want some excitement, you definitely need the third map of the day of the series, so that you can enjoy the proper game. So yeah, just like that, I'm also rooting for Cambodia, because I really want to see game three of this series. So yeah, let's hope for
and
the
as you
best.
already talk about the panic situation and the hype situation, the team that has already lost one match, they're going to be the only team that is going to be in a panic situation in the best of two scenario. But in the best of three, both of the teams having an equal amount of panic can lead up to a different strategies, can lead up to a different outcomes of the whole game as well. So we really have to see if it's actually going to go towards the best of three, or it's just going to be a 2 wins for the team Venom, and they're going to move forward into the bracket side. It all depends upon that. And even the next match that is going to happen, how the team composition is. Are they going to learn out from their mistakes? Is the team Impunity Cambodia actually going to learn out, or they're going to try to make the same mistake? In which case, the team Venom will definitely have a better chance of picking them up in that case scenario. Because you already said it, team Venom tends to fake out their demise and then strike where when the metal is hot in that scenario. And in the last game, they actually did it. This time around, are they actually going to do it? Or will they be able to do it? Will Impunity Cambodia be able to make a comeback? This is the bigger question for the round five, for the game of five this time around.
Well, if you have seen any match from Cambodia side, they're really good with their early game, but they're really weak when it comes to their late game scenario. Like it feels like they never won any late game. It feels like, well, they definitely did win some late game scenarios as well, but on the pro stage, they never won any long game or maybe late game scenarios. So they're really good with their early action. They're really good with their early fight. So if they want to win this time, they will definitely need to secure the kills, secure the dragons, layers, and objectives as well. They need to shut down each and every player from Venom Esports, because if you look at Hercules, he is a god of mid lane. If you look at X-Wing, he is really good with his position as well.
Oh,
If you look at Error, he is he is like a virus. Like, he will come into your lane, he will play with your mind,
he will
and
be
he will
spreading
leave.
everywhere.
Exactly, he will leave like a small virus to your brain, and that will definitely show you some errors in the late game. I think that's how he named himself Error, because he is really good with his mind plays, he is really good with his mind games, and you'll definitely love the way these three people build up in each and every game. So they're really good with their plays. It feels like when you see them play, you'll definitely understand that you'll feel like that they know what they're doing. When I play
Definitely.
Midland, when I play Slayerland, it feels like, hey, I'm going with the flow. But when you see them play, it feels like they know what they're doing. Each and every movement, they're calculating it. The math is going on in their mind. Like, what should I do? Where should I move? Right, left, in front. Use your spell, something like that. Like, they're really satisfying to see.
They have anticipated each and every single move of yours, and they're actually using it against you at that point in this case scenario. But once again, Impunity Cambodia versus the Venom Esports are back over to the draft side, and two bans have been picked off from the each side. One from each side, making a
Yeah.
complete of two, but no
Mhm.
picks off so far. They're actually going for the bans first. They're discussing which character, which hero to ban, and after the bans, they're gonna pick off their heroes.
Well, one thing I've noticed about Venom Esports from the previous games as well, like they like to play in the lower bracket. Well, I'm not saying they did it on purpose in this tournament, but I've seen them dominating the scenario of Bangladesh for 2 freaking years. Like they're that
Oh.
good. So I like the way they play. Like they really like to go in the lower bracket and then dominate the lower bracket and come back to upper bracket just like that, because I think they're the team that they like to chill and play. Like if you see them play from in front of you, you'll definitely see they're laughing and they're playing. If they die, they're laughing. They're not shouting at each other. They're not saying that, hey, you didn't help me, hey, you didn't do your job. Not like that. Everyone has confidence on each other and they're just that level good. Like they're chilling. But when you go to, if you are playing this tournament, if you go to lower bracket, what will you think? You will definitely be on a panic. Like you will be thinking, hey, if I lose this one, I'm done. I'm done for the tournament. I'm done, and my country will say stuff like say negative stuff, or maybe my family won't be proud of me. But they're just chilling. They don't have any tension at all, and maybe that's the reason they're really good with their lower bracket fights, lower bracket elimination, and all. Like they're really good with their lower bracket fight. They know how to chill. They know how to play.
I have to really describe this as if you're like really comfortable, whether you're in a panic situation or not. If you're calm and composed, even on those panic situations, then I think you can take out the outcome. You can analyze the situation better, make a more outcome, make a more countermeasure for that specific outcome. And overcome that situation for yourself. And that's what the team Venom is actually doing, even on the lower bracket side, even on the low lane, bottom lane side. They're staying calm and composed, getting the dragons, getting the slayers as they go, even the might buffs, even the sage buff as they want to do it. They're getting buffs, and at the same time, with the economy and critical rates that they have, each and every single hit that they do gets critical. They tend to go for that damage and attack side. They do not go for those speed. They do not want to go for those what do you call it, the defense side. They just want the attack to be that heavy that whenever the
Mhm.
person that the team that is on the receiving end gets it, they are forced to retreat back. And that's what I'm seeing, because in the last match, even Team Venom was kind of like into the slow, that made me assume that did not use the attack speed buff onto themselves, attack speed items for themselves. They tend to go for the attacks and the critical damage over top of the critical rate.
Well, I like the ban coming in from the Venom side. They banned Aya, they
Oh.
banned Yui, they banned Pain, and they banned Lorian. Ooh, those are some heavy bans. So, oh, they're confident with the Trixie and Hayate together. Okay, I
Oh.
never. Was that a misclick or something? Because I never thought someone can play Hayate and Trixie in the same team. Like,
Maybe that is what they are trying to do to the other team. Maybe they're trying to throw them off the table at that point. That we're gonna choose the same these two characters in the same composition, and let's see if you can think of our strategy this time around or not. Maybe this is a strategy from their side to actually fake out their strategy towards the impunity Cambodia.
so you're saying they're gonna switch Trixie to support.
Maybe they will, maybe they won't. At the time will tell. Maybe they're faking the Crixie right now along with Hayate. Hayate may just go for that support, or maybe even Crixie go for that support. It can be either one. So what I'm trying to say is that they're trying to make sure that the Team Impunity Cambodia actually looks out for both of them instead of just being one of them.
Mhm. And meanwhile, Cambodia picked Zada and Arthur along. So
Okay.
these two are some tanky babies. Like Arthur knows how to tank, and Zada is tanky as well. So this is going to be a tough fight for Venom Esports. It feels like Venom Esports are giving it away. If you see the picks from Venom Esports, they literally got one tank and four squishy babies. So I don't know. Hayate is really squishy, Trixie is squishy, Elendor a bit squishy. Only the one that is a Volcat, it will be able to do a better job in this game. So I don't know, man. It feels like Venom Esports are giving them a chance. And maybe Venom Esports heard what we were saying. Maybe they want us to see a game three. That's why they're trying to go soft on them. But but will Cambodia be able to utilize this opportunity and win this game? What do you think?
Uh, I think the only thing that will tell us is the time, because the match has started and the composition from each of the sides is actually going insane. One player, Hayate, is in the bottom lane in the like bottom lane side right now from the team Venom Esports, and aside from that, two in the mid lane, two in the top lane, as we see that. But on top of that, if we talk about the Impunity Cambodia, we're seeing the same composition as two in the top lane, two in the mid lane, and one in the bottom lane right now.
And Donut is facing a little trouble against Hercules, and oh, Chaos will be joining the fight, but Hercules will deal a lot of damage
Oh
towards
my
Chaos.
god.
Chaos might fall, but Wizard will not be able to close the distance, though. That's how Chaos will live to fight another day, and now the mid lane is going pretty similar to both teams, but Wizard and Donut are fighting in the bot lane. But I don't think Wizard will stay here because Wizard is focusing on the buff, and now they're covered by three heroes. What do you think? What
What?
what what might happen?
This is a 3 versus 4 situation, or maybe even a 2 versus 4 situation, in which case we're seeing the team Impunity Cambodia having the upper hand right now, as they got the buff for themselves as well. And on top of that, the levels, as Jason is level 4, Donut is level 2 right now, almost level 3. But we're talking about Donut, that is actually was trying to recall back into the base, but
Mhm.
changed his mind and straight up canceled it, go back to the bottom lane, fighting against Wizard. In which case scenario, look at Wizard's health. He's only one skill, one auto attack away from being eliminated. Donut is also going into the bushes side, maybe trying to be into the safer position. But as we saw, Win, X-Win, and Error into the same position. Donut is that a person that is going to go for that early engagement, that is going to go for that first fights. In which case, Jason is that guy that is out there looking out for the dragon, getting that dragon buff for the team. And as we're talking about the dragon buff, the Jason may just get it, but can it be steal from their side? In which case scenario, look at that, Impunity Cambodia took that dragon kill, took that dragon buff for themselves right from the face of the team Venom. And right now, team Venom may just panic after this buff has been taken out from them.
There's a really good fight went out after the Abyssal Dragon, because the Abyssal Dragon was secured by none other than Cambodia, but Venom Esport didn't let it go away just like that, because they actually engaged in a fight against the Impunity Cambodia, and they secured 3 kills. And look at that, Sun will go down. That is a tanky baby, but three of them came in and took him down. And now Donut and Johnson are the two members from Impunity that can deal a lot of damage and that can engage in a fight, but they chose not to join in the fight because they're farming. I think they're aware of the situation, that they're not covering the network chart, so that's why they're going
Oh
forward.
my
But
god.
now Chaos, the mid laner Zeta, he is in trouble. But now Zeta will go under the tower to get some security. But I don't think that security will give him a lot of time to farm because he is in a rough position. And now Donut is looking for Wizard, but Wizard is not afraid. He is looking for Donut as well, and now they're going for the Slayer. But I don't think Slayer will be going down that easily, and it will be reset just like that. And now Previous and Donut, they're also in the area, and four members from Venom Esports is already joining the five, and another one also came in.
Five.
Strife. Yep, they're moving the five members from Venom Esports for a Slayer. I don't think that is worth it. It's a 4 minute Slayer, and you are moving five of your teammates towards it. Is that worth it?
I think they're
What do you think,
I think they're
Torrance?
using the Slayer as a bait. I think they're using the Slayer as a bait for the team Impunity Cambodia to come there, try to get the buff, and as they're trying to get it, maybe the team Venom is actually gonna steal the Slayer as Cambodia actually stole the dragon right from their faces. Maybe they're trying to do that, but at the same time, talking about the kills, talking about the economy, we're seeing the team Venom having the upper hand right now with 4 kills and 12.1k economy. We're seeing even a single win from their side as well. But right now, Team Venom has to really pick themselves back up. In this case scenario, Crixie and Hayate composition, I don't think that was just for the show. In this case scenario, just look at that. 4 kills so far right now, in which case Donuts gets back into the side. Strife is there trying to get more killed for the team, trying to get more killed for his team composition, as well as he also get more of the economy for himself. Level 7 against 2 of the level 7. Not only he's a warrior, not only he's a tank in this scenario, he's also the damage dealer for the team as well. In which case, look at that. Japan is coming for the Slayer, for the Slayer kill, and Strife cannot do anything but just a look in this void place as 3 of the team Impunity Cambodian players get that Slayer buff for themselves as well. Right now, team, things are not looking good for the team Venom, in which case scenario, they're finally going to get 1 Abyssal Dragon buff for themselves, but against a single Dragon buff and 1 Slayer buff as well, I don't think that they have an upper chance right now. Talking about their item strategy, we're seeing them go towards the critical rate and the damage as well, if we do talk about their composition, and on top of that, attack up as well. But talking about the team Impunity Cambodia, they're going for the critical rate, they're going for the attack percentage, and with that, attack speed that they're going for.
Yep, exactly. And if you focus on the itemization coming in from Venom Esports, they're really choosy about their item picks, and they're choosing the best items for their heroes, and they're not gonna experiment anything in this game because they're that serious. They want to dominate this matchup. They want to dominate this series, and they're already on the lower bracket, so they don't want any chances to be taken out. And now Wizard is in a lot of trouble, and Wizard will go down by Previous X. And now Donut, he's the deadly octopus there. He's going towards an M21, is afraid of that octopus, and that octopus will go towards Error, and Error will go down just like that. And Previous X will also go down, but Chaos, he is here, and Donut is not done with it, and X Win will survive for now. But how long can he survive? Because slowly but surely, oh my god, Impunity is going forward, and now 3 vs 1 situation, but Chaos will go down on the process, and X-Win is also going down, and he went down just like that. But Donut will survive the attacks from Hercules, and Hercules and Wizard are going towards Johnson, but Johnson will be able to retreat from that fight, and that is the total win in the book of Cambodia, because they got X-Win, they got Error, they got Wizard, 3 kills in their book, but they lost their mid laner on the process, and that is not a fun thing to lose, because their mid laner is already on low HP, and now UX, he went down just like minion. It feels like they're killing a minion, and now they will secure each and every kill from Cambodia side. And now look at that, Johnson. He is not tanky enough, and Donut, he cannot tank just like that, and he is a deadly octopus, but he's in a lot of trouble. It feels like someone is frying the octopus just out of the oven, and now Donut will go retreat, and now it is the Dark Slayer for them, for Venom Esports, and it's a free Dark Slayer actually. And San will try to contest. I don't think he can, because there is a lot of teammates of Venom Esports, and now they will scare San from taking the Slayer, and Sun will leave it to Venom Esports.
Not only Team Venom Esports did a great job in eliminating the players, getting 8 kills for themselves, but also 4 towers, right as we talked about it. Not just 1, not just 2, but 4 towers back to back. Team Impunity Cambodia, things are not looking good for them right now. They have to make a comeback, in which case scenario, this time around, Team Impunity Cambodia is going from the bottom lane, and Team Venom is facing maybe some issues, and look at that, Team Venom picking off not 1, not 2, but 3 of the Team Impunity Cambodian players. Only 2 are left right now, which is Donut and Chaos, and as they're trying to make their way from the bottom lane, the Slayer also has been spawned for the tower, for the base section as well, to not only keep in check from the Team Impunity Cambodia, but to also make sure that this is their chance to eliminate the towers and make more economy for themselves, get more buffs for themselves into this case scenario. And as we talk about the economy, we are seeing a 4,000, almost 5,000 difference, and Slayer also defeating out the tower as well, getting their 5th tower for themselves, as well as they see 7 total kills for the Team Impunity Cambodia and 11 kills for the Team Venom Esports right now. The things are not looking good for them right now, I have to say, and for the Impunity Cambodia, as slowly and gradually Team Venom is making sure that they slowly and gradually come forward to their side, go for that aggressive mode. We're also seeing a Team Impunity Cambodia trying to save out their towers, trying to hold off their position. They're not overcommitting after this fight, after the 3 elimination from back-to-back side. They're actually going for a safer approach.
Yep, beautifully said, Torix. And I want to mention one thing, and that is Venom Esports secured the Holy Dragon, so they will get the Holy Dragon buff, and now they're at their strongest. And look at how they poke Donut. It feels like they're just playing with Donut. Like, they were just next to Donut, but they didn't harm Donut because they're just making fun of him. And now X-Win, oh, he went too far, and now Sun will go towards the error, but oh, X-Win will survive, but Wizard will go down on the process, and Error will be going down as well, and X-Win is also down. Oh, never mind, Error will live to fight another day, but Stripe is already low on HP, but Arthur is doing a lot, and Stripe will be securing this kill. Never mind, he will go down on the process, and Hercules is the lone survivor here against Sun, because Error is on the base and he is coming towards Sun, but it's too late because 4 members from Cambodia went down on the process, and now it's only Sun versus the world here, and now Error is moving towards Sun, and Error is moving, and he will run and gun. Oh my god, he will run and gun the Sun, and just like that, Hayate is carrying the game, and he's killing a warrior by himself. Can you imagine Hayate playing as a marksman here? And we all thought that Hayate is the best mid laner of all time, but Venom Esports is showing us that meta doesn't matter. They can create their own meta by playing different roles with a different hero, and they're really successful with it. They're showing us that how they can manage to do it, and they did. They're successful on that, and they secured the Slayer in their name.
In the starting, Sun was the only guy that actually survived throughout the fight of the Impunity Cambodia versus the Venom Esports, in which case 4 of the players, Chaos, Johnson, Previous X, and Donut, was eliminated. He was solo surviving with the full health. A single player comes in, Error comes in, eliminating him, making more misery of the Team Immunity Cambodia right now in this case scenario, as they're getting more panic into this whole case scenario. And as we're talking about the worst case scenario, things are not looking good for the Team Venom right now, as 3 of their players has been taken down. Hercules and X-Win is the only team member right now surviving, and as they also go for the fight, as they also go for that aggression onto the team, we're seeing them actually do a huge damage onto the Team Impunity Cambodia, not eliminating 1, not eliminating 2, but 4 of their players as well. The fight is back to a 1 versus 1, in which case a single player from the Team Venom is surviving, and Impunity Cambodia is also surviving. Right now, Win is straight up gonna go for the tower elimination, and he gets the blue mid tower. Maybe he's gonna make his way forward towards Donut. Maybe he's gonna try to eliminate Donut in his way, but he's also buying out his time for his team to respawn into the scenario. Talking about the towers, Team Impunity Cambodia so far hasn't been able to even do a half damage onto the towers right now. I have to say it, Nithal. Things straight up not looking good for them. Team Impunity is really in a panic situation, as there's only 3 towers left for them for the total annihilation. We have to see if Venom is actually going to move forward. Are they actually going to try to eliminate the players before they finally force forward, or are they going to use the faking mastery technique and fake out their positions towards a different angle and approach from a different angle as to defeat the towers and defeat the base as well?
Yep, definitely. And now I don't think Cambodia got any chance on winning this, because well, Venom Esports are leading by 4 Canadians, and there's a fight going on. Oh my god, Error is in a lot of trouble, and Wizard will go down, and X-Win is also low on HP, but oh my god, Error is coming towards this fight, and now Error will go down just like that. Hayate is no longer with us, and now X-Win is all alone here. Oh, that's a nice flick coming in, and he faked his opponents, and now Stan is in a lot of trouble because he entered the death zone, and he will die in the death zone. And now Donut tries to kill X-Win, but now he will not be able to do that. And with that small HP, oh my god, with that small HP, Strife will finish the job for his team. And now Chaos versus Hercules, the both mid laner, and now they're gonna face each other. But I don't think Chaos is confident enough to face him alone, because X-Win is on the area, and these guys are really good with their prediction. They know that no one will stay here all alone. Then just like that, he will retreat from this area, and Venom Esports will come back stronger to secure this Infinite Slayer. And this is, if they can secure this Infinite Slayer, this is almost a GG. I don't think Impunity Cambodia got any chance left in them. I don't think they do, because this is well, I hate this Infinite Slayer, because it deals a lot of damage towards the tower, and also it is really deadly. So if you can secure this is almost a game over.
But I have to say, the way that the Team Impunity Cambodia is actually holding out for themselves in this whole case scenario, in this whole case of a fight against the team of Venom Esports, even though they have a lower chance of winning, but I have to give it out to them. The 5 versus 5 that happens, we see both teams equally doing the damage. Both teams are equally squishy, and both teams are equally tanky, in which case scenario both teams actually get 4 killed from each other side, and only one of them is actually left. And the way you said the Dark Slayer, the Infinity Slayer that has been spawned, can make a difference, in which case it might just do it. And with that Infinity Slayer, we're seeing the whole team aggressing over to the Impunity Cambodia. All 5 versus 5 situation is happening, in which case, look at that. Strife is really low on the HP side. Slayer is also coming in. The damage is done to the base tower, and as we see the base tower falling to his demise, the team of Venom is gonna get that win against the Team Impunity Cambodia as well. A second win straight up after the first one, and a GG winner for themselves in the scenario. The 2 wins back to back. It's just amazing, Nithal. The thing that they did, they used the Slayers to the right time. They used the Slayer at their perfect timing, at their perfect opportunity, made sure that they were with the Slayer to not just only give out the cover to the Slayer, but also the Slayer to give them the cover as well.
Definitely, beautifully said. And we are seeing Venom Esports at its finest. That's why they're the regional champion from Bangladesh. That's why they're the best team from this country. But Cambodia, Impunity Cambodia was the regional champion from Cambodia as well, and they showed us how good they are against Team We Armada. But unfortunately, Armada got the upper hand in the third game, and they secured the series for them. And well, they kicked Impunity Cambodia from upper bracket to get a place in lower bracket, but Impunity Cambodia couldn't secure this lower bracket for themselves, and they will be going home after tonight because their journey is over from this AIC South Asian qualifiers. And not only that, Tourist, I want to mention one thing. I want to tell one thing to the fans of fans of Cambodia, that the country representative team is lost. But don't lose hope. Don't lose your hope on this tournament. Just keep watching, keep supporting other teams as well. Maybe a team from Pakistan, maybe a team from Myanmar, maybe a team from Bangladesh. It's not like that your country's team is not in the tournament, so you cannot see or you cannot cheer for other teams. It's not like that. It's not a crime. Just it's a esports thing. It's not real fight or something like that. So just go support any team from any place or any country, and maybe you will feel inner peace because maybe you are sitting at home with your phone, with your computer, you're watching the game on YouTube or maybe Facebook or maybe anywhere in the world. But you can be the next star as well, because Arena of Valor is hosting a lot of tournaments lately, so you got the chance to show yourself, and you got the chance to show the world how good you were with your plays, if you were good with your plays actually. So go watch the games, learn the meta from the pros, and try it with your teammates. Maybe you will be the next one to be qualified for this tournament. Maybe you will be the next one to secure your team a final slot, or maybe I don't know, maybe
You will
really
be the champion.
Yeah, maybe you will be the champion. So just work for it, and you might be the next successor of this game. So yeah. So don't lose your
hope
hope.
and don't do anything. Yeah. And make sure you work hard into the whole kit scenario. But moving back onto the highlight section, Nithal, the way that the team Venom actually gave out a single chance in the very start, as they were also being eliminated, and as they were also eliminating the enemy side of the team Impunity Cambodia as well. The things were on the equal side until they finally got that Dark Slayer, Infinity Slayer for themselves, spawned it up, straight up went for that aggression, because before that we were seeing they were approaching the last towers of the Team Impunity Cambodia, but Team Impunity Cambodia was so good onto holding out their towers, they were not giving out enough chances. Both of the teams were forcing to retreat back into their bases side, wait out for their team to respawn back, get them up, get them back onto their feet, come back into the fight, come back into the place to fight against each other. And that was what happened. That was what's happening until the last Infinity Slayer was defeated and spawned from the Team Venom side. And that was the thing that what gave them the boost to finally push themselves. And in that position, in that particular location, Team Impunity Cambodia couldn't do anything. Even though they were like a 4 versus 4, 5 versus 5 situation, they wasn't able to eliminate the Dark Slayer. They wasn't able to eliminate the players into the Infactor side. And that what made them lose their base tower, and a great win for the team of Venom. So the team Venom is going to be moving into the next bracket, and Team Impunity Cambodia is going to go home.
Definitely, and that is the end run for Cambodia. But I feel really bad for them because they were playing really good in this tournament, and they are the only one team that qualified from their country. So they were representing their country, and as I mentioned before, it will be really a heartbroken thing for them because when they get back to their country, maybe they will feel like, well, they represent their country so far, and it is an honor for
It's
them
still a
to
great
do that.
achievement. Yeah.
Yep, it is, but I think they had high hopes as well. So maybe it's like they will feel a little bad about this.
Maybe they will feel bad about it, but the fan base, all you have to do is support them, and make sure you do
Mhm.
that. But right now, after this, we will be going, I think, on a short break, and it's all so.
When it comes to the end of time, our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me.
You lost.
You are the one who's losing. Time is up. You'll see the fate of Athenor. Let's welcome the arrival of God.
fight the greatest battle, you need the greatest warriors. But heroes must be forged in ultimate combat, competing for the ultimate prize.
When it comes to the end of time, our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me.
You lost.
You are the one who's losing. Time is up. You'll see the fate of Athador. Let's welcome the arrival of God.
fight the greatest battle. You need the greatest warriors. But heroes must be forged in ultimate combat. Competing for the ultimate prize.
When it comes to the end of time, our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me.
You lost.
You are the one who's losing. Time is up. You'll see the fate of Abaddon. Let's welcome the arrival of God.
greatest battle. You need the greatest warriors. But heroes must be forged in ultimate combat. Competing for the ultimate prize.
When it comes to the end of time, our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me.
You lost.
All
And
right, we're back.
everyone, we're back to cast the last game for the day, and it will be against two of the Pakistani teams. And apparently, very sadly, they're at lower bracket right now. So this is a do or die situation right now. And this is Zain, and I have Riddle with me to cast the game. And Riddle, I believe this is your ground, right? Both of the Pakistani team.
Yes, it's very unfortunate to see how the situations have panned out. How both Pakistani teams are right now in the lower bracket, and they're going to go face to face against one another. Unfortunately, we'll have to say goodbye to one of those teams here today. But overall, I'm very proud of all the Pakistani teams that have come here today, and I'm sure they're going to showcase an amazing performance with this last game here today.
Yeah, it is very unfortunate that we have to say goodbye to one of the teams today, and I think the first team that we had to say goodbye would be Impunity from Cambodia, right? And it was very sad to say goodbye to them as they were the only team from Cambodia, I believe. But we have
Yes.
two more teams left from Pakistan right now, and one of them we have to say goodbye to. And the saddest part about saying goodbye to one of the teams is they're gonna go face to face with each other, and they're gonna eliminate one another. And
Yes,
that's the worst part.
that's just unbelievable. Yeah, like
Yep.
it's like how the stories have built up that one of the you will be eliminating one of your own brethrens here today
Yes.
to go forward into the tournament. But at the end of the day, everyone's here for themselves, and they all want to represent each other as well as their countries. And any team that progresses forward from here, I'll be very proud to see them go forward, and I'd be even way more prouder for the team that we might have to say goodbye today. I will be very proud to see that they have made it this far and they have done their country proud.
Yeah, and absolutely, like you mentioned to me before that Pakistan, this is the very first tournament for Pakistani teams to play in an AOV tournament, right? And it is such a high level tournament, like an international tournament. So that may have an impact for them, why they might be like outperforming right now. But I believe if they play a few more tournaments and they practice more, they learn from what they've had today, maybe they'll come back stronger next time. What do you think about that?
I do believe so because this is like the first Kickstarter event, I would say. Like they saw that, like the amount of teams, amount of players that have seen the qualifiers and are probably watching this grand final stage right now. They are getting the ideas. They want to learn the game. Now, I'm sure next time around, this region will be way different, and like it's going to be a way better performances till next time.
Yes, I believe so. And the third game between the two last Pakistani teams will be starting right now as we're showing the brackets. It is very sad to see that Aegon Esports and Vainglorious are facing off against each other in the lower bracket. Second game, a second series of lower bracket for today's, and only one of the teams will go ahead and will face off against the loser of OPX and Sterry Hope in the lower bracket quarterfinals. But today, this is a best of three do or die situation between these two teams. So I am rooting for both of those teams. I don't want anyone to leave, to be honest, but it is a matter of sorrow that somebody has to leave. So I mean, you can't just keep playing forever. Nobody's gonna be winner in that stage. But we want the best South Asian team, so we gotta say goodbye to our dear ones. We gotta say goodbye to the better teams. We gotta say goodbye to those who even performed such well in this tournament, who have worked so hard to come here all the way from their country to another country. But we have to say goodbye. There's nothing we can do, right?
You, yep, indeed, you couldn't have said it any better. It's do or die for all of these teams, and it's only a matter of fact that the games will get even tougher from this point, because even at this point the better teams will move forward. The teams that would perform slightly underperforming so far, they will fall, and only the better teams will move forward. And at this point right now, it is a matter of do or die for Vainglorious and Aegon Esports, because they are the only two teams left to play today, and they're the last two hope of their country. And it's
Yep.
sad one of them will fall today.
Yep, and matter of fact, like more importantly, even if one of the team wins today and proceeds, they're still not out of the danger yet, because we have to remember that they're in the lower bracket, so they have the chances of getting eliminated anytime sooner. So I would say they're at the brink of the death, so they have to really work hard. Whoever wins today have to work hard to keep their country, their in the place in the tournament, because obviously whoever wins today will be the last team to represent their country, and if they get eliminated, that means they're out of the tournament, and this will be really sad, because I wanted to see the top four teams from the four countries individually. Like, even though I'm from Bangladesh and I support my teams, like we have four teams here from my country, but I would still, out of the respect, because I have respect for all the countries and I love all the countries personally, because you guys are also my brothers from, you guys are from another country, but you guys are also my brothers, because you guys are also a Muslim brother. So I have huge respect for you guys, and I would really wanted that four teams on the top would be from four countries, so that we have, everything, every bit, a little bit of everything. But let's see what happens. I cannot predict the future. It's just a wish of mine. I hope I somehow curse this and this wish comes true, but this is my hope. But yeah, it is what it is,
There,
and we gotta move on with
we
that.
would need a miracle. We would need a
Yeah, we would
miracle to
need a
get
miracle.
impunity back. We would need a miracle to get
Yeah,
impunity back. It's unfortunate that we had to say goodbye to them in the
unfortunately.
earlier matchup.
Yep.
And once again, but we have to look forward for this matchup. So on paper, after seeing the performances from Vainglorious and Aegon Esports in the matchups earlier, what did you make of them? What do you think of these two teams that are clashing right now?
Um, I haven't seen the game of Bane Glorious. I think. Oh, I have. I have seen one game from Bane Glorious. I think. Did I? Oh no, I haven't seen the game from Bane Glorious. But I've casted the game of Aegon Esports, and I personally think that they're a really nice team. Like, they faced off against OPX, Oriental Phoenix, who are the previous champions of who are the previous champions of Bangladeshi championship of Arena Valor tournament. So they're pretty strong, and we've seen Aegon Esports were holding out pretty well against them. So I believe Aegon Esports has the guts to do so. But in the last game, last time, why they lost, they made few mistakes, and some of them I'm gonna point it out. Like first of all, they couldn't utilize their hero perfectly. Like they picked an early game draft, but they weren't that active in the early games, which cost them a lot. And OPX had a late game draft. Why? When the game became late, obviously OPX had a better opportunity than this team. So they kind of didn't utilize their heroes very goodly in the early game. And the second mistake they did is that instead of playing objective, they just played too defensively. And I think you gotta be aggressive when it needs, or when you have the opportunity. If an enemy is making mistakes, you need to punish them. If you just leave them be and play defensive, if you be like, oh, we're gonna be okay, we're gonna do that later, maybe just hold it out a bit, maybe get another chance. No, if you keep missing these chances, that's gonna be really the casualty is gonna be huge for you, and that's what happened to them. They weren't able to get much objectives in that game, and that ended up resulting really bad for them. And I believe you casted the Vainglorious's game, right? So why do you think Vainglorious lost the game, and what was their fault? What are the mistakes they made, and what should they do to win the next game?
I think the mistakes that they made in the matchup against Starry Hope, they this was their first time clash against a international team. This was, like, I could say, outside of this outside of their comfort zone. They haven't seen a team play like this. In a way, it's due to inexperience, as well as they somewhat crumbled under the pressure. They had like a few better plays here and there into the mid game, late game state. Like they're making one or two picks happen, but they weren't able to capitalize or generate a lead out of it, which was like the reason why Starry Hope found a way back to shut them down completely. So it's just like lack of inexperience on playing at such high stage, and perhaps there was a lot of pressure on them. But right now, I think that after that series, they have cleared out the nerves. They have taken a breath of fresh air, and right now they're gonna go in this game with a mental reset, and hopefully showcase a better performance.
Yeah, I'm also hoping for the best for both of the teams. I hope nobody panics and nobody, gets under the pressure, because under the pressure and under the panic, they cannot give out their full potential. So I want to see both of the teams who are representing their countries go out all out, and give out their full potential. And as you mentioned, like Van Glorious, they haven't experienced playing with outside teams, and they don't know much about them. They don't have much intel about them, maybe, and that's why they weren't able to play against them. But this time around, Vainglorious will be playing against Aegon Esports. I think they are quite familiar with those faces, with those people, and this game is gonna be quite interesting because obviously they faced each other before. I hope so, and they should
Oh
know
yes,
each
they
other's
did.
countermeasures, each other's weaknesses. So this is gonna be interesting. We'll see some similar bands, similar picks, and some whatnot, or maybe try a different strategy because obviously they know each other's strats already. So what do you think about that?
Yes, indeed, you said it very correctly. But I to add to that, you said that they have faced each other in the past, and guess yes, these two teams were the grand finalists of our qualifiers in Pakistan, and they put on a hell of a show right there. Like they made sure like it was entertaining for the fans, and Vainglorious and Agon Esports showed each other tough fights back and forth. They made sure that it was competitive. So I'm excited to see what happens this time around, as this is like this is even higher stakes now. Like at that point, they were both teams had already secured a spot at this stage, but they were playing for just seeding the first and second place. But this time around, I think the stakes could not get any higher. Right now, these both teams are playing for their tournament lives.
Okay, so I believe Aegon Esports was the one who were placed second, and Vainglorious is the one who won the
No, 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 no,
qualifiers
no.
from
It's
Pakistan,
vice
right?
versa. Vice versa, vice versa. It was vice versa. Agon Esports finished first, and Vainglorious finished
Oh,
second.
Aegon in front. Okay, okay. So Vainglorious finished second, and Aegon Esports. Yeah. As I mentioned before, like Aegon Esports, they were really, even though they had a few mistakes, they had few back. It's a few things that hold them back and why they lost the game against OPX. But still, they performed really well. They really performed well. Like, they weren't so far behind OPX in those games. So I believe Aegon Esports are strong, but I want to see Vainglorious put up a great fight as well. As you mentioned, like, what their weaknesses are. Based on that, if they can come over that, maybe they can perform really good in this game, and that's what I'm expecting from both of the teams. Like, whoever wins, I'm all out in this game. I am rooting for both of the teams. Whoever wins, I just want to have a great time and great show, and best of luck to the both of the teams. Actually, I'm rooting for both of them.
I cannot pick a favorite here. It's too hard for me to say so. Like, both teams are from my country. Both teams mean a lot to me. Like, I cannot pick a winner here either as well. I am gonna root for both teams to put on a great show. It's like, it's too hard for me to just say, oh, I want XYZ team to win here. It's just like
XYZ.
both teams have done a lot to get here. I've seen the hard work they've put into this, and it's a shame that we'll have to say goodbye. But it's like right now it's time to play, and it's not like you cannot get away with it. Right now you have to show why you guys are the top teams from Pakistan.
Okay. So as you mentioned here, we are like, at that stage where there's so much pressure here. You know them, right? Like, you're from there, they're from your country,
Yes.
so obviously you must know them. So you must know both of them. So knowing those players, do you know them personally though, like, as a player, or do you just know the teams?
Maybe not on the Aegon esports side, but on Vainglorious side, yes, I have very, very like close connections with the Vainglorious players, so I know how much they have gone through to get to this point. Like, I've seen the potential these guys have, and at their day, they're the best team in the tournament. Like, at their day, no one can touch them. And maybe today was not the start that they were looking for, but hopefully they can perhaps close out. But Aegon are like the heavy favorites because of the previous win record against them, so it's going to be a very close matchup.
Yep, and I think, though this is a do or die situation between both of the teams in Pakistan, Aegon Esports versus Vainglorious, we have a bit of a technical issue here, so we'll take a 5 minutes break and we will be right back. This is
All right, and we are back.
Yep, we are. Sorry for the technical issue, guys. Think there's a bit of a problem with the lobby and the servers. So, as we were saying, the do or die situation, which always gets me in a sad mood. I really don't want the do or die situation, but here we are back at it. We can't do anything about it, right?
Hmm. So coming back to the matchup, when we were talking, I was as we were talking about how like I've knows a lot of these players myself. So I was telling that like I've seen the hard work that all of these players have put into getting to this point. A lot of them have seen downfalls in other games in other genres, and them getting to this point means a lot to them. But I feel like they all have potential to get to that higher stage. Like I feel like they all have that potential, but unfortunately we'll have to say goodbye to one of them here today.
Yep, and hopefully it will be a best of three game, hopefully, so that they can play all their hearts out, because that's the last thing I can wish for them. There's no miracle where such I can say both teams will survive and go forward. So no such miracle exists. So I say let's see a best of three game, and both of the teams go for 1-1, and then go for the third game and let it all out, enjoy the game with all their hearts out, and somebody obviously at the end of the day have to go home. And this is the third game, last game for the day. And tomorrow we'll get to see the upper bracket finals and lower bracket quarterfinals, I believe. So it's gonna be interesting. So
Yes,
if
indeed.
if 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 I say one of the teams would were to get eliminated, and obviously they're at lower bracket, right? Like in a do or die situation, the whole series, like the whole game right now. From the upper bracket, from the winner teams, the four teams who have won and are in the upper bracket semifinals right now, who do you think is the most amusing to you? Who?
From the upper bracket, are you asking from the upper bracket? uh if you're asking about the upper bracket, I'd say the team that I am very looking forward to seeing play any further, like into the matches, I would say it's Starry Hope, because they showed the most innovation out of all of the teams. Like they showcased a unique meta, a unique style. Like they improvised completely to what we saw from the rest of the teams. So I want to see more of them, and I hope to see how much they can like innovate further and see how far they can go with this style. And if you want to ask for the lower bracket team, the teams that I'm looking to forward to playing as further are like after watching Venom Esports play in this second match into the lower bracket, I was surprised how well they played. So I wish to see them more.
Okay, that's well said, brother. And I believe that's one of the things I would say as well when you has mentioned that Starry Hope showed us a different kind of game. This is what about the arena. Well, this is what about the MOBA games. You never have a specific thing in this game. You can make up your own meta. You can make up your own skills. You can make up your own combos. The more strategic you are, the more go through these games. You can learn more about these games, and there are always new things in this game. So yeah, we have the face-off Aegon Esports versus Vainglorious, both of the Pakistani teams up against each other. And I believe someone has to be different today in order to win. They have to be different because
Hmm.
they obviously know each other very well as they faced off against each other in the Pakistani qualifiers. So the different made the different, and the unique one win.
Yes, yes, indeed. Like you couldn't have put it any way better. Like right now, it's like both teams have a lot to play for. Both teams have a lot of pressure on their shoulders, and right now they have to showcase that this pressure is means nothing. Right now, they all want to fight for that glory. They want to go forward and take the Pakistani flag as forward as they can.
Yes, I believe. And with saying that, we are already in the game, and we see a few bans, and bans coming in from both of the teams, and there it is, Volkat and UA straight out banned. They never want to have these heroes in the game. These heroes are literal cancers, and especially UA. You never want UA on the mid lane. This hero gave so much trauma to the teams today. Even if she's on the losing team, she's just pa 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 showing those aqua bombs right there, and that's so much damage. So yeah.
I could say the same about Hayate, and once again, Vainglorious
Yes,
picking up Hayate
here
and
he is.
Lumber on the side. So it's like if you
Here
got rid
they
of one,
are.
you have to take the other one. You got rid
Yes,
of
there
one,
they
you
are.
have the other one.
There they are.
Now
Hayate
there's
and Lumber combo. This is we Armada showed this combo how OP and how powerful this combo is, and Hayate for me in this tournament has 100% pick rate and 100% banner rate. Either this hero gets banned or this hero gets picked. I'm pretty sure if the Tencent developers are watching this game, they're gonna do something about Hayate after this tournament, because I mean this
Oh,
hero is
I'm
kind of like
100%
the
sure.
most wanted. I mean this hero
I'm
needs to
sure.
be
Like
edited.
Yui and Hayate, if they don't receive nerfs after this tournament, then I'll be very surprised. And once
Yeah,
again, they complete
exactly.
the first pick phase with Aya, Slims, and Tachi on the side of Aegon Esports, meaning they pick up their support, ADC, and Slayer lane. Meanwhile, on the other side, on Vainglorious, they pick up Hayate, Lumber, Liliana, which means they pick up their ADC, support, and mid lane. And
Mid
as we
laner,
go
yep.
into the second ban phase, we have Omen, Yui, Volkat, Grak, Murad, and Butterfly off the table.
Yes, I believe if you look at the bans from Vainglorious, I think they're going for a very specific role-wise ban. Like now the Pain bans in. I think they're banning the jungle heroes, right? I mean, Pain is a jungle, right?
Yes, yes. Pain, Butterfly, and Kulin banned from Aegon. These three are jungle bans. So, like, both teams are right now
Yes.
targeting the jungle players from both sides. Ray being the jungler from Aegon Esports and Trident from Vainglorious. So, it's like both of these junglers have a very distinctive play style and champ pool. And right now, both teams are targeting it very well.
Yep, and the draft from Vainglorious is kind of looking strong. Like I've seen Hayate, Lumber, and Liliana in this tournament too much, and I think they're really good heroes. You can utilize them goodly. Like Hayate is like one of the heroes that's like either you get it, take it, or ban it. I've never seen it left out. There are lots of heroes like in this game, and there's Florentino as well. This heroes was also banned quite often, but this time around they get the chance to pick it. So I guess this is a very interesting draft from Vainglorious. I mean, there's nothing hidden here. People can see what Vainglorious is trying to do, what they're cooking inside their pot, but still, can they stop it? Can they stop what they're cooking? Because even though it's
I think
obvious.
the draft on the side of Vainglorious can only be stopped when you play the matchup itself into the game. Because right now, like looking at these picks, I don't see a distinctive counter to it. But the only way to counter, I would say, is like a different approach, a different way of playing the game on the inside. How Aegon Esports tries to shut these picks down one by one. And
Yep.
right now, seeing the Florentino pick on the side of Vainglorious, it's a bit of a unique pick, but I would say like it's a practiced pick, but it wasn't showcased on stage at all by Vainglorious. So this is the first stage game of Vainglorious using Florentino.
Okay, and Aegon Esports, they go for Alistair and Zephys. This is quite interesting pick. I want to see what they want to do with Alistair in this game. I think it's a pick to counter pick the opponent's Vainglorious, but I want to see how they utilize this hero because Liliana and Hayate, they are pretty nice mid lane and ADC. So in order to stop them, you really need to push yourself really hard. Liliana has a lot of damage as a mage. So you gotta be aware of that as
Yes.
well.
Yes, indeed. And right now, I think maybe if Aegon Esports have done their homework, they perhaps the Alistar pick might be the counter to Liliana, and I guess that will be the pick that might shut down this Liliana. And same case for the junglers right now, Zephys and Lubu. So like both junglers are back onto a standard solo queue style jungle comp where they have to pick the solo queue picks like Lubu and Zephys because they have targeted the
Yep.
pools of each other in the ban phase. So you can see that this game will not have that much impact from the jungle side, but it will have a lot of impact onto the other lanes.
Yep, indeed. And this is the final draft for the game one of Aegon Esports versus the Vainglorious. And this is a very interesting game because this game holds a lot of things, like whoever wins this game will have an upper hand, and whoever loses this game might get under so much pressure and stress that it might be, really bad for them. So may the best one win. And I wanted to apologize for the person who got thirsty after me drinking the water bottle. So I hope it doesn't bother you. So yep. So with that said, let's get back into the game.
Alright,
We
you can
have-
see 3 people in mid lane from the side of Vainglorious. I think there's trying to just gather early information. VG Inertia going in aggressively right now with VG Shark. So they're just trying to gather early information and perhaps look to play from here on forward. So you can see it's a very standard positioning on the side of Aegon Esports with 1-1-1 player on each lane and just the support in jungle roaming around. And meanwhile on the side of Vainglorious, they started off with multiple members in one lane. Now they have split into their lanes. With you can see a 2v2 in the mid lane, and both junglers just focusing on the jungle creeps.
Yep, and I like how in this game they in these professional games they just stick around the mid lane to support the mid laner because they have a really short bush areas near the mid lanes where you could easily get ganked on anytime. Like somebody just can come and jump on you, and mid heroes are usually very squishy, so they can literally die very easily. So there's always a support staying near them in order to prevent that and maybe turn it back on the opponents. And this is why they are professional players, because they read the gameplays of them. So yeah.
Once again, look at the Ray trying to find a pick. Like he's trying to constantly leap forward, grab onto someone, but VG Cat good counter picks, and this could be a caught out Ray. Ray goes in, but look at the burst of damage from Ray. Ray might get the kill on first blood. Shark's very low, but Ray goes down. First blood falls for Vainglorious. Vainglorious gets the first blood, and right now Usman's very low, and there's another kill dropping in the favor of Vainglorious. And meanwhile on the other side, Hoon goes in on Shark, and Shark is down. It's like another cleanup from the other side on the map, and right now like the members are falling from all sides forward, and Vainglorious 4 members going down in trade of 2 kills.
Yeah, and I like how Shark was alive for so long, but then she finally fell. But she was alive with a little bit of HP for so long. Liliana, I mean, Liliana is a pretty squishy hero, and you have to stay alive. Oh, that's a pretty nice arrow on Days. He is receiving quite a bit of damage, and I think he got dazed there with the arrow, and now he's alive, Liliana. And Aegon showing a little bit of aggression over here into the dragon, but I don't think they were able to get anything out of it. But yeah, both of the teams seems to be pretty low. I think it would be better if they reset and then come back. Oh, another arrow. That's it. Those are really nice arrows coming in from Bappa.
Yes, indeed, Bappa really trying to pressure on his own very well. Like despite the a lot of numbers showing up in his lane, he's holding his own ground and making sure that he can do something by himself as well.
Yep, and now the dragon and the slayer is up, and I believe teams will try to contest the slayers, and they won't be giving it to each other for free. So this is a slayer contest, and I see Vainglory VG is literally around the area while Aegon Ray is hitting the slayer. It's gonna take time to take the slayer because they're still at the early stage. They don't have much items
I think
now.
they're gonna
VG
give this
Astray.
up. I think they're gonna give
VG
this up, and
Astray, I
Astray
think
might
he's caught.
Astray,
Yeah, and he's dead.
overstepped a bit, and right now Shark is not in a good position right now. And once again, good attempt by VG Cat to perhaps steal it with his ultimate, but unfortunately
Hoon
Ray
is pretty
gets
low.
the dragon. And this is a good knock up by Inertia, but look at the low
Shark
target to the
and
side
Trident.
of
Look at that! Look at that Ray!
the low target.
He almost got him. Oh, look at the arrow!
is
Oh,
bursting.
almost.
Ray is bursting them so well right now. VG Inertia trying to get a kill back in the favor of Vainglorious
Astray's
right
back
now.
again.
Astray, look at Astray's back again, and this could be the clean-up fight
Oh,
for Astray.
Ray!
Astray needs
Ray, my man! What are you doing?
Ray outplays Vainglorious
What
off
is
the map.
that? Ray, man, I remember. Jeez, dude, I remember this dude from the last game. Even when he played against OPX, he showed this kind of gameplays. Ray, he is a legend. This is a really good player. I mean, the way he gambles with his life, the way he gambles with his plays, he is a one of a kind, man. He is one of a kind. That is for sure.
Yes, indeed. Ray just like escaping and getting 2 kills out of that with it's such little health. Like he just outplayed by such small margin. Anyhow, Aegon Esports building up a sizable lead right now into this game.
Yeah, and still the game's kind of like favor of Aegon Esports. Like you know, with Ray doing those clutch thingies, I think it is going now. Ray is once again going ham on the opponents, and Ray taking down one by one. But he's alone right now. He's alone doing 4v1, but he will go down immediately. And now Necro is left alone. He just got out of the rain. Yep, that was pretty much overstepping. That was overconfident. Yep, and they got punished for that. Vainglorious won't leave you just like that because you are strong. I admit it, but that doesn't mean you can just step on their face and they will let you go with that. There's no hit and run in this game. They will just literally take you down for that.
And with that, we have the goal lead is back in the favor of Vainglorious. Vainglorious have built a small goal lead in their favor right now and are looking to build off of it. And once again, VG Cat goes in. VG Cat is starting to grab a few kills, and right now, if this guy gets fed, and I'm sure he's gonna completely steal the show.
I'm pretty sure because Hayate is one of those heroes that really needs to be taken care of, you know. And we have Necro as well, who's playing Aya, and I think he's showing really good movements with Aya because, you know, Aya is one of the strongest supports in my opinion in this game. So when you combine Aya with the hero of Ray, I think they get pretty unstoppable. So yeah, it's what we're seeing right now, and
A blue team tower
yeah,
has
pretty
indeed,
much
like
they're doing movements.
If you pair any hyper carries with an Aya, then I think they will get an extra buff with them. It's at some point some of them become unkillable.
Oh, VG, they're being very cautious here. Hoon, he'll try to go in, and Hoon almost gets caught, but no, it won't be. And I think his duration for Liliana's Fox is over, so they might want to get back right now. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Ray is back at it again. Ray goes into the tower and takes down Ray just like that, and he's a dominant monster right now. Meanwhile, VG won't just let
VG's trying to answer back.
Yeah,
they're answering back with the Slayer. They're answering back with
yeah.
They're answering back with the Slayer.
Oh my god,
Hoon goes in, but he attempted a steal, but unfortunately it's not enough for him.
It's
but
not enough.
meanwhile, on the other side,
look at him.
there are 2 tier turrets. 2 tier 2 turrets have been taken by the side of Aegon Esports. Aegon Esports need one more turret to open up the base from the bottom side. And look what's there. They collapse in the mid lane, and Astra is fallen, and they will perhaps take down
Ray doing
inertia.
too much.
Unfortunately,
That's
that was a bad pathing
Ray.
by the side. That was a bad pathing by the
Ray,
side
he's
of
not done yet.
Astra inertia.
Yeah,
Yes,
Aegon
indeed,
Esports,
like
they're not done yet. They're
Yeah,
going
like, yes,
forward. Look
like
at
I
Usman.
said,
Yeah.
this is just action-packed. Like I said, I told you this is not gonna be a quiet game. This is going to be action-packed right from the get-go.
Yeah. I mean, Aegon didn't just give them the Slayer for nothing. They took 2 of their towers, and as I mentioned, like Aegon Esports, what they lacked was the objective-wise gameplay, and I think this is what they needed in the game versus OPX. In every single game, actually, if they play like this, then they're really strong right now. And as we can see, Aegon Esports will be taking down the Infinite Slayer right now. And with this Infinite Slayer, Aegon Esports should be feeling pretty confident, and they will be able to take more towers, maybe secure another lane. Now, Inertia is in face-to-face with Hoon, and they will get spotted out, so they have the information of where they at, and they might try to take this dragon in order to, you know,
Oh, it's not a normal dragon.
network.
It's not a normal dragon. It's an empowered abyssal dragon.
Yeah,
It's a holy dragon.
it's a
holy
holy
dragon right now. So it's not gonna be that easy to take him. So I think VG needs to get a clean fight before attempting to take this dragon.
A clean fight going on.
Once again, they're trying to catch
Hoon goes in the middle of 4 people.
And look at VG Cat.
Usman.
VG Cat burst down 2 people. VG Cat just bursted down 2 people with the Hayate ultimate, and this could be the momentum that VG need to get this dragon.
Yep, and VG, that was a that was a really nice comeback from VG, and this is what they required. But I don't think that Aegon Esports will just give it back to them. And Aegon Esports, Ray, he's not done yet. This man is a literal monster right now. He just goes in between 4 players, and Shark Cat is very low. Cat needs to be careful. VG Ray is not done yet. He's fighting 1v4. What is he doing, Ray? You cannot do that in an international stage, bro. This is not your personal home. You cannot just go in and fight 4v5 like 4v1 like that. What are you doing, bro? You need to chill out.
Ray is not stopping. Ray is trying to keep the gas pedal up.
Unstoppable.
Ray is making sure that the pressure keeps going. Like, he wants to make sure that VG go down while taking these objectives. He's not gonna give them up that easily. And look at Bappa. Bappa just one shot, Strident, and Inertia as well.
That's damage.
Inertia's off the table. Members are
gets
dropping on the side of Vainglorious. Shark uses the flicker to escape, and look at that. Oh my god, who survives with 1 HP?
My god, this fight, there's so much things going on, but I don't know what this Ray is doing. He's like doing so much alone, bro. Like, as I said, he has Aya beside him, so that Aya is like playing a huge role inside his body. I think Aya is the one who gets inside the body, right? So
yes, indeed.
Aya is playing such a big role with those buffs and shields, like protecting Ray like that. That man literally going ham right now.
I told you, like, if one hyper carry and an Aya, it makes them unkillable. Pair a hyper carry with an Aya, and that's like you will have one unkillable player in your team.
Yes, and that's exactly what Ray is abusing right now. Having a really strong support with you, and who knows what he's doing. That's how an hyper carry who's talented such as Ray becomes an extraordinary player and gives us such shields like this. And I can certainly say for sure that Ray and Aya together have no chills. And looks like we have a bit of a technical issue, so we'll pause the game for a few seconds. I hope it's fixed soon so we can continue the game. But yeah, saying that, what do you think about the game so far? Do you still think that the game's in somebody's favor, or maybe the game's still balanced, or maybe there's a chance for the other team, whoever you think is, losing, will have a chance to come back? What's your opinion on this?
I think right now, I think if the way Aegon Esports is playing this match right now, they're not taking a full 4-5 man team fight. They're splitting the members up. They're splitting the members up into 2 different assignments. Like, if 3 players are contesting an objective on the other side, then on the other side the other 2 players are trying to push down a turret. They're making sure they're not giving Vainglorious the opportunity to team fight as a 5, because Vainglorious, they're famous in Pakistan as one of the best team fighting teams in Pakistan. So, like, they are not giving the strength to Vainglorious. Like, they're being
And I think we're back at the game.
okay. And we're back right now into the game. And as you can see, the goal lead is not that huge. Like, it's not that huge. It's like 1.1k difference right now.
It is.
And seeing the Dark Slayer come up in 25 seconds, I think this objective might decide the fate of this game.
Yeah, indeed. And I think there's gonna be one last fight in which we will get to decide. But in terms of Aegon Esports, they still have their tier 2 towers alive and in a good shape, and they also have a tier 1 tower in the mid lane. So I think it's gonna be hard for Vainglorious to finish the game after one fight, and they are gathering in the mid lanes. We might see some action going on here, and we can see Aya already getting inside. Ray is ready to go again, and they will throw an arrow, and oh, Lilian gets it, and Lilian might die, but somebody steps in for Lilian, and it will be Inertia, and Inertia will give up his life to save his mid laner, and that was one hell of a sacrifice. And Ray doesn't leave anybody who he finds on his path, so he will take him down with ease. And now the Slayer is alive, and I think VG is coming to get the Slayer. VG, they're in so deep. Ray is not done yet. Ray goes for the kill, and he will take down Trident, and he will take down Shark as well. Ray is going ham right now. He is literally immortal right now, but finally he will fall, and Astra will be the one who will take him down. And now Astra seems to be in danger because there's 4v1 situation, and now VG loses 4 members, and Aegon only loses 1 members as they're going for the throne right now. They're hitting the throne. They're going for it. They're going for it. Are they enough? Do they have enough manforce to take it? I think they do.
And the
Smart.
minion wave,
They don't have the
is
creeps.
coming through. I think this will be it. I think this is going to be it. Aegon Esports will lead the series 1-0 in their favor.
And yeah, Aegon just took this game very smoothly, I think.
Yes, indeed. Like they were challenged. I wouldn't say it was easy. They did get challenged. Like they
Yeah, they were
really
pretty
showed up.
challenged.
Like they showed signs of that they were getting, they were faltering. They were being put into the place where they would have to improvise, revise their strategy, and with that, they made sure that they could find a way back. They saw that Vainglorious were finding leads in team fights. So how did Aegon Esports counter that? Aegon Esports split their team up, applied pressure around the map. They immediately resort to map pressure. They did not give Vainglorious another chance to take a team fight. And at one point when they were having the goal lead due to the objective goal in their favor, they were able to get a few more items. Therefore, they were having a bit of a damage boost, and it was enough for them to just burst down the tanks on the side of Vainglorious.
Yep, exactly as you said. Like when Aegon Esports had a chance, they just grasped it and they never left the chance. They literally never let it go. When they got the game in their hands, they controlled the whole map. They controlled the whole tempo of the game, and that's how they kept cornering. I would say they kept cornering Vainglorious, and VG had no choice but to give it up because at a certain point of the time, as you said, a hyperactive with a really strong buff like Aya is really strong. So there's nothing they could have done, but they really pushed them. They really pushed them. VG really pushed Aegon here. So to Aegon to outperform like this, Aegon to give out their full potential. So I would say it was a really nice, interesting game to watch, and we'll be watching the highlights from the game.
Yes, as you can see here, like right from the get-go, every fight was going back and forth. There was no fight that was like one-sided. Each fight you would see like 1 or 2 members dropping from each side. So it was like competition was level-headed between the both teams, but it was just the map pressure, the strategy of playing around the map itself, which was giving Aegon Esports the lead. I believe in terms of
Yep.
team fight, both of these teams put on a great show. I wouldn't say there was a one victorious team, but if I were to say, Vainglorious had the advantage and upper hand when it came to team fighting. But when it came down to going around the map pressure and playing heavily around how they wanted to take turrets in trade of objectives, then Aegon Esports really like took the ball in that favor.
Yep, indeed. And as you see, like during the team fights, both teams at the early stages were like pretty evenly matched until Ray started dominating the scene. Like I don't know what happened to this guy, but as you mentioned, one hyper carry who knows what he's doing with a buff like Aya is super strong. And I would personally suggest one thing and advise one thing to all the teams who are watching out there. Please ban Aya. Please just ban the hero. I mean, if you leave it out there, you're gonna get stomped just like this. So I would say just get it out of the game. So yeah, what do you think
Yes, indeed.
VG should do in the next game to counter all of the countermeasure their plans and maybe come up with a better strategy? What kind of strategy can they apply to under this pressure? It's really hard to think about something. So what can they do to relieve this pressure and maybe perform well in the second game?
I believe VG must. I think they have to play Aegon against their own play style. Like I think Aegon Esports, they need to to win against Aegon Esports. They have to play against Aegon Esports at their own play style. Like this team fighting play style that Vainglorious has, it's not gonna work. You saw that happen right now in this game. That the moment you saw Vainglorious was winning the team fights, Aegon Esports started splitting the members around the map. They did not give Vainglorious chances to take up team fights properly. They constantly had to send one or two members back, taking split decisions, just not being confident enough to like double down at one play, because the more time they would delay at a certain play, they would be giving up another thing on the other side of the map. So it's like
Losing the
Vainglorious had
map
to take a
control.
lot of gamble. Yes, indeed, like map control. They were losing the map control, so they were like taking gambles around the map. So in order for VG to win this like second game, perhaps they would have to like play Aegon against their own play style. Like they have to play them at their own play style, do what Aegon was doing against them.
All right. And with that said, I think we have the MVP for our first game, and this will be none other than the man, the legend, Ray himself, with the absolute dominance over this game with a score of 6-3 and 7 with 63,000 damage, and he's in 65% of the kill part. And I think some of the kill parts where he was involved, nobody else was. So there's like a 30% of the time where he was like literally fighting all alone with the whole team, the other team, all alone by himself. As you mentioned, like they made him, they'd be like, oh, you are our bull, just go ham on them. You are our ox, go ham on them. We'll just split push by ourselves on the other side of the game. So Ray, a well-deserved MVP, I would say. And look at that, compared to Trident, he did pretty well. I would say he did pretty well, even though Trident was pretty hyperactive during the game. If you see that, when compared to the other games, kill participation, like he has 45.5% kill participation, whereas in losing team we've seen players who have like 10 or 15% kill participation, which is like significantly less. But this time around, Trident did well. And now team face off, Vainglorious versus Aegon Esports. I'll let you analyze this one because these are
Yes,
your
as you
teams.
said, this was as you can see, there was 20 kills compared to 11, 7 towers to 2, 2 slayers to 1, and like a sizable goal lead of like 4.1k goal lead. So you could say like the uniqueness that I did see in Aegon's style in this game, I would say they were playing aggressive, which was ideally not their identity when in back in the Pakistan qualifiers. Back in the Pakistan qualifiers, Aegon Esports was known as the most safe play style team. They played so defensively. They play so defensively. Like at times, I used to think they didn't want to like even move forward into the game. They would stall out the game so much that to the point where enemy teams would feel frustrated to play against them. And right now, watching the series, they did not do that. They played aggressively with Ray.
Yes, exactly. That's what I think they lacked in their previous game, and as I mentioned, like in a bit in their game versus Oriental Phoenix, they were so defensive. They were so defensive. They were backing off all the time, even though if they had a kill potential, even though if they had an opportunity to kill an enemy, there's sometimes enemy comes in front of you, makes a mistake, and you have the opportunity to punish him. Like, you made a mistake in front of me, now you're not gonna get away with this. You're gonna pay a price with your life. I didn't see that from Aegon Esports. They were just literally letting everyone go. They were playing so defensive. They were playing under their tower. They didn't want it to show the aggression side. They were so agile. But this game, I'm seeing a different version of Aegon Esports. I'm seeing a fragile version of Aegon Esports, which was really amazing.
Yes, indeed.
So yeah, that was
They
a
made
great.
sure they completely flipped the switch. Like I said in the match, like in a similar match there we saw. Yes, indeed. They just took a complete 180 in their play style into the series. And as we go into the draft, what's the game plan this time around?
I think there's a bug where the old draft is showing, but it's fine. And this time around, Vainglorious Esports once again banning out the UA. Looks like we're not gonna see the UA flapping flapping her. What do you call it? The
Fan,
the wind thingy, fan
fans.
thingy. Yeah.
Yeah,
So yeah,
fans,
no
sorry,
UA for the game, and I think Vainglorious they have to pick a draft where they can play early game. Even though Aegon was fragile and they were aggressive, I think their early game is still a bit weak. a bit weaker compared to other teams, and I think that goes for Vainglorious as well. So if Vainglorious can get a draft which they can play really goodly in the early game, they might have a really good chance against Aegon Esports in this second game. But nonetheless, I want Vainglorious to win this time, even though if I'm being a little bit biased here, because I want to see a third game myself, and I don't want to see Vainglorious just going home without winning a single game here. So yeah, best of luck to them.
Yes, indeed. I personally want to see a third game as well. I want to see both of these teams battle it out, and I think they have just picked the champion that might be their like bread and butter, Volkat. If you have watched the Pakistan
Yes.
qualifiers, then you know what Astray does on this champion. Like Astray is like one of the most phenomenal Volkat players of Pakistan, and I hope he can pop off on this pick as much as he has done in the past.
Yes, Volkat is a really nice hero, I would say. Like, if you get this hero to be active on the map, he can do a lot of things. Like, we've seen a player get MVP with Volkat, where other players were like really playing good. But yeah, Volkat is one of those heroes that if you put him in the map and if you make him active around the map, he can do a lot of things. And we see Lorion get picked after the Volkat as well. And Lorian is one of the best mid laners in this game, in my opinion. So with these two combinations, they're super OP, they're super active in the map, they're super active during team fights. So I think that's something you could expect from Vainglorious right now. And they have Net picked up as well as their third pick. I think the Net will be the tank for the team, right?
Yes, it's gonna be the support slash tank of the team. So
Yes.
they're rounding off the comp with the first three picks with their Slayer lane, with their mid laner, and their support. So you can say they're hiding the jungle and ADC pick this time for perhaps a counter pick. But I feel like seeing the next ban phase, they personally I think they should have prioritized the jungle pick into this first phase, because I feel like
Oh,
Trident would
Murat.
have had a bit more.
There it is.
Oh yes, Murad. Oh yes, like I think Ray getting
There
hands
he
on
is.
Murad is. I think it's a very dangerous pick, and it's a
Yes,
hands
that's
of
a
Ray.
very
It's
risky
even
thing.
more dangerous. Like
Yes,
it's
the way he
it's an amazing
plays.
pick. I think it fits
Yep.
his play style very well.
Yep, and there it
Uh,
is, Hayate getting banned
Wait,
at
this
this
might be
point
the
of the game.
wait. We might not have a Yui and Hayate at all in this game. No Yui, no Hayate.
Yeah, I mean, they're both banned, so yeah. And as you can see, Aya is also banned. So somebody took my advice, I guess, and that's a good thing. Even though they didn't hear it, obviously, but they take it, from like other sense of mind. So it was kind of a thing. So yeah,
I think
Aya
it
banned,
was
Yue
visually,
banned,
it
Hayate
was
banned.
visible. It was very visible visually to see how much impact Aya was having with that Zephyrs.
Yes.
And they once again they both teams take off the key picks from the last game, Hayate and Atachi from Vainglorious and Aegon Esports, and now both teams rethinking what's the last ban from both sides, and they take off Elsu. So you can see Aegon Esports is targeting the champion pool of VG Cat. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vainglorious are targeting the champ pool of Hoon, because you can see that those are the remaining roles to fill up. So they want to target these champions from both sides.
Yes, and as you mentioned, like there's a lot of intel batting going on between these two teams as they already know about each other. So this is what I was talking about. Like we'll see some various kinds of heroes. Like the first game, we didn't see any of these heroes that are picked out of these 6 heroes. Like none of them were picked at the first game. So this is like literally different kind of draft, different kind of play coming in from the both teams. Whereas in the other games I've casted, I've seen the teams at least pick 1 or 2 heroes from the previous game, because they're comfortable with. That's what they've been playing. That's what they've been practicing. But in this game, where you face off against teams from the same country, from the same region, this is what we get to see. We get to see different kinds of game every single time in the best of 3. And this is what will make the game 3 interesting if Vainglorious does manage to secure this game. So yeah, I'm really hoping for that. And with that said, Aegon Esports taking that Violet, that's a run and gun carry. Really high damage carry. I mean, a literal you could just replace UA with Violet almost. So that's something to watch.
Yes, indeed. Now it's a matter of fact, how does Vainglorious answer to this pick? What do they have in their own pockets? So they'll have to blind pick a
Yes,
jungle, and they take Kulin once again.
Keelan.
Trident once again
Yes,
resorting back to the Kulin for himself. He did not have the best performance against Starry Hope, but right now I think he's gonna go back to this pick. I think he has more to show from this pick than what he did in the previous match, and they pick
yes,
Slim for
and that's the
themselves.
Slims. All right, I think
Yes,
Slims is a
indeed.
good choice against Violet. Actually, uh, there's too much damage coming in from Violet, and I think Slims would be the perfect pick for that. I mean, there's Net, but I don't think Net would be the best choice for Violet. But yeah, they have the Slims for Violet, and that Slims can really hold up against these heroes. But I'm really kind of worried about Murad because I feel like he's kind of left alone. He's kind of left alone. Oh,
Oh,
okay, okay.
Elendor.
Oh, okay. This was like very
Uh,
unseen. This was like very unexpected. They have
okay,
Elendor, and
okay. Now I'm a bit curious of
okay,
what's the game plan here. I haven't seen this before.
yes.
Even I haven't
I'm
seen this
pretty
before. So
sure.
I'm like,
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Elendor would be either mid Elendor would be the like they'd be ballsy to put mid Elendor against Lorion in the mid lane. Because I
I,
really want to see that. I really want to see that. Because
I'm
I've
equally
seen
as
some people.
curious as you are. I'm equally as curious as you are to see where
Yeah,
these champions are going from Aegon Esports. I have no idea.
yeah.
Really,
I
like
mean, they could be trying out as well. I mean, they won the first game, so they have the option in second game to try out new stuff, right? Um, but I don't think they'll be doing in this do or die situation. They want to give it all, their all. So they might have a strategy. They might have a plan. I think Vainglorious are as curious as we are right now with this last pick, Elendor. So this could be a jungle Elendor for the meme's sake, or maybe I don't know. I personally don't know where they'll put this
so.
Elendor, but yeah, Violet is surely gonna be the carry.
Prepare to engage.
Yes, indeed, Violet is gonna be the carry, but okay, there's a remake happening. I believe so. So
Okay, I
yeah,
think
and I think there was a mispick in the draft, perhaps, or maybe some connectivity issues that occurred. Therefore, there was a remake.
yeah, there might be some technical issues.
Anyhow.
Yeah.
So what do you think of the draft so far? Like on paper, what do you see from this from both sides?
Um, I'm personally willing to see how Aegon Esports plays this game. Like, um, this is one of the strategies, like one of the meta heroes, like Murad and Elendor. Both of the heroes are from the meta, so I think they're gonna do some combination like that with them, where like you'll see maybe Elendor taking the jungle. I've seen a lot of Elendor doing jungles recently. I'm not sure if it's good or what, but if you put out Murad out of the jungle and put Elendor there, I think they could. They can do that. They can do that. They can do something like that, and maybe put Murad into the Slayer lane. Maybe they could do that instead of Elendor going to the Slayer lane. But we don't know yet. But it could be something, right? It could be something. They can make it work out. I think it will
Yes.
work out. I'm kind of confused about the pick, super confused, but I think it might work out.
Yes, indeed. I personally believe the same thing. Like right now, if I look at it from on paper, I cannot define where the Elendor and where the Murad are going, because these two picks are like the deciding ones. Like one of them is jungling. That's all I know, but I don't know who it is. And whoever it is not jungling, I'm equally as curious as you are where they're gonna fit them in around the map. I've seen some teams, but it's a very rare occasion. I've seen some teams play Elendor in the Slayer lane. Uh, I'm not sure if that's the game plan Aegon are going for, but if that's the case, then I think it's going to be a tough time for Astra, because range versus melee matchup is a bit of a hard matchup for a melee champion. Like it's a very simple, like, self-explanatory thing that if a melee champ goes against a range champ in a lane, then it's not going to be a good time for the melee champ.
Yes, and how do you think about the mid matchup against Larion? Larion is one of the strongest mid laners without any doubt. How do you think uh, the player from Aegon Esports will hold out against Larion in mid?
I mean, last game, Shark was able to grab his hands on Liliana, and they countered it by picking Alistar in the mid. And in a way, they made it work. Like, Alistar held his own lane very well. Like, he did not fall to Shark. And so, again, this time around, and they have picked Alistar again. So, seeing Alistar repeatedly being picked against these hyper carry mid laners, uh, I think this might be a counter pick that Aegon Esports may have scouted out and were looking for the right opportunity to showcase it. Perhaps it came out a bit too early, but now since it's out there, so I think so more teams will try to prioritize it in the future games.
Yes, and also the kind of like a very surprise draft coming in from the side of Aegon Esports. I would like to see how they implement this draft in the game because as I mentioned, like it's all about utilizing. But yeah, I think VG has an upper hand in this game, in my opinion, because of their draft aren't that versatile. Their draft is like pretty normal, pretty straightforward, and if they can make it work out, I think their early game is gonna be strong with the Larion in their mid lane and with an ADC, a very nice ADC, I think it's gonna be pretty easy for them to, to take the map control, take the early games, take the early objectives, take the early slayers, dragons, get their networks high, and maybe get their carries online.
Yes, indeed. Like you said, like they play a very traditional draft is because like once again they're inexperienced. They don't have that much versatility in the game right now because they're a new team and they have reached so high success at such quick rate. Like they have, it's been just a few weeks since they started playing this game. I'm not even kidding. It's just been a few weeks since they started playing, and them being here at this stage. And so I think we are getting back into the draft. They're repeating the same. Okay, I know. Never mind. The draft is re-beginning from like completely scratch.
Yeah, I think they're doing the drafts again, and this time around they have different kinds of bans where they're banning the heroes they picked last time. So that's kind of interesting.
They baited
that's
out
really
the
interesting.
picks, I guess. And
Yeah, but
again, we're
they
back
left out
on the
UA.
UE.
Damn, son,
We're
you
back
left
on
out the UA. We're back on the first
back
track
on
again.
the.
Yep.
I was
You were
excited.
so
I was
focused.
excited to see a game. I was so excited to see a game without
Man,
UE and
I
Hayate.
literally cursed this thing. I literally cursed this thing by saying we're not gonna see the fan of UA, and there it is. There she is standing in the draft, and the teams they tried to, let's just ban the heroes they picked in the last time because we got another chance. Why don't we ban it? Just get rid of their strat or whatever, and they just get UA, man. Holy shit, this is interesting now. Now I think Aegon Esports have to rethink their strategies against this UA because if they have Vainglorious have some kind of strong front line like
Ooh.
Arthur or maybe Stud, that's gonna be really hard for Aegon Esports to
A Darcy pick.
have
A
something.
Darcy pick on the side of Aegon
Okay,
Esports. Once
Darcy.
again, they're showing innovation. Like this is the first Darcy
Yeah.
of this tournament, I think.
Yeah,
So what do you
I
think
haven't
of
seen any
Darcy as a
Darcy yet.
pick? You
Um,
haven't seen any Darcy yet.
I haven't seen any Darcy yet. I haven't seen any Darcy in this tournament. So this is quite new actually. And as I mentioned in MOBA game, there's a different type of heroes, different type of strategies, different type of combinations. So I think Aegon Esports last game they tried to show us something different. They made us confused a little bit, and this time around they're doing the same thing. So this Darcy would be maybe one of their stats on the go what they wanted to show us. Maybe this is one of their stats they've prepared for this tournament. So yeah, interested to see how this Darcy works out for them.
And yes, once
And-
again,
okay,
Vainglorious
once again, the
resorting
net.
back to their comfort pick. They take the net once again. I don't see anything else being paired up with that other than a lumber or a net. And okay, an Elsu. So
L2, okay.
I think
this is interesting.
yeah, it's interesting, but again, I have no idea what Darcy does as a champion, so I cannot define what his playstyle is. But seeing that pain pick, I am worried for the Elsu because Elsu is a very immobile ADC, And so
Yes.
if Pain gets into the back line, then it's going to be very hard for Elsu to win or escape the matchup, because
Yeah.
right now in the series against Starry Hope, this was a problem that Vainglory's had, where their backline was exposed completely, and Starry Hope assassins were finding ways back into the backline and one-shotting the carries. So seeing the Elsu pick is worrying for me, but hopefully Vainglory's figure a way out to get through with this win.
Yeah, and UA is also one of the squishy heroes, like as you said, Elsu. And if UA gets caught, she's really vulnerable, and she dies easily. And Pain is one of those heroes that you really want to pick against heroes like UA and Elsu, who you can. Pain can just literally jump in their backline and kill them right pretty easily, because Pain is one of those assassin heroes who can jungle and who also has a lot of magical damage, which is really weakness for heroes like Yue and Elsu, and this is what Pain is gonna do, and that's a really nice wise pick coming in from Aegon Esports. I'm gonna give it that to them.
Yes, indeed.
And what do you
And
think
right now
about
you
this
can see
ban?
this. Yes, sir, I'm looking at the ban right now. Like, they take the quick Q lane off again, a comfort pick of Trident, and the Errol pick also being taken off. It's another comfort pick of Astray, and meanwhile on the other side, they take Vainglory's take off Zurka and Violet. So they're targeting the ADC and the Slayer lane. So in a way, Vainglorious are hurting their own Slayer lane pool along with the enemy. So I feel like
Yep.
Vainglorious are relying on their Slayer lane to have a counter pick ready at any point, but they're also targeting the ADC on the side of Aegon Esports, forcing them to pick something unorthodox or like something you would not see traditionally into the meta.
I think the good ADCs left right now would be okay. Omen. Uh, I was gonna say Omen, so Omen is already picked. So that's there you have it. One of the good heroes that have, and one of the heroes that I really want to see in this game, which is good against heroes like Omen, Pain, Darcy, Aram. I think these heroes are pretty tanky. So when you have these tanky heroes and you have somebody who has high magical damage like UA, very nice tanky and shielding hero who can do frontline like Net and Elsu, and then these kind of heroes, I think you ought to pick something like Kafni, who's run and gun, right? A hero like run and gun like
Yes,
Kafni, who has very high right click damage. So that's what you require in this game.
but
Or maybe you can
but
go something like Wisp as well.
yes, but did you notice Hayate is left open right now? Hayate is open on the table right now.
Okay. There's Hayate as well.
Hayate,
Hayate with the Net and UA. I
mm,
think that's a good thing. And they have support Tachi, tank Tachi. Oh no, support
yes,
Tachi, I think.
Tachi. No. I
Okay,
think
they
it's
go for
Tank
the
Tachi and
Eldanor.
support Elendor.
Yeah, Elendor. That's interesting. I think Elendor's gonna go to carry, I
Oh
guess.
yes, they would not pick
Yeah,
They would not pick Hayate because they already had an Elsu. Why would they pick Hayate? Right.
yeah, exactly.
Misread by
So
me
they're
there.
not going for the
Uh,
Hayate.
yes, and with that, I think
Yes.
they're gonna force Aegon Esports to pick the Hayate or something else. They're gonna
There's
force
still
Aegon
Kafni
Esports.
open. There's still Kafni open. There's Thorn. There's Wisp, and even there's like yeah, there's Hayate as well as there's Hayate is also a good ADC, and yeah, as you
And
mentioned,
it's the
Hayate is
Hayate.
gonna get
It's the
picked.
Hayate.
Yes, I mean they don't have any other options, right? Other ADCs don't work really good against these. Hayate is a hero that's like super buffed, and with I say Aram and Darcy, these both are tanky heroes, I believe. Darcy, somewhat, I don't know what this hero does as well. This is pretty new to me as well, but I believe
Yes.
he's a tanky person. He looks like a tanky
If
person,
I
right?
get no, I no no I no 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 I can depict the draft right now. Omen will be going in Slayer lane. The Pain will be in jungle. The Darcy will be a mid laner, and Iram will be a support with the Hayate ADC. So Darcy is gonna play the
Oh,
mid
okay.
lane role in this game. So I could
Okay,
imagine this
Darcy
guy
mid
being a
lane.
high burst. Yes, Darcy mid lane. So I could imagine them being a high burst champion or a champion that does controlled damage or just basically plays the role of a control mage into the composition. And here we are, the final look at the game 2 draft. What do you think of them one last time?
Whenever I see Yue holding her fan like that, I think that that's the team that's gonna take the win. So that's what my bias side says. And also, my bias side says another thing, that I want VG to win this game. So double bias side over here. I want UA to win. I want VG to win. So I'm gonna support them in this game. But nonetheless, I want to see a really good game coming in, like Aegon Esports. They showed different sides of them in the last game. Maybe they'll show different sides of them in this game as well. And now we have a mid fight coming in. I think Necro and Inertia are gonna
It's an early
deal some
skirmish.
damage to
It's
each
an
other.
early skirmish right now. They're targeting
Yeah.
Necro.
Oh,
Can they
Necro.
get the kill? And Necro has to use the flicker, and look at the burst damage coming through.
Oh, Cat.
And whoa, my God, Cat with the snipe with Elsu, just
Yes, that
powering
also
down
snipe is
with the
super
damage, like-
dangerous. Yeah,
So
look
you
at
can
Shark.
see
He's like
early
so out of
proactiveness.
position. Yeah, they're trying
early
to steal the
proactiveness
might
coming
buff, I
through.
think.
Yes. The proactiveness is visible right now in this game from Vainglorious. Vainglorious are being pressing, and they're just pushing Aegon right now. I think it's their backs against the wall. This is the time for Vainglorious to step up, because this is literally the game that decides their chances in this tournament.
Indeed.
They either take this
Indeed.
and fight another game, or they say goodbye at this point.
Yep. So as I said before, this mid lane is gonna be like super deciding, but I'm not sure what's happening mid lane, because I see Eldanor and UA, both carries are in mid lane. So that's a I think Eldanor is not playing carry, right?
I believe
think
they're gonna
Elsu is
play
playing
like a
carry.
support. Yeah, Elsu's playing carry, and Elendor is gonna play a supportive damage role. Like, they'll try to input inconsistent damage, which Elsu
Yeah.
lacks. Elsu is gonna
Okay.
dish out burst
They're
damage from
fighting
a
in the
distance.
dragon. They're trying to fight over
This
the
is a
dragon
good
right
fight.
now over here.
It's a good
Okay,
contest
Papa
going on
is
the-
coming in.
and
Oh,
look at the
Ray
pain
is
that-
inside again.
Ray comes in, and Asher is also here. So this
Oh.
is a 5v5 skirmish. And look at the burst. Look at Tachi. The Tachi's the first blood comes through for Asher. Asher takes the first kill, and the Abyssal Dragon's off the table. But Necro takes the dragon. It's a double kill for Asher, and Asher just giving the early advantage to Vainglorious, single-handedly getting themselves. They look at the UE burst. Shark just one-shotting Necro.
He just got decimated, and now they're gonna go for the Slayer. This is such an amazing fight for VG right now. They have a good start, and I think my
This
curse is working.
Yes, this is like legit. This is looking like this is the comfort zone of Vainglorious. I think Vainglorious have found their avenue right now. This is how we have seen Vainglorious play when they're ahead. Asterisk usually plays like the early game fights. He gets an early advantage, builds some early momentum, and the rest of the team slowly scales around him.
Yep, and I see their movements are super like good this time around in the maps. Like the early move they made, Vainglory. I think this is what they need to play to be active in this game and to secure the early games. And now in the bot lane we see some action going on. I think they're gonna trade some blows here. Nothing too serious, but yeah, this is what I was talking about. The early movements that they needed to make. Oh, Aegon.
Oh. They're trying to catch out Trident, but I think the Vainglorious are aware of this play. They're completely aware. And look at the guys rotating. All four of them are
Oh,
here.
Inerta.
This could be another.
Oh, Inerta catching
And
Necro.
Trident goes in aggressively,
Trident
but
is
unfortunately, Trident will doll.
And Necro
Trident's
falls as
doll,
well.
but it's Necro falls as well. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. It's a support for jungle trade, and Inertia backs away safely.
And now look at that. They're just being so cautious here. Like VG Trident. That was a bit of a misplay for him with Eldanor. He shouldn't supposed to go that front, but he did, and he paid the price. But yeah, VG, they just didn't stand down. They took down one of the members from Aegon as well. And Aegon, they're looking bad right now. They're not super far ahead. They're not showing the aggressive style they showed in the last game, because this time they're a bit cornered by VG. And now Astray seems to be going ham on Hoon right now. Trident comes in, but no action will be formed in the top lane because Hoon knows about the situation and he backs off. And they're trying to go inside the tower actually. Maybe. They're pressuring them. And Yeah, meanwhile on the
Oh,
top
there's
lane,
a
Trident
2v2 scrimmage
is
going down,
pretty
and
low. Trident
Trident
gets
goes down.
down.
Then Astray gets one kill, and Astray's a double kill for Astray. Like I said, Astray is right now the killing machine in this team, and if Astray is gonna get ahead like this, then I think he's gonna do a similar thing Ray did in the last game. I think if Astray keeps getting the kills like he did right now, Astray will probably pull off a similar thing that Ray did, and this time without an Aya.
Yes, indeed. And if you look at the Astray's plays, he was being so aggressive. He got he completely outsmarted Ray over there and like got inside the bush, and I think that made him miss one attack, and he just like literally destroyed them after that. So yeah, Astray, he wasn't so active, or he wasn't having the best game of his life in the previous games, but right now we see a different version of him. He feels more confident, he feels more active, he feels more stronger right now. So I think Astray will be able to perform well in this second game, because this is a do or die situation and he needs to perform well for his team to stay alive in this tournament. And now look at the damage coming in from Shark. Man, this guy. Ray?
Ray?
Ray? That was a
Ray
really bad movement. Ray just
but
underestimating
Astray's from
UA
behind.
once
Astray
again.
goes in with ultimate. Astray is gonna look for another pick here. And
That's a nice
look at the
ultimate
snipe.
for VG Cat.
VG Cat.
That was a nice
VG
snipe
Cat
from
pulls
VG
off
Cat.
the miracle snipe. VG Cat pulls off the miracle snipe. Oh my
And Usman
goodness.
just dies like that. One misplay from Ray, underestimating UA like that in the mid lane, will pay with his life. And now VG are looking really strong, and VG Cat will take the red outer tower at the bottom lane. And now only this mid tier 1 tower left for VG and Aegon Esports. They don't have much towers left. They're trying to take this top tower, Hoon, but Astray is here to do something, but I think Astray will be late, so no actions will be formed here.
You know, I would say the silent hero so far in this game for Vainglorious has been Trident, and I believe so. Because everywhere where he's been around, Vainglorious have managed to pick up kills. It started off at the Abyssal Dragon first, then at the Slayer lane, Astray got a double kill with Trident. While Trident did fall himself, he allowed Astray to get the double kill. Then again the same play happened in mid lane where Yui was there. Ray once again goes in aggressively and gets chunked out completely. And Usman goes in and
Bappa dealing quite a bit of damage, and he will take down Inertia here. Inertia goes down. Astray, he's left alone here. Astray. Now Trident comes in to support Astray. Necro falling pretty low. Yeah, Shark. Look at the Shark! Look at the damage coming in from UA. That's too much. And Necro. Oh, Shark leaving too much damage. And Cat. Look at the damage from
Cat is just bursting from a distance. Cat is just calculating every play very well. Cat is just bursting Aegon from out of nowhere every time.
Cat is being a human right now, totally.
Cat is building up a lead after every second. Like, he's just slowly building up that arsenal of his. I think if Aegon does not answer back, if Aegon does not shut down Cat into this mid to late game, then I think this is gonna be a huge problem for them. You can see Vainglorious have started the Slayer, and right now there's no one there to answer.
Yeah, and if you see the Cat playing, this hero is L2 is kind of hard to land this spell. Oh, look at the damage from UA coming in. Necro, if he's falling pretty low, and he should be scared right now. And Cat will snipe but will miss. It's hard to connect these sniping shots, but oh, look at the damage! Ooh! Usman almost getting decimated over there, and Usman is really scared, and he will just put his tail up and run. And now Necro, he doesn't want to risk it. And they see him! Oh no! Usman tries to TP, but he will get taken out. And this double kill for VG Shark, and VG are looking really strong right now. UA with those damage. As I said, I'm gonna be biased. I'm gonna be biased about this hero, because this hero shows you what a broken this hero is. And now Trident, look at him, he's not done yet. He's gonna go inside the high grounds, and now they're gonna get everyone from Aegon Esports low, and they have to retreat to their base and hide themselves, because there's too much damage coming in from these heroes that they cannot take. And now VG finally thinks that they're done enough, and they will get back home to reset their health bars and mana. Now, what do you think about this aggression? This is what I was talking about.
I don't think there's gonna be a reset. I don't think this is gonna be a reset. This is gonna be a fight at this Holy Dragon. I think there's gonna be a fight at this Holy
Yes,
Dragon.
there's gonna be a fight, another fight for the Holy Dragon, but I think
Then
um
look how VG is playing right now. VG is sending one player to the top side.
yes,
So like they're listening to what I said into the post match from the first game. I mentioned that they have to beat Aegon by their own play style. They have to split
yes,
themselves around the map,
they have to
and they are
split
doing
themselves,
that
and
right
that's
now.
what they did. Yeah, and that's what
right now
like
around
gonna
that
stop.
side.
Yeah, Aegon was trying to do something, and they just BG just completely shut that down. So Aegon have no choice but to come straight to say head to head and fight them again. And with UA in their team, fighting is not that easy. And look at that UA just gonna steal the Sage buff right from their mouth. Sage, UA, you thief in the night. You are literally looping right now. You just stole that thing right out of their mouth. And look at that, Necro. He's gonna go deep inside, but he's gonna have to use his flicker to get out of there. And now Aegon Esports feel the pressure, feel really threatened right now when VG are in their space. VG in their space. Look at the damage coming in. Even though he has super armor, he couldn't take that damage from UA. Almost got in his half of his HP. And look at that. Look at that, VG. One of the VG players are in top, shutting that push down from them. And this was one of the things that I was mentioning to you, that this was what was gonna be happening. So yep, they are indeed doing that.
Yes, indeed.
And now look at that.
And right
Astray.
now, they're pressing the gas pedal and they're not stopping right now. VG is making sure they can seal the deal in this game. This is the best they have looked so far into this whole tournament. This is the best performance they have shown. And right now, I feel like we're gonna go to a game 3, I believe, in my opinion. Like I think
Yes,
there's gonna be a game 3 on the cards.
Yes, and now look at that. Like VG are, after this phase, VG are looking really, really strong, and they want to go for it. They want to go for the throne. They're just looking for that one opportunity where they can just literally outperform the Aegon Esports and maybe get a team wipe so that they can feel confident enough to go to the high grounds and maybe end the game. And I think Slayer is up, and 12 minutes. This is going to be an infinite Slayer, and Aegon Esports are heading towards that Necro. He doesn't want to go too deep, and look at the snipes coming in from VG Cat. This is so much sniping, so much damage from VG Cat. Elsu, this guy doesn't deserve to play Elsu because he's dominating with Elsu right now. Look at the damage. Mappa is scared right now.
God.
VG Cat
They don't know what's
absolute
They have no idea.
monstrous
They
ability.
have no idea what's happening.
Oh, Usman
my
once
God.
again. You see the damage coming in
my
from UA.
goodness. There's one combo and it's more than half of the health's gone. It's like 80% of the health is gone in one
80%
combo.
of the health gone. Just one more click and this guy should be dead. And this is what UA is. This is what UA is about. And now VG Cat is not giving even a slightest chance to Aegon Esports. Not showing them any mercy. They're gonna be super dominant, so is them. And they will take down the Infinite Slayer. And with the Infinite Slayer, I think they will be able to end the game. Now Hoon coming towards the Astray, he's doing so much in this game. He's feeling confident. He's having the best game of his life right now. While VG, they are also feeling very confident as they are dominating Aegon Esports right now. They're having a head-to-toe fight right now. VG, they're trying to go to high ground. Look at the damage coming in from UA. That's too much. And he's gonna hit every single one. And look at the critical damage. The burst coming in from Cat. And Aegon Esports trying their best to hold down. But one of them gets caught and they will get eliminated. Decro, he is the tank of the team, but it doesn't matter because VG Astray, VG Shark, VG Cat, with all that high burst damage, nobody can stand in their way. They will just get decimated. They will just get eliminated one by one. And Hoon tries to come in. Hoon, it becomes untargetable, but that's not enough. And look at how much from Cat! Cat doing so much things. That snipe, that critical was so much Cat. They got 3 people, and this should be the end of the game. And VG just showing absolute
VG
dominance in this game.
Finally getting
Not
to
giving
showcase
them a
what
chance.
they're capable
Usman
of.
once again getting burst by UA. Look at the damage. Usman doesn't know what to do. Usman can't stand against this UA right now. I think if I play this game after this tournament, I'm gonna be trying out UA because I personally think this hero is super broken. This is your get to go free medals for this game. You wanna rank up? Play UA.
You know how we decide how there's like one player who gets an MVP at the end of this game? Like, I don't think so. There's one player that needs to be credited on the side of VG if VG were to win this game. I feel like the early game was all in Ashray's hand. Like, Ashtray
Yes,
really
exactly.
got the ball rolling in the early game. from mid game, you saw Shark and Elsu picking up the pace. Shark on his UE, constantly poking, and Cat just finishing members off from a distance. And so far, like right now, I can say
Oh, look at the
Cat
cat
and
sniping again.
UE. Yeah, once again, like right
they're
now,
engaging
it's
the
a
fight again.
team effort.
Necro falling pretty low, and Necro will die for 45
Shark's
seconds.
gone down.
And now
Shark's down.
BG. Oh,
This could
Shark!
be a
Shark
miracle
got
fight.
killed behind.
Shark is down.
But
Yes,
no.
Shark's down. So this
Aegon is
could be
falling
a miracle
behind.
fight.
I think BG will get back. Yeah, could be a miracle fight, but BG is very cautious and they will not break formation. As Necro is also down, their tanker is also down, so they don't want to take any risks. Now Slayer is up, and whichever team takes the Slayer is gonna have a really high advantage because this is 15 minutes in. There's another Infinite Slayer, and now BG, they're split up. They're trying to hold back Aegon from coming while they take the Slayer, and now Inertia is there. Inertia will down Astra, and Astra and Inertia both will get down BG Cat.
This is a bit of a
They're
push to play. This
too
might
far
be
ahead, and
never
look
mind.
at the damage coming in from BG Cat. That's too much, and now BG Cat is the only one left, and I think he will also die. Trident will also fall. That's a 4-man wipe from Aegon Esports. BG went abroad there. I don't think after them dying they should have gone there.
I think VG bought enough time for them to open up the base. Like, look at the base from the side of Aegon Esports side. Right now, the base two base areas have been opened. They're trying. Aegon Esports is gonna try to pressure the bot side over here, but I think Shark's burst damage is enough to clear the wave. There is no one there. This is just a desperate play coming through from the side of Aegon Esports, and unfortunately, Usman is stuck in a position where he cannot escape.
And
He
one
will
shot
be able
from
to
you
walk away, but I doubt he. And look at Ashtray. Ashtray goes in. I told you he will not escape.
Ashtray will
Ashtray
not
cleans
let
him up.
leave. Exactly, Ashtray does not
Ashtray will
let him
clean
leave.
him up.
Yes, as you mentioned before, like Ashtray, I also mentioned that Ashtray is doing so much in this game. Like, look at the scores. You see BG Cat and UA, they're both dominant with 5 kills and 1 deaths. And if you look at Ashtray, he also has 5 kills with 2 deaths. I mean, Ashtray is doing as much as UA and BG Cat doing right now. I think this version of VG is so much stronger. Like, all of them are showing absolute dominance right here. If they have this kind of team, they might even have a chance to get a nice lower bracket run into the finals and maybe contest for the championship. But they have to maintain this formation. They have to maintain this kind of confidence. They have to maintain this kind of formation. And now VG once again going towards Aegon Esports. Aegon Esports, what answers do they have against this VG? And now look at the UA dealing so much damage from behind. VG Cat also doing some damage. Look at the Ashtray. Ashtray is not scared of anybody. He's have that confidence right now that he can go forward and dominate the teams, that he can do anything he wants. And now he's going forward. And now look at the damage from UA. Usman is deleted in 1 shot. Can you believe this hero? And now Hoon is also in danger. Now look at VG Cat. VG Cat doing the snipes. And so much damage coming in from this team. Meanwhile, they'll get all the towers. While look at that, Aegon Esports is trying to split up and go to the high grounds. Can they do anything? And now
look at that, Ray opens up the base on the top side. Ray has opened up the base on the top side. Ray is looking for the back door.
Yes.
But Yu is there to stop
that's a wipe.
him.
That's a wipe. That's a wipe for Aegon Esports. And now they might have a chance to get inside and finish the game now. Ashtray is not gonna leave Bappa alone. He's the only one alive. Ashtray is chasing him, but I don't think this chase will be able to do anything because they're gonna end the game right now, and the second game will be taken by VG. I know I'm announcing this early, but I think this is what will happen because there's no way, there's no miracle where I think Aegon will win, and this is what happens.
This has to
VG
be the best match ever. This has to be the best match I have watched. Unbelievable. It has everything. This is everything a MOBA has to offer. This is the excitement, and this game showed it all. We had a possible try to make a miracle play happen for Aegon Esports, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. But the effort was there. It was visible. And overall,
like as I mentioned,
continue, please continue.
Oh yeah, so as you mentioned in the previous game, what you've said is kind of true. Like Aegon Esports, they VG has to pick up the pace and do some things that they haven't done before, which might have gotten the game. So that's what they did. And in the next game, Aegon Esports the mistakes they made in the first game, like I said, Aegon Esports are really weak in the early games, and that's exactly what happened. In the next game, VG, they were having that early game advantage. Early game,
Yes,
they
indeed.
control the game, they control the map. They didn't give any map controls
Yes,
to
yes.
Aegon Esports, and that's what made them win the game.
From this point into the early game, you saw Astray picking off 2 kills early on, getting himself ahead, building the advantage. Shark bursting Usman. This was the momentum VG needed. This like over here, like in the early game, I would say the silent hero of the team was uh, VG Trident, because everywhere you see in these highlights where VG got ahead, Trident was there to make it happen. Either he would like sacrifice himself and buy enough time for the other carries to step up, or he'd be the one setting up the burst, and then the other members picking off the final kill. Like, he's, I think, the silent MVP of the game. But if I were to announce an MVP overall itself, I would say it's going to be VG Sharks Yui or Elsu from VG Cat. I think these 2 picks really decided the late game. Shark
Yes,
did a very
exactly.
good
And I said,
job
like,
turning down Usman.
I say, like,
Shark,
I want to be, I like, Shark. Continue.
Shark like really made sure that Usman did not have any ways coming into the fights, because he would burst Usman into the fight so quickly that Usman had to back away or die. Like, Usman had no other options. Okay, now please
Yes,
continue.
and that's why, like, Usman couldn't, focus on the game, because he was always have to stay away from UA, because we see UA one-shotting Usman a lot of time. Like, look at this one. That's what I was talking about. Shark just literally one-shotting Usman, and VG Cat dealing so much damage with his snipings, and this guy knows how to snipe really well. Somebody get him a sniper every single game, please. And all those damages coming in from this, and it's really, really amazing how they play this game. So I want to see more plays like this from VG. I said, as I mentioned, like, this version of VG is super strong, super amazing, super, like, reliable, because in this game not only one player showed exceptional skill, but all of them showed exceptional skills, and all of them played their role to its perfection. Like, you see UA doing so much damage. You see VG Cat with the sniping kills. I mean, they all perform so well that if you put them all up together, it just didn't give any chance or any momentum to Aegon Esports. Even Aegon Esports tried so hard, tried to make whatever they could use of from the single slightest mistakes that VG made, but that wasn't enough. That wasn't nearly enough to put VG under any pressure or under any threat of losing the game. But yeah, Ray did try to make some moves, solo moves, where he was stomped every single time, because this time around Aegon Esports wasn't able to split them up and get the split push, maybe get some objective in the game, take the map control, because they were shut down right now.
Yes, indeed. Like, and as you were mentioning, how every member stepped up, we are gonna look at who's the MVP of this game, and yes, indeed, it's VG Shark with a
Shark.
716 score line, with a 126,000 damage, 54% kill participation, 2,175 goal difference. This man popped off at this game. He made sure that he could seal the deal for his team.
Yes, 126,000 damage. That's no joke. Like, compared to the opponent carry, who also played really well, Trident. He also the mid laner. I think that was the hero that we weren't feeling so comfortable
was the
around.
Mid laner. I
Yeah.
think this is
Oh yeah, Usman was the mid laner, I think. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he did perform well. Look at the damage, 110k. That's also a decent amount of damage. Now, once again, I will give you the ground to analyze the team's face-off.
I think this is literally the same picture from the first game. One team has a lot of kills, and the other team is like dominating on around the objectives. You could see like while Aegon Esports contested well with the turrets, they weren't able to take a single Abyssal Dragon or a Dark Slayer.
Yes,
VG
and exactly
replicated the
this
same
is
trend from the first game.
yes, this is exactly what I was talking about. Like, um, Aegon Esports, I feel like they're really weak in the early games. So, and in this game, um, VG really outsmarted Aegon Esports and they outdrafted them and they played really well in the early stages, and that's why they secured those slayers. I mean, otherwise, Aegon Esports would try to fight over the slayers because they're a huge asset for your resources, for your economy, and for the buffs as well. So if you get those slayers, you have one lane pushing and you have huge economical boost as well, and you get XP from it as well. So you are missing out all that. Why would Aegon not contest it? Because they didn't feel secure contesting those slayers, and even if they tried to contest the slayers, VG would
There's a
always,
Yui, there's an
counter them.
Elsu, there's a Yui
Exactly.
bursting them from a distance, there's an Elsu sniping them, there's a Tachi sitting in their back line just constantly
Exactly.
being a nuisance. Like there was no way uh, Aegon could find a way into the river without either like losing one or two members.
And the
And like
best
at that
part,
point they would just die.
yep, and the best part was like VG Cat with the Elsu just sitting behind the bushes, like waiting for the enemies to show up just so he can snipe and deal so much damage to them that they weren't even expecting. Like he was holding such a nice position every single fight, and that gave them the opportunity for the opponents to come and then just get blindfolded and then decimated out of nowhere. And this is how VG played. They maintained their position quite well. Like Yue, I think she only died once, and that once was like when Ray made a really nice move and got into the backline and killed Yue, and that's the only fight they were overwhelmed. And I think four of them died in that fight. That's the only mistake VG make, and I wouldn't say that's a mistake from VG because that was a outplay or good play from the Aegon Esports. But other than that, VG didn't make any single mistakes in this game.
Yes, indeed, perfectly described it. Like right now, if we look at now, we are into the deciding match. Now the stakes are
Yes,
even higher, like they're through the roof at this point. This game decides it
yes.
all.
At least
Like,
my wish was fulfilled, and we are getting a third game. So, yeah, in the third game, this is a do or die situation, and it's gonna be really interesting. I want to see something like a second game, something interesting like that, and I'll let you analyze the drafts.
yes, sure. Right now we see Vainglorious taking off the Murad alongside the Yui because they just saw what Yui can do. They showcased it perfectly alongside Aegon Esports taking down the Aya with the Volkat. You can see, oh, Grak. This
Oh,
might be the
Grak.
first Grak.
Okay.
This might be the first Grak of this
Um,
grand final stage. Grak is a
do you
very
know what
famous
comes
pick
into
from
my mind
Pakistan.
when I say Grak?
No,
Um, when I say Grak, do you know what comes into my mind?
I wouldn't know that it's in your mind.
A lot of team fights, literally a lot of team fights, because he's gonna hook somebody to you and then there's gonna be a fight started, right? So Grak is one of those heroes who have really high rotating potentials, and he can just
Oh
literally
yes,
like
indeed.
take one hero under
Like
the tower.
yes, yes, indeed. Like Grak is one of the highest priority champions in Pakistan. In the Pakistan qualifiers, this champion had like a similar pick ban rate as Hayate and Yui have in this grand final stage. Like Grak was as highly prioritized as those two picks in the Pakistani qualifiers. So right now,
And look
seeing
at these
this
picks
Grak
from
pick in the
Aegon
hands of
Esports.
VG Inertia has to really like you showcase why this pick is so strong in Pakistan. Uh, Pairing
Yes.
that up with an Errol. Errol is another comfort pick of Astray. Astray is right now he popped off on the Tachi. He has to replicate a similar thing in with the Errol pick. And seeing the counter picks on the side of Aegon Esports, we see Liliana and Violet. Violet again a nice ADC to build distance.
Oh,
She'll
Telanas.
ooh
Oh,
I think they're
okay,
they're
this is
replicating the
interesting.
same draft. They're replicating the same draft without the same picks from the last game. They're making sure that they can perhaps replicate the same picks without actually picking them because like Telenes has long range with her first skill and
Yes.
she can somewhat do the same job as Elsu did, except this time around with the more
Exactly.
consistent damage.
Yes, and I personally am a Telenas player. I spam it a lot. So, and he was my first hero when I started playing this game. So, I would personally I really wanted to see Telenas in this game, and I'm really glad I get to see her in the last game, in the Death to Battle. But in the other hand, what I saw, what Violet and Liliana can do, and I, as a player of Telenas personally, I think this hero is very squishy. And look at these heroes coming in from Aegon Esports. They have a pretty high kill potential. Liliana, Violet, Elaine, and this is gonna be hard for
Elaine,
Telenas to stand in.
this
Yeah, but
this is
if
the
this
first
Telenas
Elaine.
can get a good stage to attack, like a backline, good front line, and she can attack from the backline, feel secure in the backline, she can do a lot of damage, we know. So I'm literally waiting, hoping that she gets a good stage. So yeah, as you mentioned, first the lane of the tournament. Yeah.
Now I'm gonna say personally, Elaine is one of my best champions in Arena of Valor. I have played this champion a lot. I think the highest rank I ever reached with this character was I reached rank 9 in Pakistan on this character. So I know what this character is capable of, and if Elaine is going to pop off, then this champion is single-handedly gonna win Aegon Esports the game. So I
Yep.
think it's a very good underrated pick in my opinion. As we go into the second ban phase, you can see the Lorien, the Zuta has been taken off. They're trying to target the champion pool of VG Shark right now. VG Shark has not picked the champion in the
Yes.
first phase, so they're right now just trying to eliminate any strong picks in his comfort zone. With that said,
I think
on
there's
the other side,
still a few good mid laners left. Like there's Crixie. Um, I really wanted to see a Crixie in this game, and I think Crixie is good against Liliana because they're somewhat similar, I believe, Liliana and Crixie, but Crixie has more damage and more sustainability. So I will love to see a Crixie coming in from VG's side.
okay, so I think if it's a Crixie, I feel like she might not have the same intel or input as how the Yui was able to have the impact in the game, because Yui was doing burst damage from a distance. Meanwhile, Crixie has a bit more of a slow control mage style gameplay where she has to like her skills travel a bit slower than Yui, and while they do damage a lot, but they don't like bursts like Yui. And Shark picking up Raz for himself with that. Like this is the first Raz of the tournament as well. So unique picks coming through
Okay.
from both teams, and they
Okay, they're
pair
actually
off
gonna
with
pick
the
Pain.
Pain for jungle. So
Yeah.
I haven't seen Trident play Pain, but if this is going to be the first Pain from Vayne Glorious side in my opinion, and now it could be a very good pick or it could be a very big miss. And I feel like at this point
Yeah.
right now they need to pick champions that are in their comfort zone, because this is a very crucial game for them.
Yes, and you see a lumber pick coming in from Aegon Esports. Aegon Esports is trying to play the team play. They want to control the team fights, and because they tried to use their strategy of split pushing and putting the pressure on the map in the first game, which worked out, and in the second game they tried the same thing, but it didn't work out because Vainglorious already figured out their strategy. So this time around, I think they're gonna try to change up the strategy, and this time around they're gonna focus on the team fights more rather than the split pushes, and that's why they have this kind of draft where they have Liliana, Violet, Elaine, and Lumber. And when you pick Lumber with Violet and Liliana, I think they're going for the combos, like getting them all together and controlling the team fight, like have a vast control of the area, and this is what's gonna happen. And the last pick will be key for Aegon Esports, and this is looking quite interesting actually.
So it's unique. What's unique is that this might be a jungle Elaine. Elaine, it might be a jungle pick for this stage. So overall,
Yeah.
looking at the drafts on both sides, what do you think of them on both sides? What's the comp? Who do you think has the favor right now in the draft?
I think both teams are gonna go head to head this time around, and Aegon Esports is, changing up their strategy as they have played 2 games with VG, and VG figuring out their, strategies. So this is gonna be an interesting. I believe, as I mentioned before, if you see two teams from the same country play against each other, they will show you all the different kind of gameplays they have. In the first game, they had a different pick. In the second game, they had a different pick. The third game, they have a different pick as well. So this time around is gonna be a different picks, different stats, different game. And we are here, me, Zayn, and we have Riddle with me to cast this amazing game of best of 3. And this is the third game between Vainglorious and Aegon Esports, and this is a do or die situation game. And without a further ado, let's head straight into the game.
Let's go. I'm pumped up to see what the teams have for us in this final deciding game. It's going to be a very uplifting and heartbreaking at the same time, as one team shall go forward into the tournament and will unfortunately we'll have to say goodbye to the other one. And
Yes,
I
indeed.
personally, after seeing these first two matches, I don't want to see either of them go. Both of these teams have put up respectable performances, and right now my heart is saying that I wish I don't see either of them go. I just wish this game keeps on going forever.
Yeah, I want to see how Raz plays the mid, though. I want to see how Raz plays the mid against Usman's Liliana in here. So that's gonna be something to witness right there. Raz, I believe, is a melee hero, right?
Yes, Raz is a melee hero, but he has like range skill shots and he has gap closers on him. So he can, like, play like a poke
look at
and
him.
assassin type playstyle. So yeah, you can see like he's throwing out fist as his skills. Oh, Trident might be caught out here,
Trident.
and Trident. Oh, he will escape,
No,
but
he's
VG Inertia
alive.
is right there, and
Yeah.
look at the burst damage coming through from Shark. Shark, this is going to be first blood for Vainglorious. Vainglorious pick up first blood. Good rotation by VG Cat, and like a good hook by VG Inertia, picking off Usman easily.
Yes, and that was a really nice pickoff, an early game pickoff. And VG are being active again in this game. And Aegon, as I mentioned, like VG, that's what they have to do. This version of VG is what makes them strong. And look at Inertia. He's gonna try to get a hook on, and now Necro, he seems to be in danger. And now Shark will throw few fists on him, and I think they will respect each other and get back, as Necro is gone now. Now back at the mid lane here, they're just gonna get some creeps.
You can see
look
Inertia
at that
is
grass.
really just
Yeah, really trying to
pressuring
open
the
up
map.
some spaces. Oh, Hoon, he's here.
Oh,
They're gonna use
but
HP and mana
Vainglorious
regen
were
to
quick
survive.
and proactive to react. They were quick and proactive to
Yeah.
react to that.
Yes, that was a nice reaction coming in from them. That was a nice rotation from Aegon as well, but it didn't go so well, as they literally reacted so quick. As I mentioned, this is really a great version of VG. Oh, now, Trident seems to be in danger again. Trident, he might die again if he doesn't leave. So he is pretty low, and then
He has
another
to
attack
get
coming in, and he's gonna follow him down and kill him down. And that's pretty sad. And Abyssal Dragon will be taken out by Aegon Esports. Aegon is not giving them the objectives this time around. So they're changing the game plan, as I mentioned
Yes,
before.
indeed.
Like,
Yes,
they're not
indeed.
gonna make
Aegon
the same
Esports.
mistakes from the last game.
Yes, indeed. Aegon Esports making sure they have the river control around the objective. As soon as the objective spawned, Aegon Esports had the number advantage. And looking into it right now, Aegon Esports have a small, sizable goal lead. Like, it's not the biggest one, but it's a sizable one. Like, you could say a 500 goal lead. Other than that, you can see the members are slowly moving upwards from the side of Vainglorious. I think they are aware of the fact that this will be a Slayer fight, and so the members are moving forward. The Grak is up there, the Pain is there. Astray is a bit low. He has to recall right now, and the good job being done by
Shark
the side
is here.
of Aegon.
Oh, Astray, he's low, but he's sticking around. Now look at them, VG. Are they hungry? Are they hungry? They might be. Aegon are being super aggressive here,
But
as
I
they
feel
want to
like
take the Slayer.
I think Aegon are split. Aegon are splitting VG again. VG is being split up
Yeah.
around the map, which was the downfall they had in the first game.
And I think they will be securing the Slayer pretty easily. And now this time around, Aegon is showing different kind of gameplay, and they're playing objective-wise. And now Inertia is stuck, and Inertia might fall here. Inertia taking quite a bit of damage. There's
Inertia
too many
clubbed
people
up for
around
a
here,
few
but Inertia is
moments.
still alive,
But
and
look at the
he's
damage.
dead. Inertia
Arrow
finally takes
goes
down,
in.
and now
Arrow goes in. Look at the damage. Look at the burst
Necro
damage
gone.
coming through from Trident escapes,
Oh,
but
Trident is
unfortunately
dead.
Trident cannot escape. Trident is dead, and overall a very scrappy fight which falls in the favor of Aegon Esports.
Yes, and Aegon will take down the Slayer, will take down 3 members from VG, and will take down their tier 1 tower as well. And this is looking bad for VG. They didn't have the best start yet. Now they have to do something in order to get rid of that.
Look at the cat!
In order
damage
to
from
gain
cat.
their advantage.
VG cat is burst. VG cat had, while this was going on, VG cat took the bottom tier 1 turret and he's built up a sizable goal lead of his own. He has a few items on his hands, like you can say he's matching the same amount of item on his pockets. Like he has the same amount of items as the carries of Aegon Esports. So right now,
yeah, but
you can say
key on the Ray, but Ray on the key is on a whole different level right now. He's almost at 3k gold net worth. So that's gonna be really hard for them to stop Ray, and you know how talented Ray is, right? We've seen him do some absolute amazing performances in the last few games. So
that's a hook off. Usman is dead. Usman is dead.
And that's a dead
burst damage.
Yeah, Usman is dead.
That's a dead Usman.
Liliana. That's a really nice hook from Inertia.
And this
might give them the dragon.
This will be an easy abyssal dragon for Vainglorious.
Yes, this is what I was talking about. Like when you play against a Grak, there's gonna be a lot of team fights, and you have to be really aware of your surroundings. Like you can't just stand around here and there, because there's gonna be hooks coming in from Inertia, and if you get hooked in between 4 or 5 players, you're doomed. And this is what happened for Usman. He wasn't expecting that hook, because that was a really nice placement. And Inertia is doing the same thing again. He's hiding inside the bushes, but there are too many players. If he hooks them, he might be in danger, so he's not doing that. And meanwhile, Aegon does know about them, so they will just change their position and try to go from another side. VG, they're also coming in, and Inertia is coming in for the hook. He might find Usman once again, and Usman gets caught with the hook again. And that's a very nice position by Inertia. Inertia, that was a really smart play. And now VG will try to go on the face of Aegon Esports. Aegon Esports, what will they answer? And Aegon Esports, who goes in and who doesn't even stand a chance. Trident dealing so much damage with the cat behind. And now they're falling one by one. And Necro will dodge the hook, but will he survive though? Because he gets taken out by Shark, and he will be taken out immediately by Trident once again. Trident with the double kill. And
Shark
VG
just
coming
did
back.
the miracle kick. Shark
And
just pulled off the
mid
miracle
lane,
kick.
Ray, look at Ray. Look at Ray.
Ray,
Look at Ray.
Ray
He's falling. Ray's gone. And he survived.
Ray's
He almost took
gone.
down one member with him. But VG, what are these movements from them coming in this third game? VG, absolutely monstrous. Like,
VG
this is
has
what I
come
want to see
online.
from VG.
VG is online right now. VG have found their footing at the AIC Grand Final South Asian
Yes.
Qualifiers. They have finally found their rhythm, and they're showcasing it right now.
VG are
Vainglorious.
absolutely saying intro boys right now. Intro boys right now. Like, literally, they are showing what they are capable of. They are showing their full potential right now in this third game. And this is what it's about. This AIC South Asia Finals Championships. This is what it's about. This is what I was talking about. This is what it's supposed to be. Some nice action-packed fights between the two teams. And
Once
now
again, they're trying to
the
put a
library.
big,
Oh,
like,
once
look
again,
at this.
Goon
Look at this 4-man
instantly
goon squad
deleted.
picking off. They're just going like 4-man
Yes.
goon squads, picking off one by one. They're just eliminating
Usman, you don't
targets.
really want to be there. Oh, Inertia. He sees Ray, but Ray will be
Inertia is
Ray
looking
will
for
be out of there.
hooks.
Yes,
Inertia
now
is
you
looking
can't
for
position
hooks.
yourself goodly. Oh, look at Necro here. Trying to take Astray, but
will
I
back
think
off.
Astray is fine.
Astray will back off.
Yeah. I think this time around, VG is trying to use the split up strategy. Like you can see, they're splitting up this team.
Oh,
Now,
Shark goes
Ray
in
gets
against
taken
Shark.
out. But Shark, Shark, that was a bit of a misplay for him. I think he overstepped there a lot. But I think that makes space for them to take the Holy Dragon, so I think that's fine. They're not gonna let him die in vain. Oh, but
There's
Aegon,
speed on
they're
cards,
there.
but no,
Oh!
VG Cat heals. The
VG
VG
will-
Cat
yeah,
takes the dragon.
kills them.
VG Cat has enough
Now
space,
VG
but there's
Cat
no one there
doing
to
so much
protect
damage.
VG Cat. VG Cat has. Look at VG Cat. VG Cat is peeling for everything.
Oh,
Look,
look
VG
at the
Cat
damage coming in
survives.
from VG Cat.
VG
VG
Cat,
and
look at the
Usman will also die.
The backline.
The back down.
VG Cat just completely assassinates the backline. And look at the Inertia just buying time for Trident to perhaps deal damage. Look at the burst damage
Oh,
coming through from
Trident.
Trident is doing
Oh,
his job,
no,
but
no,
Elaine
Trident.
just sustained from Elaine is
But
too
VG
much
Cat is here now.
right
He himself his teammate. Oh, he will dodge
Look
the
at
skill from Hoon,
and
and
look,
now Shark is here as well. Shark is here to change the fight, and now this fight will
going to
go
be an
into the favor.
ace. It's going to be an ace for Vainglorious.
That's a wipe. VG just did a wipe. That's a wipe.
Vainglorious.
That's literally a wipe. And this
It's
is
unbelievable
what
to
I
look
call
at right now. This is an amazing match. I am just so excited to watch this right now. This is the best match I've seen so far at the AIC Championships.
the amount of fight they're putting right now, you know, in order to save their lives. This is what I call a perfect competitive scene. It's like you're fighting for your life. They're fighting for their life right now. Whoever loses is eliminated, and they're fighting for their life with their life right now, because everything depends on this last game right now. And VG, they are so online that they're giving so much hard time to Aegon Esports right now. Aegon Esports were absolutely dominant in the first game, but after that,
Trident
VG Trident, look at that.
Trident just one-shots
just
Bappa.
one-shotting Bappa like that. Oh my god.
He did that in front of Necro's eyes, and Hoon getting a solo kill on Astray, but unfortunately right now I think the solo kill does not matter because the objective game plan is back in favor of Vainglorious.
And the
Vainglorious
Infinite Flare will be taken out.
Yep.
By VG.
And right now this Elaine pick hasn't been able to come online fully. The Key and Elaine haven't been as impactful as some of the other picks that Aegon had in the first game or in the previous series. Right now, Vainglorious is stepping up.
Yes, and the best part is like about Vainglorious is like their Telenas is getting active, and when this hero is active, she deals so much damage. While because the Elaine is not active, I don't think the Lilian from the other team is able to do good things, I think. Oh, there's another hook from him, and Usman gets taken down. That's a nice hook from Inertia. Inertia with all those clutch plays, and now look at Astray. Astray literally goes in, and he's taking down everyone.
Oh,
literally,
that's a nice
Necro just somehow survived with a little bit of his HP. Man, so much going on in this game.
I cannot contain the excitement when I see a
I'm not
good
keeping
grab.
up with this. I'm not keeping up with this. And now look at the. Oh no! Oh no! Look at that!
No! But no, sustain!
Oh no!
This might be it.
So
VG
much
might be
damage.
able to end it. Vainglorious might be able to end
This
it.
might be it.
Vainglorious
Yes,
have
and
done
I
it.
think this is it.
Vainglorious have eliminated Aegon Esports and will advance into the final 6. And they'll progress forward
Vainglory
into the lower
absolutely
bracket.
absolutely showing
Very
no
well
mercy.
played.
Vainglorious show them that even they can do that. They get revenge for the South Asia qualifiers, and they absolutely take down Aegon Esports in this final game of Game 3 in this best of 3, and they will move forward to the lower bracket quarterfinals.
The champions of Pakistan have been eliminated by the team that lost in the grand finals. Vainglorious have done the big upset from the big domestic upset. You know, when I saw this matchup unfold, I did not expect, like, I had like low hopes that maybe this would be a similar trend from the grand finals, but no, Vainglorious proved me wrong. Vainglorious showcased why they just needed some time to grow and learn the game even a bit more, and they have shown up today. And this was a different team from who played against Starry Hope. Like, this was not the same team. Like, it's unbelievable.
If I see like this Vainglory coming in tomorrow, and if they come back like this and in every single game, I think they'll put up a really good fight against other teams, and they might have a lower bracket run where they just keep going forward and forward, you know, until they meet the end. So I would like to see Vainglory do this. And with that further ado, we're seeing the highlights from the game 3, where Vainglory and Aegon Esports both played amazing, but Vainglory at the end of the day secured the skills because how nice their rotations were, how nice their initiations were. Inertia deserving all those praises because of all those hooks he put up there, and Usman was literally out of zone every single time in every single fight. Look at that hook, look at that hook, man, that's amazing.
Yeah, I feel like if I were to give an MVP for this game, It has to be VG Inertia. If VG Inertia does not get the MVP, then
Yes.
I'll be very surprised. This man single-handedly gave the lead to Vainglorious. Like, this man had the
Yes.
best game of his life. I told you that the Grak is such a famous pick in Pakistan, and VG Inertia did just that. He did justice to this pick, and
Yes.
I could
And
not prouder to see this pick excel so perfectly.
yes, every time like when they had a bad positioning from Aegon Esports, Inertia punished them with his hook, and they got decimated immediately. And this is what I was saying. When I see a Grak pick, I know there's gonna be team fights, and I know there's gonna be like hooks, and which gives the team lead, and that's exactly what happened. Grak doing absolutely massive. But again, we have to give credits to VG Cat and VG Shark, doing the high damage as well. So Cat with the
Yes.
Telanas was dealing quite a bit of damage, and Shark was also doing some ballsy plays like getting those players. So yeah, that's
Yeah, overall,
hats
like,
off to them, VG.
this was overall like a better showcasing of how VG is like one of the best team fighting teams of Pakistan. Like, as I mentioned when we were talking about this in the first matchup of Starry Hope versus Vainglorious, I had mentioned that the strength of Vainglorious is that they're a very strong team fighting team, and they really perfected that in this game right now. Like, it's visually seen right now. My point was proven correctly by them.
And yeah, so props to VG for winning the game and going forward in the lower bracket semi quarterfinals. But also, I have few messages for Aegon Esports. Do not be upset. Do not be sad that you got disqualified and you got eliminated from this. Not disqualified, eliminated from this lower bracket series. Learn from your mistakes and come back stronger, because I believe you guys can be much, much more stronger. You guys can show much more potential in the next series. So yeah, come back stronger next time.
Once again, they will be remembered as the champions of Pakistan in this tournament, regardless of any results in here.
Yes,
And they have to keep their heads high, because they came here as the best team of Pakistan, and they showed their potential. Like, they made every team
yes,
work
they
for the
proved
victory.
themselves enough.
And
Yes, and they
here
they
you
should
can
be
see
able
the
to come back
brackets.
stronger. Yes, we have the
Yes.
brackets,
Yeah.
and the upper bracket semifinals. We have Martyrs, Dementor, We Armada, We OPX, Starry Hope, and in the lower bracket quarterfinals, we have Venom Esports and Brain Glorious. And sadly, there are two teams who have left us today. That is Impunity, Cambodia, and Vain Glorious. And
No, and
not Vain
Aegon,
Glorious, my
Aegon,
bad.
Aegon.
Aegon Esports, yeah. Impunity Esports and Aegon Esports. So good luck to those teams. Maybe you guys got eliminated in the first day, but do not lose hope. You guys were one of the best teams of South Asia on top 8. So you guys are representing your team, Cambodia and Pakistan, and you guys are the best of the best. So you have to come back stronger and represent your team better in the next season of this tournament and in the next series, wherever you guys get the chance of. So keep on practicing, keep on building up your strength, keep on building up your communications, and fix your mistakes and come back stronger next time, because I'll be there to watch you guys if you're there.
Very well said. Like, you could not have put it any way better. Like, the teams that have fallen today, they have to keep their heads high. They have nothing to feel
Yes,
ashamed of. These teams came into this tournament as the champions, as the best ranked teams
exactly.
in their country. So you have done your country proud. You have played at the international stage, and you have done your country proud here today. All of these teams have showcased amazing performances, and they all have to keep their heads held high, and perhaps look to play in the next few tournaments, get back on that stage, get back on the 11, perhaps go once again, and maybe in the future they might go a bit further than that. Very, very exciting games overall today. I
Yes,
enjoyed every
and
single second of it.
my wish was fulfilled, so I'm happy I'm gonna be able to sleep peacefully now that I got to see 3 games from the Pakistani teams, and I really hope that they come back stronger, because I want to see more of them. If I'm still casting the Arena of Valor tournaments, I might be casting more Arena of Valor tournaments if I get the opportunity, and maybe get to see more of them. So yeah, These teams are absolutely amazing. And
Anyhow,
who
guys,
are you rooting?
uh, what? Can you repeat that?
No,
Can you
no,
repeat the
continue,
question?
continue.
Okay. So anyhow, guys, this has been an amazing and exciting first day of competition. Stay tuned for tomorrow. We will be having even way more exciting, way more competitive matchups. And with that being said, that's all from us.